From some great voices in the Dota 2 community. Let's take a look.
best of 5, and I am joined by Lizard and Gods. And Gods, there is so much to talk about with these two teams, but I want to set the scene a little bit first for IG. This tournament, let's start with that. You know, there is obviously a whole run that the team has made over the last, 1.5 years since they were with this roster. But this tournament as a whole, how would you describe IG's team?
We've only seen IG for, I guess 3 or 4 days. I think for IG, it's been very solid, playing around Emo especially. Emo's been their big superstar. I would kind of just describe it as clinical at times. They came in as the best team in China. I think, LGD, put their name up saying, hey, maybe we can beat you, but IG, continued to maintain their dominance over the Chinese teams.
Yep, in the region as well. You could see in the regional league that they were always the dominant ones from the beginning of the league up to the end. PSG LGD definitely made a push towards top 3, top 4 at the end of the league, which resulted in being in the tiebreaker in the wild card in the group stages, and now here, sadly, IG are the stronger ones. Sadly for PSG LGD, but for IG, they've just proven their dominance in the Chinese region and very deserving of this grand finals.
Absolutely. Both EG and IG actually also coming from tiebreakers in this case, specifically to be playing in this upper bracket, straight up seeded into that upper bracket, meaning that on the other side of IG there's EG. They've only played 3 series so far, Lizard.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of them, right? Because they came so well prepared. Every single series that they've taken it very seriously, and you can see the way that they drafted. I would like to note the drafts versus PSG LGD versus the Monkey King drafts with the Viper Razor combination, of course, plus Puck, something that we don't necessarily see very often from EG, and Parker would agree. Not only because of the heroes, but the playstyle they adapted.
Yeah, it feels like, EG's like playing this game of preparation. It's almost like this game of chess where they didn't play many scrims coming in. They didn't get to play the group stage, the wild card. So instead, they're just playing against their opponents in their heads. They're watching the other teams, what they're doing. They're figuring out how they're going to draft, how they're going to play, because they haven't had the same match experience as many other teams. But, IG themselves also not playing that group stage.
So is Arteezy, when he goes to bed, he sees Dota heroes on the ceiling, moving around?
Bulba, maybe.
I think that would be the better guess, and Fly probably as well. Both of these teams also having quite the history with each other. Now, both organizations go way, 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 way back, and we'll save you all the details of that. But with these rosters, slight tweaks here and there. But IG last year, in the first major of the year, the Chengdu Major, they came 4th. If I remember correctly. 4th or third? Oh, no,
I think it was third, right?
They came third, indeed. And they actually were the team to knock out EG in that major. They were able to do so after EG knocked them to the lower bracket in the first round. Sound familiar? Happens here as well. And then there was another major, the Leipzig Major. Both teams were playing there as well. And this time, EG knocked IG out of the tournament, where EG moved all the way to the grand finals, but were not able to take it. For EG, this is a big one. This is a big title to get. If they get it, it will be the first major taken by an NA team ever.
And
that's mad.
That's crazy.
Especially with how good EG has been for the last 7 years, basically. They're always in the top 3 to 6 in
They're
TI.
Consistent, solid, standard, but never really breaking it through. Not in the last, 4 years or so.
And you can't even say, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, because that would mean that they were second all the time, and that's also not true.
The last time they were, though, right?
Last time they were second.
Yeah.
That's the only time they've been in a major finals.
The kind of ongoing meme was they'd always get third, like Arteezy third place curse, and I think, they had a lot of third places where, it'd be like Secret, VP, or PSG LGD finishing in that top 2, or Vici Gaming, if you go back a few seasons, and, it feels like EG here finally made that breakthrough.
And considering the last major, we haven't seen a lot of international dogs, right? Since then, they looked very strong. They really did. They don't look any weaker at the moment.
Yeah, EG look incredible. They come here also with the easy road. Quote unquote easy. I don't know if you can call it easy. It is upper bracket. It is the toughest Dota, the best Dota being played, and EG has made it look easy. Let's put it that way. They have played, Gods, you say it time and time again, they have played the cleanest Dota here.
They really have. Like, it looks very clinical draft-wise and just play-wise. They're playing aggressive when they're stronger, but they're playing very conservatively when they need to. They understand when their item timings are, whether it's the Alchemist games, even though that was their one loss. Like, they know when to fight. They are really good at controlling Roshan when they're playing that Radiant side. Like, they use the Beastmaster really well, these Vision heroes, and they're just picking and choosing their battles, not worried about playing this, super fast pace. We got to run at them, and we're going to play our game, is what EG say.
Yeah.
Speaking of the team on the other side, they obviously did lose to Evil Geniuses already once in the tournament, but history repeats itself, has that tendency, and we interviewed them. They said, yeah, we didn't really prepare, we had no time. I sincerely find that very hard to believe. As they probably expected themselves to be in the grand finals. So we'll see if they have maybe a different set of bans for the opening or a different approach to the game, because IG, they're extremely versatile team.
Yeah. They are, and I can't wait to see their opening as well of the drafts. Of course, that's what we're talking about. To be able to have a draft, though, we need to have those players on stage. So it is time to give a warm welcome to our grand finalists. Securing the top seed from their region. It is about the title. There is so much pressure on it. We know EG, they've never won a title on the major stage before. The region hasn't. On the other side, IG, they come from a region where, yes, we've seen Chinese teams take major titles before, but it's been a little while. The last time was at the end of the 2019 DPC season, 2018-2019, and that was the VG Gaming that everybody had super high hopes with, and then they ended 6 at TI, which, yes, good, not good enough for them, but I think the region is looking for a new king. We heard Emo say they're hoping to take down EG, not for themselves, not to get the title to IG, no, to get the title
to the region.
For the region.
Yeah.
Very big.
It's been, 3 years in a row where a European team has won TI. And I think for China especially, they're used to being the region that's either on top or at least on the same level as the European region. So a lot of fans there have higher expectations to win those titles. I think it's a really good point for IG. They're doing it for their region. They're competing. And I think NA, same thing, but also for themselves because they need to prove they can win titles.
Yes.
EG, despite how amazingly consistent, dominant they've been, particularly in the NA region, I think just for their mentality, their psyche going to a tournament like TI, they need to remind themselves, hey, we can win tournaments because they haven't done that, really. They've won minors, they've won smaller tournaments, they haven't won a major ever.
One minor and one summit. That's it. Yes, they have won other things, but different rosters.
And much like the expectations were different for Thunder Predator, let's say, or SCA Neon coming into this tournament, same goes for IG coming into the regionals. Maybe not necessarily to the same extent. Everyone expected this powerhouse of Elephant to come in, sweep everything away, and be the team that comes out on top, and perhaps the team that gets here to the finals because of all the superstars. However, IG said no, we have something different planned out, and they're here in the finals. Looking forward to seeing what they have in store for us in this game one.
So let's start talking some Dota. One of the things that I want to point out is, yes, we've seen EG only 3 series so far, 7 games in total. Both Arteezy and Fly have played 6 different heroes in those 7 games. Gods, that is very diverse.
Makes it hard to prepare for them, and I think what EG have shown is they're generally going to save that Arteezy pick for the end of the draft, with the exception of like one game where they first 2 picked an Alchemist. They're a team that have a lot of faith in Arteezy's ability to win the game based on having the last pick of the draft and having that flex opportunity.
We'll see now if they go for the same bans like in the first series. I believe Invictus Gaming went with IO Phoenix, meanwhile Evil Geniuses with Earth Spirit plus, sorry, the other way around, Earth Spirit plus Dead Prophet from Invictus Gaming because of crit, obviously, right? So, and the IO Phoenix from Evil Geniuses. We'll see if they go in a similar direction.
It feels like that first big advantage gets stronger and stronger as we go in the tournament because of some of those key heroes like the Puck. Both Abed as well as Emo play an amazing Puck. So I think, it's earlier on some teams valued having last pick of the draft, getting to counter everything, or maybe playing on their preferred side, Radiant Dire. But this is where having first pick, controlling what the bans are. If you have first pick, your opponents have to ban IO, for example.
Exactly.
And maybe as Puck
Maybe,
as well.
exactly. Yeah, so when you don't have first pick, it feels like you just don't have any bans because you're just forced to ban certain heroes.
So I have to just put this one thing out there. Mars seems to be the way to go versus the Puck, and because of that, I still think Puck will be one of the top 4 bans or picks in the first stage. However, Mars looked extremely strong in the Secret Series and today in the PSG LGD versus IG Series. Meta is still evolving. We're at the grand finals of the Major. Teams are still finding ways of flexing different heroes that are still in the meta to different positions to counterattack these Pucks and Dead Prophets and whatnot.
Yeah, and while I think the 2 mid laners maybe play like similar hero pools at times and have a similar way they fit into their teams, the 2 4 positions couldn't be more different. On one side, IG, you have the range supports, the Shamans, the Lions, and then for EG, it's all about those active 4s, the Tusk, the Earth Spirit, the Tiny we've seen from Crit. So
the in-your-face heroes.
Yes, Crit is looking to make plays. He wants to win Abed his lane. Often ISS maybe gets left on his own, but Crit's just looking to make plays. That's his way of playing Dota right now, and I think it's very different when it comes to what IG are doing.
Exactly, and when you think about what IG is doing with these Shadow Shamans and Lions, they don't necessarily fare too well against these Tusks and with Earth Spirits and whatnot. However, we've seen yesterday as well with Secret, it starts in a snowball and ends up on an impale from Lions.
It can work in your favor.
It can work. It can work in your favor. If you have IO as well, anything can work in your favor.
The biggest is if you can survive the lanes, because EG are the best laning stage team in the world right now. That is how they win a lot of their games. That is really what they prioritize with their picks, their play. They're picking these heroes that can just win their lanes, and then they go from there.
In the upper bracket so far, we've seen very few comebacks. It has been whoever wins the lanes kind of wins the game, because at this level, teams are not making mistakes to throw away their leads. Or at least they normally don't. We definitely had a little moment where a lot of IG fans against PSG LGD were maybe a little sweating
in
the lower bracket finals.
What you just said was proven very much in that second game, in which the lanes were lost and you just can't win the game afterwards. All 3 lanes went in the favor of PSG LGD, so it was just a GG afterwards. GG? But we'll see. I believe that Invictus Gaming and Evil Geniuses are very solid in their laning stage, and it should be in the most common way. You win one lane, you lose one lane, and one evens out.
Yeah. We've seen not too much of either teams this tournament. IG obviously a little bit more because they got dropped to the lower bracket in round 2 of the uppers. How would you describe the growth that these 2 teams have had during this tournament? Would you even consider, for example, EG to have had any growth? Because they came in super hot, still looking super hot. I don't know if there has been a big growth?
It's hard to say with EG. I think they did show in that last best of 3 a new look. They had Arteezy win games on both Razor and Bloodseeker, 2 new carries, and carries he wasn't playing during the NADPC League. He played Razor, if you go back 5 or 6 years, was one of his signature picks, but it wasn't the greedy, I'm going to farm my lane, then farm the jungle kind of carry. So whether that's growth or just EG adapting.
Oh, that's definitely growth, because if you look at that was also versus the Monkey King, and if you look at the way SA and SCA teams that are usually playing like that with a position 1 that's just crazy and fighting all the time, Aegis Prophet and whatnot, I believe they might have copied or they've been inspired by these different teams, maybe even inspired by IG, because even though they won against them, IG is a team that likes to flex the win condition on the mid lane because they have Emo, and when you look at Evil Geniuses, Arteezy definitely is a formidable player, but Abed is
we saw what he can do, especially on puck. It's like,
and that Storm Spirit performance was pretty solid.
That's another hero which I feel like has been underpicked this tournament. When we've seen Storm picked in that second phase, it is the spirit that bullies the other one, that can win the matchups against the Void Spirit, against the Ember Spirit, and can just take over and carry games and allow you to pick a less greedy safe laner.
Okay, actually a different ban instantly coming from IG, so that's we haven't seen this. Usually they would ban out the Earth Spirit right versus the Crit, this time Tusk, but do you ban out both of those, because one of them is going to be taken, right?
We'll have to wait and see. I'm curious, because I think for this first game, it looks like IG are going to have first pick, so the pressure is going to be on EG as far as banning those signature big meta picks. So we'll have to see what EG look to take out here in game number 1.
Yeah, another hero we should be wary of, or at least IG should be wary of it, is the Alchemist. EG is not afraid to first phase it, and it's definitely something to keep in the back of your mind. Curious how this is going to go down. We do have the IO ban. As said, EG, they kind of have to. Alchemist will then also be banned out by IG, and let's...
Radiant team pick.
In which Emo just... In which Emo just dominated super hard, and when you're IG and you pick that Mirana, you can flex the hero from 4 to offlane to mid lane, and because of that it's a really good pick. And for EG right now, they needed a hero that deals with the egg. They pick it up, but because of that they give away the Mars, and
I think they had no plans to pick the Mars themselves. So that's where I'm totally okay with this. I think their plan is to go for more their style of offlaners, the Beastmaster, the Timbersaw for themselves for Ice. I don't think they just, once they saw that Phoenix pick, they're like, okay, they're going to get Mars Phoenix, what are we going to play?
The Beastmaster.
We're going to play the Ice Beastmaster. They're on the dire side this time. Usually they're picking this on Radiant, but either way, it's this hero that pushes lanes, gives them that map control, and a very strong pairing with the Mirana, which typically is played in the 4 position when EG are running this. Very kind of NADPC meta. Mirana was one of the most picked 4s because Earth Spirit was just game and every game. 4 position players love to play this greedy for Mirana.
And on the other side, we have the Phoenix-Mars combination. We see that it is still strong, however, it is not the end-all be-all that it used to be. Now you have by BKB, you're fine.
Yeah, and you can see that in Invictus Gaming they realize exactly that. Because of that, Jug is going out. You don't want to be playing versus these heroes that already have a BKB with them. So Jug, possibly one of the better bans. Maybe they can look towards the Troll as well. Heroes, the other cores that just do well versus Mars and Phoenix.
And it's very much EG in comfort zone because they played against this exact Mars Phoenix before. They had the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster went for a BKB hero that doesn't normally get it. They had BKB on their other cores. Like, this is not something new for them or any team at this, but EG just considering how few games they've played, it's almost to me an advantage they're playing against something for a second time.
My biggest question is which one of the cores on the side of Invictus Gaming will be playing that true win condition, because they can flex things up. We've talked about this. Emo with some Morphlings or something similar that in the past have been banned out against
them. His TA has been amazing.
The Storm Spirit as well, pretty formidable.
Like I said, Storm Spirit, one of those heroes I think both teams have to be worried about. That's what Abe did. You've got Beastmaster, that hero that can give you all that vision, and you want to jump that backline. Jump a hero like Phoenix before he can get his spells off. So I like Storm a lot against this Phoenix Mars because they don't bring that reliable lockdown or disable to kind of deal with.
Yeah, and talking about growth, there are two heroes that have grown pretty much on every single team in the last couple of days. That's Phantom Lancer, that I expected way more at the early stages of this tournament, and the second one is Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
So maybe one of these two will go out through.
And if you're speaking about two cores there, let me throw two supports in the mix. Shadow Shaman and Lion, both still available for picking.
Ooh. Both of them very much available. Lion, if he's picked into Invictus Gaming, I don't necessarily like him way too much into Beastmaster. Boars are hitting you, Necros are hitting you, you're scouted by the Hawk and whatnot. But if you are Invictus Gaming, you have Kaka, and we've seen what he can do on the hero.
Yeah.
There we go, the Phantom Lancer banned out by Evil Geniuses.
It's going to be interesting to see what Fly and RTZ get to play this game. We got a bit of a heavy focus on getting cores out of the way.
5 seconds.
With the Phantom
remaining.
Lancer banned out, maybe Evil Geniuses are looking towards that Morphling. Haven't seen it, but it's possible. Terrorblade as well, that's in the pool that they've played. They actually played in this matchup on the side of Fiji, right? Antoine with the TB.
And the other carry that I think I maybe prefer is something EG succeed with, which is fast-paced Dota, is Weaver. We've seen Weaver look really good. Not against the games where it's looked bad is when it's against a hero, a carry match like a PL, where it doesn't have an answer for all the illusions.
And don't be fooled, even though IG banned out the Tide Hunter, it's mostly because they play it on 5 on EG. Right?
Yes.
They flex it completely on Fly. And I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of teams ban out, like Enchantress versus EG, ban out the Tide.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not quite certain if the value of those bans.
It's hard because we haven't seen Fly dominate on Enchantress here at the Major. It's been banned against him, but it was his go-to if you go back to the leagues. And I think that's where it's really hard to draft and prepare for these teams that started in the playoffs, because you have to look at the leagues. Yeah, you have to look at the leagues and be like, this was one of their best heroes. Like, it doesn't matter if they haven't picked it yet. We just kind of got to ban it probably. But it looks like, that nice thing with the best of 5 is you do have that wiggle room. So maybe IG's saying, look, they haven't really proven they can dominate lanes with Enchantress. Let's give it to them game 1 and just see how good it is, because we don't rate this hero as highly as they do.
Yeah, one of the strangest things for me here is that Prophet, Void Spirit, all of these heroes completely untouched, and Evil Geniuses actually still ban out the Timber.
They're worried about some kind of flex.
They're worried about Mars Mid, because we have seen it. Even though I think it's exclusive versus the Puck Pick, which has already been banned, it still can be drafted in the mid lane versus other heroes.
Yeah, and we've not seen Emo play it either, but it's a threat. You want to make sure that Timber Saw is not going to come out.
When you have two superstar players, Emo and Avid, I just don't want to see Mars mid. I don't want to even see Dead Prophet mid, nothing like that. I want to see Pucks, Storms, Void Spirits, Ember Spirits. For fun.
Death Prophet ignored, by the way, so far.
Completely.
It's crazy to think that that's just been like a first pick, first ban hero, but these two teams decide, actually, maybe not so much. And EG get an Abaddon, a hero, you're against this big team fight. Well, Abaddon doesn't die in it. He can just go in, run in first, tank some spells. And generally, if you're IG, you don't want to throw spells at an Abaddon because it's just a waste of time.
Yeah, and they banned out the Oracle, so that's the only, let's say, big saver remaining from the position 5 that Evil Geniuses have snatched for themselves. Plus, if Phoenix is 4, you could have taken the Abaddon on IG. You would be playing versus Mirana and Beastmaster. It's a pretty solid pickup.
And now the Timber ban makes sense. I feel like EG knew they were going to be picking heroes that don't address Timbersaw, like a 5-position Abba, maybe even Arteezy's carry of choice is just not going to have any way of dealing with Timbersaw. So they're just like, if they pick Timber off lane and flex this Mars mid, we can't beat it. So
By the way, the TB that we mentioned earlier, Phoenix and Mars already are a bit difficult to play into. It's still possible, but not quite confident with that pick. Let's put that.
And of course, we can't forget with EG, this first pick Mirana, we expect it to be a 4, but just last series, it was flexing in the mid lane. So potential for it to go there, but you really do need to see your matchup before you can choose to send Mirana mid.
Yeah. I would still give it to Crit, right? He's just such a strong Mirana player. And you want to have this position 4 that can jump on top of the egg and kill it.
Or switching it up. The Disruptor coming out, it will be IG's first Disruptor of the tournament.
Kind of funny to see it picked into an Abaddon. Sometimes if you
Radiant
never
team
lane
pick.
against each other because both are 5, but
Here's the Storm pick. We were
the Storm pick.
talking about how this could be so good for both teams. They have mid players who can be the win condition that can win the game. You don't need to rely on just Arteezy becoming that super late game carry when you can have Abed playing the Storm Spirit. And a hero that
10
synergizes so well with what
remaining.
Beastmaster brings to the table.
If you're IG, do you want to pick up your
5
counter
seconds
to that
remaining.
storm right now? Because you know that there's going to be 2 bans coming out to focus.
two bans coming
The
out to
counters.
focus the mid lane or the safe lane. So you're kind of looking at the drafts, looking at the bans. How many more heroes do we have left in the pool, and what do we do with that right now?
Let's see, it's the Naga Siren coming out.
Oh, damn.
So far, I think it's only Arteezy that's played a game of Naga Siren.
Yeah, versus Techies.
Yeah, a bit of a weird game we saw. It was
so-
picked once or twice in the group stage. I know Quincy played in one of their games, so
The team fight from IG is ridiculous.
10
And now
seconds
one thing
remaining.
though, if this Naga plays the way Arteezy played it,
5
I'm
seconds
loving it.
remaining.
The Orchid, the SNY, I believe, Manta early on, and then you just fight. If you go for this AFK style Naga that just roams around the triangle and the
jungle,
jungles,
takes all the farm on the map.
it was so bad during the leagues. This was the one hero that would lose for anyone if played like that.
And I think that's also just the carry in general right now is like you cannot afford to be playing this passive farm your jungle style. You have to be linking up with your team early to mid game, even before you get your farming items.
So why is it picked up here? Why 4th pick Naga Siren?
Your team fight is ridiculously strong. You have set up for Disruptor, and also it's one of those heroes that has very high armor versus the Beastmaster, but you don't really care
5
about the
seconds
boars. You
remaining.
can just send the illusions on him, so overall the laning stage itself should be pretty solid for the Naga.
I don't love it against the Storm, but I don't think there are carries that match up well against the Storm. There's not many that have that instant catch or kill potential other than the obvious anti-mage, but this is not an anti-mage game. You're playing against Beastmaster. Anti-mage is completely fallen off, so they're probably just looking at this like, okay, what hero is going to work without draft? Storm doesn't like destroy Naga. Naga doesn't destroy
10
Storm. You do have the
seconds
ensnare if you ever catch the Storm, which is kind of hard to do.
You get that upgraded ensnare as well
5
through
seconds
Pierce's
remaining.
spell immunity. Could come in handy.
But IG still, right now, they're all in that team fight, and I feel like Storm in general is a hero. His playstyle does well against these heavy team fight lineups because you can just kind of play the outside of the fight. You can hit and run, you can cut waves, you can do a lot of annoying things, which Abed is so good at. And none of these heroes, I would say, are great against Storm Spirit.
It's IG actually that ban out the anti-mage versus evil geniuses. They do need that one hard carry that matches up against Naga. My question is, will they go for that route, or will they put Abed on that
10
big winning
seconds
condition of
remaining.
Storm and then give something that just fights early on for Arteezy,
5
like that
seconds
Bloodseeker
remaining.
that we've seen yesterday?
Could be they're taking their time here. They still have a lot of their bonus time left compared to IG. IG only has 5 seconds remaining in their bonus time. They use most of it to think about their Disruptor pick. And they're on Disruptor right now. I'd be quite worried about Abed Storm jumping me because he's gonna be first focused, most likely.
You can see that they banned out the Queen of Pain, and even though that's a matchup that can really go out of control for Quap. But same goes for Storm. If you do well enough in the laning stage, you get that Orchid before Queen of Pain gets used, or the Orchid, you're just hunting her throughout the whole matchup. So let's see what the other ban is. Most likely another mid laner, right?
So Void Spirit is still in the pool, Death Prophet's still in the pool. And to be fair, all spirits are still in the pool.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I mean, Co-op brings the Orchid, but having a hero like one of those spirits that maybe doesn't lane amazing against Storm, but gives you a way to catch and kill Storm later on, like the Ember particularly for me.
The ban that they did was my favorite. I think that Prophet would have been the best for Invictus Gaming, because you don't necessarily have to think about the laning itself, but your objective taking capabilities, and if Naga will be the AFK farmer, who's gonna do anything on the map for you? You need...
That's so true. And even when Naga joins up, that's not a hero that particularly takes Roche or pushes towers that fast or effectively, so that probably would have kind of filled that gap.
Let's see what they go for. That's some next level greed coming from IG. Now they have done it before, but it's usually Bloodseeker safe lane, Weaver safe lane, something similar. And
All the
then
things we said before, in terms of lanes
10
and how well the
seconds
lanes do normally set you up for a win or a loss, how would you rate that?
5
The lane
seconds
stage for IG
remaining.
Lizard.
the laning stage for me necessarily isn't the problem. The problem is when this Storm pops off and just starts hunting the Morphling and the Naga. Disruptor is difficult for him, but the laning stage should be fine for them. And they go
Carry
with the
Lesh.
Lesh.
I love it. I was thinking, okay, who's the heroes that deal with illusion? You mentioned fast pace.
Yeah.
Leshrac for Arteezy. This is something I don't think IG's ready for. It takes objectives, it pushes the tempo, it deals with those Naga illusions.
Completely different playstyle. This is... You make...
Could be, you know, but the EG, they ran something similar with the Razor draft where they, like, didn't really have the super late game, because right now they're playing against two Agi cores, and both of their cores are intelligent, so they need to have a good advantage, you know, coming after the laning stage, 10-15 minutes in, they need to have an advantage. Leshrac is a good pick, you know, to deal with the Naga Siren. OD, you got anything to add? Anything smart?
No, I mean, I'm just sort of blown away by how greedy IG's gone. I mean, Morphling and Naga, I've got to be honest, I'll be completely surprised if EG aren't able to punish this. I think EG's going to be able to run them over. I just don't see this level of greed, you know, teams getting away with it in the grand finals of a major.
Coming!
Thank you very much. But yeah, Lacoste, I mean, obviously a lot of greed with the final two cores of IG. They do have that phenomenal setup and team fight around it.
Yeah, I remember the old cheats, you know, greed is good. You know, sometimes I think in this game it could be punished. Like, EG, they have they have a fast lineup, they have a maneuverable lineup with the Storm Spirit Beastmaster. I want to see if Arteezy once again gets like an earlier bot so that he can be moving around the map, something that he did on Razor. Just to put some more pressure, like you're gonna bring that one extra hero.
Yeah, and you like the way that EG ended up, you know, going for the Arteezy Lesh when you can pull. This was pretty much
a lot of the carries were banned out, like those Radiance type of carries. Also, like you had a really good point, you know, maybe it would be a good lifesteal game because they had really nothing, but then they picked Morphling and they're like, maybe they're not going to go for it. So they decided to go for Leshrac, something that deals well with the illusions. Right now, Leshrac, just a jungle. Just jungle Lesh.
He's checking out the lanes, making sure that they get the matchups that they want. Arteezy will continue to head down bottom.
Something that they've done before, multiple times already throughout this major. Just leave Ice on the safe lane, especially when they were playing Alchemist with the Acid Spray. And the Tusk, this time around, they don't have that strong of a tri-lane, but it's still super strong. I remember historically, you know, Disruptor, he was not considered. Like, every single time, like, the tri-lanes were a thing, everyone was playing it. You see a Disruptor, you want to aggressive tri-lane, because what he brings is pretty much just Thunderstrike.
Top lane would set him now, ISO size. Deal with Fly and Kaka putting the pressure on. Be able to find some decent CS underneath the tower. It's a mid lane matchup. Definitely eyes on how well Emo is going to be able to do against Arbet, how much he's going to be able to get up lane. Bottom lane, Ollie. Going to be just slightly off the mark with the stun, but it doesn't matter. G will be the ones to claim first blood with the tri-lane.
Right now, they're thinking, do we help Kaka on the top lane? Made a big pull, will deny some of the creeps, will get level 2 by that. The way EG is playing, like they're sacrificing Ice's Ice Farm, he's one of the craziest players out there. You know, he will eventually do something that might sound or look stupid, and like EG will get the advantage from it. Like remember the Pango leader when he was playing Pango, just rolling inside the base, going near the tier 4 towers, and then you see like 1 or 2 people rotating, trying to punish that, which opens up more space for EG.
Lane Emo. And get up aggressive onto Arbed. Heroes just baiting each other. Arbed still with Verifiers to play with.
Using the healing salve, has a bottle coming up to him, so that's going to be good. Emo. Ooh, that arrow.
Careful. It's over from Crit, and we're seeing already in the mid matchup, Arbed is just having a phenomenal time against Emo in the 1v1. 11 for 6 against the 6 for 4. Arbed, so that there's no rotations or any input from the rest of the members of IG around this mid lane, we're going to see Arbed get some very quick item timings.
He will be. Also, Mirana without Marcy doesn't seem that strong. She does not have anyone to guide the arrows. Arbed just playing very aggressive on a mid lane with 1-1-1 build. You know, it's a Morphling, very hard to kill, but Arbed so far doing a really, really good job. 15 CS, 8 denies. He has more denies than Morphling has CS. Pretty impressive.
Top lane, they do get the kill onto Ice. See if Crit can get the return kill onto Kaka. Stick charges. Crit running him down. Kaka can get away from this. He can. He's into the trees. Crit won't be able to follow. Then up top, of course, this is the lane where we do imagine EG are going to have the tougher time with the way it's been set up. We'll see how much Crit's around to make it a little safer for Ice.
When you have offlaner on the safe lane and he gets a bottle, like I want to see if they will be able to like contest the 5-minute bounty rune. If you don't get it, like there should be also pressuring the bottom lane 5 minutes in, just securing the bounties, especially since JT picked up that bottle, you know, so that they don't get any value from the bounties.
Arbed did try and go for the rune, but with a quick waveform, Emo. In. Stop Arbed from getting the bottomless. One of them against the 8 for 4. Emo having no game at all so far in this laning stage, as Arbed has completely demolished it.
He still needs 50 gold to finish off his bottle. Level 4, Storm 5.25. Looks really good for Arbed.
Now bottom flight. You're right here with RTZ by his side. JT and Ollie not going to try and dive anymore. CS at the moment down on the bottom lane. JT 24-1 against RTZ's 18-1. Easy try and turn, but as soon as the spells come out, JT's able to push him away. Not able to get too much damage done with the Edict. It's up top, Kaka. Prepare the jungle.
Oh, the glimpse. He does not want him to refill the bottle.
He might still get it, right?
Truly a blessed life.
Shield, but JT's going to have another God's Rebuke in a couple of seconds. Fly. Oh, he's
got him. Now that was such a nice done by Oli. Using Glimpse just to secure that Arteezy is not going to pick up the bounty, refill his bottle, and the spear, they get the rune. Meanwhile, Arteezy is getting some free CS on the bottom lane, uncontested.
Goes on up top. Ice. He's back to getting quite a bit out of this thing. Seeing, of course, still the edge for Fly at the moment. He's the top farmer on the board, Fly. No pressure onto the Naga Siren with its lane set up, blocking all the space in the world. Its lineup. I mean, is it going to be up to EG to make any sort of rotation up towards the Naga Siren? I mean, when are we going to see EG start to group together and go? How early is that going to happen?
And once Beastmaster hits level 6 and get book 1, they could potentially threaten a kill on Naga with just one hero rotating. Kaka will still be invis. Like mid laners, they like when there's a lot of action happening on the side lanes as well, where like people die and then they get their bottle refilled, especially if they're not controlling the runes, like if they're not using it. 2 times we've seen like both supports coming in, taking the runes instead of being it bottled. Emo playing a bit aggressive on the mid lane.
They're really pushing the limits here, two of them. Abed and Emo really testing each other's capabilities. Themselves alive. We are going to see Abed go for the reset. TV's back to base.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Does a boss bouncy rune still preserved for him. Be able to stay out on the map. So it's actually about a 3 wave away from hitting the 6. Side JT. So just about to level 6. And at that point, RT is going to have to be very careful down here. Move from Abed sort of knows that JT's about to. He knows that JT's going to look for an aggressive play, so he's going to be here ready and prepared to back RTZ up.
He's having a really nice read what's happening. RTZ. JT lead in. Abed zipping onto JT. He's going to put the stick charges. Limps does separate Abed for now, but Abed's ready to come back in. Closes the gap. Gets the kill done, and now RTZ's going to dive in onto Ollie as well. They might even get the courier.
Radiant's
That's such a big move.
killed.
Like, they didn't get too much out of XP while all this was happening. Like, there was no one on the mid lane. Crit kind of connected, lost one full creep wave. He was pulling the top lane, but nice move from Abed. You know, he's back to base, refills his bottle, comes back to the bottom, secures 2 kills, a courier, and some damage on the tower.
Doesn't get much better than that from Abed's early rotations. Make his way back over to the mid. Crit able to pick up some XP whilst this was happening. The 8-minute rune come into play. Emo and Ollie looking to protect it. Ollie's actually going to take the arrow. Here is Crit's able to find the connection. Abed, you want to commit for this? He just pulls in with the vortex. We'll be able to get the kill. Emo's trying to find Abed. In return, Abed, he's out to the side. Now with the regen being pumped, he's going to be able to get back in. He wants to his Arteezy and fly. They're running down Emo. Emo's away, and Abed, he'll use the regen to farm. Doesn't want to zip in too aggressively whilst they don't have vision over there.
Sometimes stars just align. You know, he picked up that region. He found Jelly straight away. He still has that region up and running. So wants to make a move on JT.
JT shows.
Here I am.
Be a little spooky for him, JT.
Whoa, what I
Knows
missed?
something up. Abed. Might be able to find him. JT plays it safe. We'll also have Emo coming down here. Emo making his way over. See if the two of them can get some sort of a play going. JT does have the arena, but EG, they've got 3 here.
Radiant's bottom tower
The backup
is under
of Fly,
attack.
Abed, an incredibly tricky hero to set up on.
IG has 2 farming cores. Like, Morphling can't make those aggressive moves. Both supports kind of need level to be able to rotate, so it's going to be a lot on JT's shoulders to make the moves. Arena is online. He's level 7, but so is Beastmaster. Necrobook 1 done, Roar available. Like, they could just set things up. There's still no song. He didn't even save a point on Naga Siren, so very killable, but there is a rotation. JT plus a Phoenix making a move.
Ice definitely the easier of the cores to take down right now. They'll drop the arena and there's no chance for Ice. Rotation on the Beastmaster, same time around mid though. Abed able to get the jumping onto Ollie.
This is going to be such a good timing on Orchid from Storm Spirit. Something that the Storm does not like to play. Morphling does not like to play into, where like that Manta Style is a very costly item, and they don't have like a real save. There is Song of the Siren, but most of the time Naga and Morphling will not be in the same spot on the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Focus around the mid lane. Ice. Available with the Roar. If anyone steps up too far, space is made for EG to take the bottom tier 1 tower. Arteezy, of course, now with the maxed out Diabolic Edict. Take these objectives very fast. He's up top, Fly being left alone. Tier 1 taken in return. Crit setting up here, scouting out some action with the Invis. Not going to initiate or anything though, as he is purely on his own. Abed, Ice, and Fly trying to set up from the side. Ice, wants to try and go for the Roar opportunity. It's about it there, but Emo is able to slip out of the waveform and stop Ollie right behind. Tricky of a move to be made. Crit continuing to get more information. Remainder of that Invis room will now come to a finish, and Abed speed up here, maybe to see if they could start something off. It's hard. Fly around, and said they don't know if he's got the song or not, so they are going to respect the Naga system. Fly around and said they don't know if he's got the song or not, so they are going to respect the Naga Siren.
Smoke from IG. Disruptor's still level 5. Phoenix is 6. They might. I mean, they have enough damage if they go with the. Nice. Careful. Let's see what his raid is. Radiant using the scan. They know someone is in triangle. Yeah, Ice. He looks pretty dead.
Oh! I mean...
A bit of Kale.
let's see. It was at this moment he realized. Ice.
They're also laughing. Yeah, they're tipping Ice. Just giving that money so he can retire earlier. Just keep collecting it. What I like about EG is like warding. Like these two wards that they have on the bottom part of the map are pretty much the exact same wards that they had when they played Alchemist offlane when he had the 9-minute Battle Fury.
Yes.
And those two wards did not get the ward. You can scout the rotations, possibly like also smoke rotations when people are coming to tier 2 tower, any rotations in the lane, the rotations and the deep ward inside this area, but still did not get rewarded. So probably expecting the same thing to happen here. Ice. Yeah, we already said it looks pretty dead.
Throw out the raw there as well. Be able to achieve anything with it, or maybe he will actually, because Ollie is set up very low. Crit and RTZ able to come in and get Ollie in return. Be able to chase for more though. Parker and JT a bit speedy with targets. So they're out there.
I talked about the itemization on RTZ, like the earlier boots of travel. You can kind of see the patterns in what EG is doing. Pretty much the similar style of playing. Picks up the boots of travel when he was playing the Razor. Like he needs to be greeted this time around because he is the core. Like he needs to be able to scale. Morana ulti. JT, no dust.
Oh! There's him there. RTZ. Not going to latch on for anything as he goes straight through the trees. The mid, Arbed, very close to see Emo responding to that build. He's going to be getting the duels first.
Okay, because
is under attack.
Like it's a cheaper way of dispelling thing. We have no save whatsoever, so he needs to be able to remove those silences. I've seen it a couple of times. It can work.
Interesting direction, but definitely a necessary one. We're in the jungle, Crit. Trying to get in on this. He's going to leap straight in the middle of them and leap into his death. Obviously, no real chance of getting away with the 3 points on Glimpse. Ollie would always be able to bring him back, so Crit just trying to get in and do as much damage as he could before he goes down.
Dire are scanning.
Beastmaster, he's really struggling this time. He got caught 3 times. The start of his early game wasn't really good because he was playing into dual lane against the Beastmaster.
They go for JT, but JT did get the arena down. What's over from RTZ? The arena wall still holding back. He's not able to set up anything off the back of that Roar attempt. Also likewise for JT, his also on cooldown.
He has enough money to buy a Blink Dagger, to just go to base, pick up that Blink Dagger. No arena, but he can always make those spear plays into the towers, into buildings or cliffs. Storm just finished off the overkill. 13 minutes in. Does anyone have a smoke? There is one smoke on Crit, but Emo. Like he's super close. Like he just needs one CS to be able to actually get that Yule Scepter, and then he will have a way of dispelling this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely need to keep the pressure up. Moment in time, IG with the greedy lineup with a Morphling and a Naga Siren. They are 2,000, 3,000 gold ahead.
They feel, much safer going into the late game. Their team fight is much stronger. EG, they are the ones who need making stuff on the map with the Orchid on the Storm Spirit. Like, they should try to look for a pick-off. But IG seems like they're having a really good read what's going on. Just going together, also smoking up. RTZ just showed on top.
They're able to close in on him on time. They're going straight towards him. Over in the mid lane, shot's going to be made onto Emo first, though, by EG. EG, they'll take down the Morph. RTZ in trouble. The Spear actually missing. Drop the static stop. Time big ball for the rest of EG to TP over. RTZ will still go down. Fly, unable to help him from the high ground. Gets back onto Arbed. Arbed will be taken straight back to the mid.
Yeah, Fly used a Photic Shield on himself. I don't think it would matter. I believe he was already dead. But nice move rotation. They still lose one. IG should be careful when the rest of the team is using a smoke like that. You need to be very careful, like what you're doing with the hero, especially as a Morphling. We said that ISSI is kind of struggling this time around. Has a boot 15 minutes in, but he also has boots.
Trying to get the grab onto my side. Ice still going to lay down the roar. The arrow follow-up. Crit jumps in with the burst. Have they got enough? They do. JT taken down.
And now they can start putting pressure on this tower. This tower's actually set. They have 4 points of Edict, but they're easy. Like, he needs to be a bit more careful. Yes, you have a baton behind yourself. You're still very versatile. The only item you have pretty much is Kaya, so you don't have that much HP.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Chance to get in on this.
Dire's top tower is
Risk
under
it
attack.
up the high ground of IG's triangle. Back on track, taking towers. They're yet to slow down the farm really of Fly. 9k net worth coming in.
Tower is under attack.
Fly has been having an amazing time most of the time on just the top lane. Has that Manta style, which will increase his farming capabilities. Going into Scotty next. Just wants to be able to tank up. He understands most of the damage comes from the last rack. Song
set up. Ollie has got Static Storm. They could look to drop everything on Artesian. They will. Static Storm. Supernova's out. Fly and Artesian are going to try and take down the egg. Can they do so? They can't. Supernova successful. Artesian goes down. Fly by himself a bit of time with the borrowed time. Chasing down and bringing back they can. Ollie with the glimpse gets Fly back in the reaches of JT and Kaka as Fly will slowly be burned down.
Yeah, that was such a clutch Yule Scepter coming out from the Morphling there. Yes, you heard that correctly. Yule Scepter from the Morphling, who wanted to have something to dispel silence coming out from the storm, and he uses it just so that he secures Egg, manages to get off in the team fight. Philosopher's Stone found by EG. Every single time I see that item, I'm like, yeah, this is good, you know, because your position 4, your position 5 will always want to hold that item.
Playing Artsy. They're alone at the moment. He's going to try and open up on Emo here. Moves in with the stun. He's going to be able to find him. Emo was not ready for that one bit. Zartizi strikes from the shadows and gets the solo kill onto the Maul. Emo over in the triangle. Arbed leading in with the backup of Ice. They drop the roar down onto JT. JT will fall. Firefly trying to go for Arbed. Arbed still with mana to play with as he's out of there.
Now you can see the damage coming up from the Naga Siren. Good 2 pickoffs, especially the one from RTZ, pretty much the solo kill. Now he starts to put some pressure on the top tower. Edict, such a powerful ability against the towers.
Buildings just as fast as they need to be, really. Coming up to 18 minutes in. They've already taken 4 towers away. Whilst they themselves, they've only lost the one tier 1 top. Fly. Protecting Arteezy here with his aggressive positioning. Emo. Try and lead in onto Fly. Get the glimpse back onto Crit. Static Storm jumped in well. Fly trying to do his best to keep Crit alive from outside of the storm. A Crit will still fall. Emo moving in onto Arteezy.
Arteezy out of mana.
Set up. JT's got the blink. Arena down. And dropping the angle onto Arteezy, but he's under reviving because Arbed in with the silence. Stops this combo from JT. Arbed, the savior, coming in to turn it around. As Fly, he'll also fall. As EG, they're able to take down 4 of IG. They're going to go straight for the pit.
Yeah, try to get that Aegis. Artesan's running low on mana. Manages to get the Arcane Ring, just a bit more damage. And you said it, Arbed just stops the combo. He understands where the most of the damage is going to come from. They have Fly on a baton, keeping them alive. Arrow inside the pit. Can connect. They can't respond to this. They do not have Naga Siren for 20 seconds. Song will be available, but this is exactly how EG needs to play. Like, they need to be aggressive. They need to make stuff happen right now, get some advantage with their lineup.
IG definitely going to be a little shaken up after that last move.
Bottom tower is under attack.
1k lead at the moment for EG. In a very close position here between these two teams where EG are getting these objectives, but it's not like IG's cores are falling behind in farm. Both Emo, especially Fly, getting a lot out of the game right now. Already halfway pretty much towards the Skadi. Fly. We see that fight, that turnaround again, as it really did look like it absolutely could have gone IG's way. If JT was able to get in and get that combo down onto Arteezy, taking the Lesh out, things would have looked a whole lot different.
Arrow. Ooh.
Do have the ults up, IG. IG could look to set something up. It's a lot harder now that there is that Aegis on Arteezy. He's ulted into Emo. Boys, got to be careful, Emo. JT. Arteezy's also got to be careful. JT's able to get in, spear Arteezy overwatch the trees. At the edge, it's done, but now Arbed, he's zipping in the backline. Supernova out. See Emo disabling Arbed for now with the Yours. Arbed still zipping off to the side, but Supernova's going to be successful to start. Catching the 3 of them. Arteezy pulling out. Arbed jumps back in over towards Ollie, brings down the Disruptor.
Dire's
Song set up from Fly being used here to actually allow IG to back away.
Oh man, this was such a big do. Like, he caught Morphling, but there was no real follow-up. They just needed one extra stun, either an arrow or Storm Spirit jumping in. Then Storm jumps on the Phoenix, who manages to get the Supernova off. And once again, those Yule Scepters just keeping them in the air so the egg can go off. Like a bit of a throw there. Arteezy, like, he lost the Bloodstone charges as well. On top of that, he thought he was tanky, but the team was not there.
Stupid!
No, not at all. Just a little too far forward, away from the rest of the squad, and not the usage out of the Aegis that EG kind of need to get when they're running a lineup like this. These sort of deaths and slowdowns in the process that they're going for with their draft, it's going to hurt.
That was kind of like a shocked Pikachu face, or like, what's going on? Where's the rest of the team? And this will slow them down. Like, still, Morphling doesn't deal that much damage. You didn't get the Manta style, so you don't get the stats. Yule Scepter is a cheaper way of dispelling things. Now going into E-Blade, so that's going to help out quite a lot with dealing the damage. But still needs some more time. He's not a real carry in this game. It's the Naga Siren.
They go for Emo, follow up here with the Roar and the arrow. Everything being laid down onto Emo with the stuns. They've got it. Not enough strength being built up as Emo will fall. Ollie will as well. GG make moves here with the four of them. Arteezy will also come over to start bringing in this top lane. Start pressuring the tier 2s again. EG just continue to make these moves. Enable Arbed. Arbed very close to the BKB, just a recipe away.
Double damage!
Still having a flawless game. 6-0-5 on the Storm Spirit.
Abed, this time around, like, he does not want to go for any greedy items. He needs that BKB. He wants to be able to jump the back lines, does not care about Song. They have literally no abilities that go through Magic Immunity other than Supernova, but Abed's job is just going to be, like, I'll try to go get a jump on Phoenix. It's not going to be that easy because Phoenix has Yules right now, so they need some follow-up.
Progress-wise for IG Fly, Skadi is going to be done for the next fight. So this Naga Siren it's going to be huge. EG, they're going to have to be really prepared to deal with and keep that distance from Fly. If they get any sort of lockdown onto the cores, Fly will tear them apart.
Fly also going for a color coordinated build, like everything is kind of greenish, bluish. I really like that. Like even the neutral item is also greenish.
What about the fashion Fly? He looks good.
Yeah, after seeing Arteezy, bringing out the fashion, it's like, maybe I can't do it in real life, but I'll do it in game. Matters more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Talking about fashion on Naga Siren, here's one for you, look across. What did Naga Siren wear to the maths test?
Radiant's bottom tower is
An
under
algae bra.
attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
All right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Morphling, still put some pressure. He's not that easy to kill, but if they try to surprise him one more time, there is always going to be this Sun Ray right now. Also, Phoenix is getting a ton of farm. Yule Scepter going for that house.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 mid. Fly. He's got the song set up. Oh, they're a little too close to each other. Ice and Crit. They're looking pretty tasty here. Ollie. He lays down the Storm combo. They're caught in it. They're trying to do their best to split. The arena's down. Evo comes in, blows up Crit, takes down Ice.
Oh, yeah. That was such a beautiful song on Mirana. First thing that comes to my mind is, praise the moon of May. They actually got Mirana there, and beautiful song. Nice setup. JT getting closer to the BKB. Like, once he gets that, there's still, like, Edict, there's a Beastmaster Roar. I still feel they will need to, they have a lot of problems right now in EG, because they feel like they're under pressure, they need to be doing stuff. You're playing into two Agi carry heroes, you have, like, your Leshrac, your Storm, their Intelligence. So, IG's lineup is much better in the late game.
Aggressive moves going. Fly, kind of chilling here around the boundary rune spot. We'll be able to get the pickup on it. They don't really want to commit on it because they know there's backup coming in. As Arbed zips straight over, looking towards the Mars. Mars will be healed up by the Sunray. Side Arteezy, looking towards Fly. Arbed's in. He's a little low on mana, Arbed. They can continue to chase down Fly. They can't. Fly will be fine. JT comes in with a spear to push Fly back.
Fly just a bit too speedy. Fly has one fly, so it makes a lot of sense.
Fly equals...
Yeah, it's
Fly
like
equals
having
2x fly.
2 horsepower and the other guy has 1 horsepower. It's has double the
Radiant's
amount, so
middle
it's gonna
tower
be
is under attack.
more speedy, which makes a lot of sense.
Radiant's middle
Arrow does
tower
not
has
connect.
fallen.
Yeah, man. Going back onto RTZ. RTZ needs help, and he needs it now. He's going to put the Bloodstone heal. BKB popped by Abed. Abed trying to push back JT. He's on, man, and the Supernova comes out. EG, they've got to back off. Timo. Turn into the left side, have some extra damage over the side. They've got the raw, the arrow.
That's a second arrow.
A beautiful hit there from Crit coming in from the side. Fly. He's got to turn. He's got to run. He gets the song off in time. Fly. He will live.
Oh,
but he
that
has
was
to run.
so unfortunate. Like, they just got BKB delivered on the Leshrac. If he had that like 2 seconds earlier, he would probably be able to chase down Naga Siren. All they needed was maybe 2 hits from the Pulse Nova. But what an arrow from Crit. Like, Crit just
that
like...
was pretty much max arrow. Yeah. And, well, all he needs to change his underwear after that one. That was a little too
close
close.
one for sure. So next Roshan may respawn in 20 seconds. We'll see. It's going to be a longer respawn. If it's like early respawn, EG should just try to go inside. They know that the song is on cooldown. They also want to have that level 18 on Naga Siren. It's a big difference. 40-second difference between level 2 and level 3 ulti.
Yeah, we'll check this fight again, as you say, just getting on RTZ. He didn't quite have the BKB delivered yet, so struggled to really take that fight to its full
And
potential.
here comes Sniper. Look at this.
I mean, it was the combo as well. The raw from Ice actually pushing the Naga Siren into the arrow. So a real combo play there between the two of them.
Yeah, the real combo was actually overlapping stuns, and unfortunately, it was a sick arrow. They needed just a little bit more damage, like 200 damage.
JT's getting gone on here, already back in the action on the backline. Ahmed jumping over towards Kaka. Kaka's not able to dive out in time, and Emo, he's been caught at the front. Emo's down.
Radiant's top tower.
EG with those 2 kills, they can look to continue to push on, take this tier 2 tower.
And Emo, he does not get the shift off. This is like 3rd or 4th time already that he was not able to get it off. E-Blade is done, but the tier 2 tower
Radiant's
also
top
gone.
tower
Roshan, long respawn time. It was like full duration respawn, 3 minutes. Fred has also a Spirit Vessel, so that's going to help quite a lot against those heals, the overtime damage. EG 5k gold lead for now.
Likely to get a lot of value out of the Vessel this game. Of course, always good against the Morse. Sure, he's got a way to dispel it, but as we're seeing most of the time, Emo, he has to use that sort of silence if he gets jumped upon by Arbed. So there's always
It's also, you need to be careful about Yule Scepter. It's a great setup for Morana's arrow. They have 2 Yule Scepter. It's a good item. Kaka this time around just changing things a bit. He wanted to get the Hex against the Storm Spirit. Decides to go for the full pipe. He was extremely farmed. I think it's a correct choice. Playing into Leshrac, playing into Storm Spirit, there's going to be a ton of magical damage. You just want to be able to tank up yourself and your own team.
Looking to wait around the Roshan timer. Minute to the sub. Ice. He's heading in. Found Ollie here with the army. Fly, trying to hold him back, but the BKB's down from Ice. He's going to turn over one Fly as they jump in. Draws down. Arbed, Crit, and Ice surrounding him. He's tanky, but he's not tanky enough there to withstand the damage here from 4 members of EG. The rest of IG just nowhere close enough to help out.
And Beastmaster this time around also has a BKB ready just to be able to go in. Like, they don't have abilities that go to match community. JT?
RTZ's found him here with the help of Fly. He's going to drop the arena, but there's nowhere for JT to run. He's going to try and TP, but with the BKB up on RTZ,
Yeah.
walks straight through the wall and takes him down. As that was a bit of an unnecessary loss there for IG after they'd already lost 2 out on the map.
JT stance was just TP, but this time around did not really work out. It was, that most of the time that's not going to work out. Damage coming out from Lash is just a bit too high. They're also controlling the outpost, 3:30-minute mark.
Yeah, that hurts for sure now. He's going to get some space. I mean, back in my day, JT was bringing sexy back, and nowadays he doesn't even know how to get back.
An easy shot. Shadow.
He needs that BKB. He's also a bit, under level. He's level 14, 30 minutes in, while Beastmaster's almost level 20.
See RTZ there having a bit of a giggle.
The prize is mine.
737 hit. Tome. I think RTZ... I think he's taken all the tomes this game, RTZ.
I see no difference. I played Dota for 15 years. Tomes were not that long in Dota, but every single time it happens, someone just steals my tome.
Yeah, no, there is. RTZ's...
If this was a pub game, RTZ's getting reported. This is an Overwatch case for sure.
If RTZ was in my pub, I think you let him get the tomes.
Let the fun begin.
Here we go, down mid. Ahmed. Gonna look to lead in onto Karka. The arrow actually gonna hit JT. They might be able to do something with this. They do. Arbet commits to the BKB, gets straight in onto JT. JT in trouble. Trying to back off, but JT's down. Arbet now to the high ground. He's looking to get the counter on the Firefly. They're dropping the Supernova. The Firefly just gets taken out. There's no help for him. If the Supernova will go off, JT's come back in with a buyback, but there's no Firefly for 50 seconds. Emo
TC taking everything.
Arbet just running them down. RTC into the base on top of Emo. Emo's dead. No buyback on him. JT in trouble. This is going to be a buyback on command. They'll call it GG as EG will take game 1.
Man, this was their timing. Like, they grouped around, they got a couple of pickoffs, even without going for the second roach, they were feeling themselves. You know, the damage coming up from the last track, he was super farmed. JT caught the arrow. Like, that arrow was pretty much straightforward. He catches it, and just it feels like the game's over after he catches that arrow.
Yeah, a bit of sort of, for IG at least, a bit of an anticlimax again for them. You know, they're having this
laning stage, but man, he landed some really nice, you know, just controlling the hawk. Like, that's pretty much the most important part of the Beastmaster. So some crisp stuff coming out from EG in game number 1.
Absolutely excellent draft, and I would be surprised if we see IG try as greedy of a route as they did this game with the Morphling and the Naga Siren, as we saw. He's very susceptible to a few mistakes, and boom, EG is going to be able to close the game out. So EG, they'll take game 1 in the grand finals.
A very dominant start for Evil Geniuses here in the first game of a best-of-5 grand finals, and they look so good. We were going to start with the laning stage here with Gods. Laning stage, I think we should talk a little bit about Abed versus Emo in the mid lane.
Yeah, Abed, the first 5 minutes was doubling his CS, having a great time, and that allowed Abed to just kind of transition into this really fast Orchid and make lots of move around the map. Morphling caught up and was kind of similar net worth to Abed for a lot of the mid game, but because of the good start, Abed was able to make so many plays around the map.
It looked really good for me, for IG at the beginning. Even though, that lane didn't go too well, I felt like they had this game because of the lack of action coming from EG. Let's put it that way, maybe significant action. They took tier 1 on bottom lane and mid. However, every time cooldowns were off for IG, they would get multiple kills. They would really utilize them properly, and seemingly every team fight they had every ulti. However,
this is the fight.
Yeah.
That turns it all.
It felt like Emo was not on point with the Morphling. His build is fine, by the way, don't get me wrong. The Yules is also completely normal in this situation, but a couple times they just catch him off guard, or they force him into shifting agi with the stun. Crit landed so many arrows, I think he turned their PCs off with it at some point. It's not the stun any longer, it's a log out from the game. Just very solid from EG, punishing completely the read.
You could see the strength and why they picked the Naga, because it was so good against the Beastmaster in the lane, and it was like they were trying to keep these lanes pushed out. But I think for me, one of the key things with the EG, you look at the last 20 minutes of the game, there were a lot of big team fights, and saw moments of, you know, brilliance from IG where they're winning those fights. Every single team fight was on IG's side of the map. A big part of that is Beastmaster, Lacoste highlight, the vision it gives you, but it pushes out these lanes. So even when EG were trading, not winning a fight because of the big ultis, they would just come right back, and they don't lose any towers because they're on IG's side of the map.
It was quite surprising to see the big team fights. EG was just allowed to back off a lot of the times. You know, you got the Mars arena, the big Phoenix egg, and then it's like, okay, we'll just wait a second, and then we'll come back, and then all your ultimates are going to be on cooldown, and then we'll win the fight because you threw everything already.
Yeah, that's one of the best things.
Enjoying that
That was the arrow that misses one hero and hits JT in the back.
I think we're about to see it.
Yeah, JT.
That was
unfortunate for him a little bit. Overall, IG definitely did look solid at different parts of the game. Early on, Naga and Morphling were staying as top 2 cores in the game. Beastmaster had a ridiculously hard, difficult laning versus the Naga, which is one of the reasons why they picked him. We weren't really certain about the Morphling completion of this draft. I'm still not certain about it. I still think it's extremely greedy. But you have to also notice that, I don't know what this was, but this wasn't the normal Emo Morphling.
You know, we're in the grand finals. We're very far into this tournament. There are only so many excuses we can make for people underperforming. We have high expectations for Emo. Let me set that out straight first, because we have seen what he can do. And last season, he was on top, the star player to watch. This tournament, IG has looked good. I mean, they're in the grand final. They're doing something right. But it is not the same star power feel from Emo that I think a lot of us were expecting coming into this.
Yeah, I think coming into most IG series, look at Emo as like he's their best player, he's their star. And definitely didn't feel it watching this game from the outside. There's perhaps a lot of pressure on him. And I think he just tried to do too much. Usually the idea is when you're playing Morphling, it's like, okay, I'm a Morphling, my team picked me this hero to win us this game. They didn't need Morphling to just solo carry this game. They had this crazy team fight. They had a Naga, which was going to cause a lot of problems for EG. They didn't have the best answer to. And I think Emo just overplayed his hand a bit this game.
Now on the side of EG, we have a lot of comfort coming out in the drafts. Of course, the Avon Storm has to be mentioned. And I know it might start getting old, but I do want to give him the MVP. The other one would be the Ice Beastmaster. I'm torn. If I could give 2, I would.
You can. You've proven that you have that power.
I would say it's more Abed. I think, you know, we've given him a ton of MVPs, but right now, he is not just the best mid player in this tournament, he is the best Dota player in this tournament. He has been, he's delivered time and time again. His play has just been phenomenal.
And coming into this series, we did take Abed versus Emo matchup for a reason. This is the lane to look out for. Who wins the matchup might just win the game, and Abed definitely handled him in those first couple of minutes, in the first couple of CS. And there we go with the Ice as well.
The positioning of the Hawk is as pointed out, and overall, just solid performance all around. I mean, they won.
Did his job.
Very solid. And this game was the game that IG was able to prepare for most, right? You come into the first game of a best-of-5 grand finals. First game is what you are able to write out on paper, basically, the majority of the draft. And I'm a little worried that this is what they came up with, Lizard.
For EG, possibilities are endless at the moment. It looks like they can pretty much play anything that's played by the rest of the pack, and they can perform just as well, if not even better. For IG, Morphling at Naga, this is... Yeah, I'm worried as well.
Yeah, their own draft, I think, needs some tweaks, some improvements. But I think also looking at EG, we saw that Abed Storm coming. The puck wasn't going to be there. I think they had to be either more ready for it or ban it out in that second phase. And I think I like the idea of letting the Beastmaster through, but we may even see that being a first ban-worthy hero, because EG will first to Beastmaster almost every single game if they feel like it's going to be a good Beastmaster game.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what we're going to have in the second game around. Second game of this best-of-5 grand finals is, of course, right around the corner. Before we head to a break, though, let's do a quick shout-out for one of our sponsors. Tubi has been amazing, and if you want to elevate your life on the go, make sure to follow at Tubi Travel on Instagram and everywhere. Actually, it's the same tag, Tubi Travel. I know there might not be a lot traveling right now for you, but I also know you want to start traveling again when you can. So just be prepared to start doing that the moment we can. And hopefully that is soon. But is Game 2 of the Grand Finals. We'll be right back after a break. Singapore Major coming your way right now. I'm here with Gods and Lizard, and we're here to talk about what changes mostly IG needs to make here in their series against Evil Geniuses, because IG is one game down. Invictus Gaming lost that first game. They came in with a little bit of a greedy plan, and they paid for it with the game. But they can do it. We know this is not their normal style. We know that they can play different styles of Dota, Gods.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again. They'll happily pick a wide array of heroes for Emo in the mid lane. We've seen Fly a number of heroes. They can play a less greedy style. I think they just went a bit too all in on this long cooldown team fight plus greed. And I think they just need to, pull it back a bit and give EG a bit less of what they're comfortable on.
I think they caught themselves in their own net in a way that they were trying to counter a little bit too hard with the Naga.
Yeah.
The PL was banned out. Maybe that's what they were planning, and then because of Beastmaster, right? And then you pick another high armor illusion-based hero, Naga, and you do dominate the lane. However, you end up with Naga plus Morphling at the end of the drafting stage, and you find yourself unable to do a whole lot. I think if they adjust the drafts a little bit, they can definitely play a bit better at least.
Yeah, because we're mentioning a lot of the Naga and Morphling, and they didn't work out. But I want to talk openings, because in this first game that we...
It's not a bad combo by any means, but you know what you're getting into. It may put EG in a pretty comfortable position to play a game where, instead of trying to match the team fight of Mars Phoenix, they said we're going to play a vision map control game. We're going to keep all these lanes pushed. We're going to have Beastmaster, and we're going to just Storm, Lesh. They had 2 intelligence cores. They didn't have an agi carry you typically see, but these are heroes that can just kind of play the outskirts of fights, pick off the back lines.
Agi carry was on the Mirana, right? On
He was the agi carry. He was the guy that hit the egg.
The main fact I feel like from EG's draft is that they're always online. They literally don't even need that much gold coming from the laning stage from the Lash Rack and Beastmaster. They're just pushing with levels.
Their longest cooldown is Beastmaster Roar.
And exactly, the cooldowns are the most important thing, because you lose a fight, but you're ready to go and engage again the moment you respawn, which
That's
is
exactly what they did.
Yeah, and which is a tempo that Naga cannot handle. Like, he was fighting way too much on the side of Fly. Plus he went for a Skadi Basher kind of a build, which I don't mind. It's just still too slow versus Storm Lash Beast.
Yeah, I feel like if we saw Ortiz on the Naga, he went for that Orchid build. If you want to be more active and fight more, you need to go for something that can maybe come online a bit faster, particularly when you have that morph. But it's hard to fault him. I don't think his itemization loses in the game by anything. It's like a lot of factors that didn't go IG's way.
Just feeling out the bans and thinking, will it be the Tusk once again from Invictus Gaming? Will they maybe go with the Mirror Spirit once?
I don't think
like
they
before.
had the choice. This first game, they had the choice. They banned out Tusk Alchemist. I agree with those bans. I can see that. I was hoping that they would pick up the Timber Cell for themselves, because we know JT can handle that very well. But this time, very likely, unless something miraculous happens that a team does not want first pick, this time I'm thinking they need to ban Io and Puck. You do not want to give EG Io. We know we haven't seen them play it, but we heard Emo say it himself. He's like, yeah, let's give me a go, and he crushed with it with very little preparation. And you definitely don't want to give Evil Geniuses the Ab and Puck, because that's just, you might as well just straight up call GP, go game 3.
I don't think necessarily that second pick is that bad, considering that you can kind of control the way the draft goes. You have the last pick as well, so...
It just means that you don't have the luxury of banning out some of the heroes.
That's
who
100% true.
Want to face.
You have to figure out what the trade is going to be. Like, okay, we're going to give them a Tusk, and we're going to get this hero. That's usually what it is.
Speaking of trades, would you ever consider leaving both Io and Puck in, because then you can get one of the two? And if so, would EG go for the Io or for the Puck? Because I think that's a tricky one too.
We've seen too many teams burn themselves in this fire.
I think you have the same response as me.
Yeah.
EG's going to first pick Io, and
then you can pick whatever the hell you want to.
Yeah. I mean, Puck is good, but it's not Io good, I think, is at least how Liz and I feel about it.
100%. I even feel like Puck has a couple of different answers that you can go for.
Yep. I thought a team like EG may let it in because they play a lot of the Earth Spirit. We saw Thunder Predator early on in the tournament. They were giving teams Puck and just going all in on the Earth Spirit, the Lions, the Shamans, these heroes with hexes that can make Puck's life a little bit more difficult.
The one reason why maybe they get rid of the Puck in the previous game was also the Storm, right? Like if you're playing the Storm, it can be a bit difficult later on with that dealing with the Dream Coil. But here we go with a completely different ban from Evil Geniuses, a troll very early on.
They actually get bans this time, you know? They don't just get forced to ban the Eye of Puck, as we keep saying, so they're going to target some of these carries, and I would expect EG, they ban Troll Timber. To me, this just says they're going to first heal Beastmaster again. Like that's
possible,
what I see these bans, that's what I read from this at least.
Very possible, considering how much they like the Beast as well. And this Timber, I think you ban it out versus IG regardless. It's just one of those heroes that JT is too strong on. And Tusk is in the pool, Earth Spirit is in the pool, why not pick one of those?
Yep, they go.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban.
Okay, this is something that hasn't been banned out before. I mean, it has been banned out, sorry, in all the games previous.
But normally, I mean, we have seen JT play the Alchemist. It was actually against their series against EG. It didn't work out.
Yeah, it was the Void Spirit and Weaver one, if I'm correct, right?
You are correct.
It didn't really work out that great. Void Spirit is an amazing agonist carrier. Weaver, however, I remember... I think still, if they adjusted the build on JT's Alchemist that game, it would have been better, because you don't necessarily need to give it to Weaver. Just give it to Void Spirit and then go into Solar Crest, Blink, whatnot. And Alchemist really suffered that whole game, so...
10 seconds.
We know EG plays it as the Artesia hero, the carry hero, and so far we've seen that be more successful than the off-lane Factory Alchemist.
Definitely a possibility here for IG as well.
With that said, most of the teams from the Chinese DPC have been running it offlane.
Yes.
You know, we've seen LGD, we've seen IG, we've seen VG. All these teams are 90% of the time running it offlane. So that would be my expectation right now. And I imagine for EG, you're thinking, let's ban out some of those Ags heroes that Alchemist is going to be looking to buff up.
And if you're IG, you're looking at the offlaners right now. To ban out the Mars, the Beastmaster that you mentioned earlier, perhaps also comes to mind. Timbersaw already banned out, so Alchemist feels just so much safer in the game.
It's going to be very interesting to find out what Ice is going to play this game. I would imagine there's going to be a lot of offlane bans coming out.
There is a bird still left in the pool.
There is.
The shiny one?
That's one of the ones that I'm expecting. Oh, you mean the shiny
one? The Phoenix?
The shiny one, yeah.
Is that the shiny one?
I thought you meant the hawk from the Beastmaster.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's another.
Get banned
there's another bird.
Wyvern, Fly plays Wyvern.
Sure, he was really good on that one game of Wyvern. But I think both of these teams value Phoenix quite a bit.
Yes,
I don't see the reason why not to pick it up on that position 5 for one of these, or ban it out. Maybe some higher value bans coming from EG.
Yeah, thinking about it quite a bit.
It's a very open draft from IG. That's the problem. They played Lion on 5 and 4, Alchemist on. Obviously, they played it on offlane, but I'm sure they could flex it anywhere.
So far, this tournament, this major, only Kaka has played Lion for IG.
Yep. I believe in the regionals they've had Lion on 5 too, but I don't like it at all on 5. It's just it's not that much of a strong laner on position 5 on the safe lane, and he needs farm. He needs one of these items. Aether Lance, Blink. Does not necessarily do nearly as much without farm. Gyrocopter banned out by EG. Okay, they're aiming at not only the potential of a carry gyro that benefits from the Aghanim's, but also that position 5.
It's Ollie himself who's played it numerous times in that 5 role in.
Is it the Jug next? What do you think?
For a ban?
Yeah.
Unless EG themselves want to play it, they don't have that last pick of the draft, so they could be taking it for themselves.
Yep. There's Ursa in the pool as well, but I'm thinking about these heroes that are good with the Aghanim's. Wait, Monkey King is still in the pool, but these two teams don't necessarily value it that much, it looks like.
That we've not seen Monkey played by either of these teams the entire major, which is unusual.
I'm sure Invictus Gaming, if they wanted to, they could. There you go. Yeah, I'm sure that they won't be able to pick it because it's been banned out.
And this is where, some of those, what are often considered those Phase 1 heroes still in the pool. The Phoenix, the Death Prophet, both still lurking around, although we saw last game 1 draft, Death Prophet no longer that high value pick as it was for many other teams.
I still don't mind the Void Spirit plus Alchemist, by the way, as well.
5
Even versus the
seconds
Storm
remaining.
Spirit. I know that the Storm Spirit is difficult for Void Spirit to deal with, but
Dire team
when you get
pick.
that early Aghanims, it
Evil
doesn't feel nearly
geniuses
as
turn
bad.
to pick.
They go with an Abaddon instead first.
Yeah. So IG banned Death Prophet. That I think that would have been a nice hero to really push the tempo, take objectives, because
Ice.
Ice can play it, Fly can play it in the 5 position. It kind of fits both roles, and it's a nice pick just because it's going to keep IG guessing a little bit about exactly
10
what's coming their
seconds
way.
remaining.
And we see another Abaddon pick up. A little bit of secure. It just feels like
seconds remaining.
Oracle and Abaddon feel. They don't feel they are extremely popular in the Chinese region. Even if you don't have, a necessarily great target to false promise or to shield all the time, it's just the playstyle fits them.
And I think the Abaddon, its plays is very much like I can run anywhere I want to get vision for my team, be quote unquote out of position, but you're an Abaddon, so you just don't die. You can always run in, try to save your carry.
The only problem is when I see Landon playing that Abaddon, I'm in love, man. What he does, it's some Slav spirit infused. He dives tier 2s very early on, but Oli, in his own right, plays a mean Abaddon too.
He does, for sure. AG. At this stage of the game, it's the same point for Invictus Gaming previously. This third pick is where most of the time has been spent because you define the rest of your draft. Beastmaster will be the pickup. We talked about it. It worked out so
Evil
well
geniuses
in
turn
game
to
1,
pick.
and Ice will have a field day with it. And the Void Spirit, as you mentioned, Lizard coming out still for IG.
Looking way more and more like, offlane Alchemist. I feel like even from the start, it was kind of headed that direction just because that's been the meta coming out from IG and the teams they compete against. Now you've got
10
that mid laner
seconds
that you can pull an Axe Scepter too. Not the best lane versus Storm, but as far as the game
5
as a whole,
seconds
especially if you're
remaining.
getting pulled an early Axe Scepter, that
Exactly.
can cause Storm a lot of problems. He's going to have to go for that safe build. Orchid, then BKB right away
Yeah,
afterwards.
you get that Aghanim, suddenly you have stacks on your spell, plus you have the silence. It's just very strong versus Storm Spirit. EG now have to decide whether to pick the position 5
geniuses
or
turn
the
to
carry.
back.
They go with an ancient apparition.
Traditional counter to the Alchemist, and great against Abaddon.
Yes and no, because this is an Alchemist on the offlane, right?
Sure.
And because of that, it doesn't really...
He's not going to fight.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
It doesn't really bother him that
10
much that
seconds
you're gonna
remaining.
ulti him. He's still going to give away his Aghanims, scepters.
But he
5
can't
seconds
farm when he's
remaining.
dead.
That's true. Hopefully, what they're thinking is we have Roar, we have Storm Spirit.
It's the pick-off game.
Yeah, so much magic damage, the pick-off game.
Dire
I
team
think it's
back.
very much a playstyle thing where they feel like they see how this game is going to go and they're not going to want to fight IG and head on 5v5s, and they're like, okay, basically what Storm, I think in Storm is one of the best 2 hero synergies, one of the best hero synergies for an AA, because Storm is so good at finding those pickoffs around the map.
And I'm sorry, look at the bans.
10
Evil
seconds
Geniuses
remaining.
actually with a Tide Hunter.
Wow.
With your AA
5
pick,
seconds
I
remaining.
believe that you are forcing IG into the offlane role, Alchemist. However, there's a mind game happening now between the coaches, between the drafters, and you know that IG already played that Alchemist on the offlane, didn't work out for them really well. Won't they try and mind game will pick the same draft but then switch it on the safe lane? They probably would, right?
And part of it, I think, is also, I feel like almost every time I've seen EG go for this Beastmaster pick, they protect it with a Tide ban. Because when teams have picked Beastmaster into them, they pick Tide every time. For Ice and EG as a team, they just see Tide as the best hero in the game against Beastmaster.
Yeah, we've talked about this on
10
previous
seconds
panels as well.
remaining.
Anchor
Dire
Smash
team back.
just makes life so much easier versus all the summons, also your passive versus the Roar. But they already have Abaddon on the side of Invictus Gaming for the Beastmaster Roar. He can be able to...
Last ban Lycan coming out for AG.
I like it. I can definitely see that being a hero that would cause a lot of problems.
10
It
seconds remaining.
would allow IG to just play much faster tempo, not give
5
EG time to
seconds
come online there.
remaining.
It really does feel like a game of item timings where Storm's BKB timing needs to come out quickly.
And what's the timing on Alchemist and Lycan? Brotherly love. You give him Aghanims so
Yeah.
he can bite you.
Is that the combo now?
Then you run around.
Seems like some anti-synergy almost.
100%. 100%.
It's like,
don't do this.
If you're
at all.
turning the Alchemy into the carry by biting him, Alchemy may as well just buy some, Battle Fury BKB himself.
No, I'm still not sold that this is... okay, my problem with this is Jug would be pretty solid for IG. Not great versus Beastmaster, but one of the last remaining good Aghanims heroes, right? And they ban it out.
Yeah, because we are also still looking for an Arteezy hero for Evil Geniuses. And in terms of bans, we obviously had a couple, but the Jug is one of the most common ones still in the pool. PA now also removed.
We've seen how well PA does versus Alchemist. TB, Morphling are still left in the pool. That are
TB banned.
TB
Morphling still in though.
He's so dark, I can only see his eyes.
Yeah.
Morphling possibly an option, one of the best heroes versus
10
Alchemist.
seconds remaining.
I'm not loving Morphling just because I feel like
5
EG as a
remaining.
team and their playstyle hasn't looked as good with those greedier carries, but they may just be at the point where they're
There's
looking
Ursa
like,
as well,
what's
right?
left. And Ursa AA just sounds like a stronger lane. Like, typically AA is the hero that you want to have a good lane partner with. The Wraith King comes to mind, but you don't want to pick Wraith King usually into the Alchemist.
And we've seen this story before.
Here we go.
We have. And it was a very similar draft they played against PSG LGD. They did have the Bloodseeker, the Storm, the Beastmaster, and the Earth Spirit. The only difference is an AA instead of the Phoenix. Four heroes of the same in the
10
same draft when they played their third game in the upper bracket finals against PSG LGD.
Feels
5
maybe even better with the
seconds
AA. You have that possibility of sniping
Get everyone
heroes.
low, give Bloodseeker some movement speed.
Oh, yeah.
And again, it's EG not getting too greedy. When they have this Storm mid for Abed, they're not picking that hard carry because they just want to play this tempo game on the other side of the map, and they just know there's less farm to go around. You don't need to win the game from the carry role when you have a Storm Spirit mid.
IG have to dig deep now to figure out how to deal with this very, very early aggression, let's put it that way, oriented Evil Geniuses draft. But they've seen them play something similar, so...
Do they have to switch it up and go for the Alchemist and the carry role? Because I feel like he's not going to have time to get his Ag or a Ags complete. Maybe he's going to get one Ags for Void Spirit, but then they have to fight. So I don't know if that's...
And there's no obvious safe laner that benefits from the Ags, I feel.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
Faceless Void.
Wow.
I believe that might be our first Faceless Void.
Out of left field.
That's a grand finals right there. That's a grand finals pick.
Hey, his Ags is alright, you know? It's better than like the Weaver Ags.
Deepest thanks.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, well, this hero, so I'm a level 25 Void at a terrible MMR, but I can confirm that this hero is legitimately one of the worst carries in the game. This hero is absolutely terrible. I don't know what they're doing. I'm ready to be blown away, but I have no idea how they're going to make a Faceless Void work in 2021.
Yeah, this, they have Void Spirit, they have Faceless Avoid, which people didn't tend to pick it at all. I believe this is the first showing of the hero, and might be the last one, considering what they have. They have 0 damage inside the Chronosphere as well.
Maybe just trying to put a bid into to try and get the hero buff for the next pack, so I can appreciate that from IG.
That's smart way of thinking.
You are learned in the way
30 seconds to battle.
Thank you very much. But of course, very excited to see this. As the panel touched upon, if you're picking Faceless Void in this position, you must have something phenomenal in mind.
either that or you're running out of options. Like, maybe just fall back. But as you said, you know, he's the golden tier, Faceless Void, so maybe he wants him, like, I invested so much time in grinding, I want this hero to have a buff in the next patch. That's how you do it.
Yeah,
The battle
pull it out in the
begins.
grand final. I mean, it's incredibly hyped to see. Is it, of course, going to have the potential to get a nice axe down the line from JT. And the Void Axe, it's definitely good. It's definitely worth it. Probably not going to necessarily be higher up the list than Emo's, though. The Void Spirit Axe, definitely the usual reason why you're drafting it out and a Void Spirit in the same lineup. But we'll see. You know, for Faceless Void, one of the things that kind of can make him work is if you have that insane combo with the Chronosphere. Problem is, this game, IG, they just don't really have that, right?
Yeah, they have Acid Spray, Chrono into like Finger, Earth Spike. That's it. The good thing is they don't have any like real counterplay to the Chrono. There is a Roar, but you don't have that like Wyvern, you don't have Shadow Demon, you don't have an Oracle, any kind of saves coming inside the Chronosphere. So every single time the Chrono is up, they should be able to get a kill. Even though, as you said, like they have 1, 2, 3, 4 melee heroes.
Tranquilly.
And sort of overall, looking at EG's lineup, what do you like so much about what EG's bringing here?
Because they have a great setup for Ancient Apparition. They have heroes that can invade the enemy jungle, something that, you know, Alchemist wants to be, let's say, 7 to 11 minutes where he's farming the Alchemist. They have pretty much the best heroes. You have Hawk scouting things out. You have Earth Spirit, who's one of the best heroes to just rotate over the map. Storm Spirit on top of that. Like, such a good setup for Ancient Apparition. I don't think Fly should be able to miss a single Ice Blast this time around.
Definitely no excuses for missing that this game. And some heroes that aren't going to really have the greatest of times if they get hit by that blast. In particular. And with the lane setups here, I mean, who's getting the edge with these lanes?
Yeah, this Faceless Void, he's not going to get too much out of the bottom lane. He might be dead if he does not body block him.
Love Right's down. Lifeline. Ooh. It'll be okay. Let's have a salve ready in the lane.
This is a bit problematic. You know, they hit level 2 before you. They are using the healing salve, only sitting at half HP, so Bloodseeker will be very speedy. He can easily trade with the Faceless Void. Faceless Void gets close, needs to be wary of that silence coming out, a good zoning tool, and yeah, this on top of that. So whenever you have Bloodseeker in your team, you want to be able to. You also want to play aggressive on all your other lanes. Not sure why they decided to just lane Faceless Void on the bottom instead of the top.
Maybe just wanting to avoid the Beastmaster lane. So that's not a huge amount of fun for Void to lane into.
Void has 4 CS, right?
I mean, it's not like he's doing any better down bottom. This is a pretty miserable start here for Fly. Really struggling to do anything against the Bloodseeker AA combo of Artesian Fly.
He's just being completely zoned out. Look at the aggression from Arteezy. He's like, I don't give a damn about CS.
Top lane, Crit coming in with a nice kick there, getting Ice back to safety. And with the ball, Crit, he's able to turn and get first blood. Some smooth moves already here from Crit on his Earth Spirit.
This game already looking really, really good for EG. Mid lane, pretty even. Abed, you know, it's Abed Storm Spirit. Like, you need to be very careful about it. Emo has a bottle. Let's see if they decide to TP to the mid lane. Yeah, there it is. Kaka just gonna TP, refill the bottle.
Bottom lane, Fly.
Zoning Blood Right.
Consistently getting zoned. They've already been through at least 2 salves here on the bottom lane to keep Fly on the map. He's getting nothing at all from down here. A 7 CS against the 14 and 6 of Arteezy. It's going to be a slow start for the Void. A hero that, as we've been talking about before, you need a lot. If you're going to make the Faceless Void work, you need a lot of items. This hero does not do much with 1 or 2.
Yeah, compared to other carries, one of the reasons like he's not big is like, even in this heavy like farm meta where every carry pretty much wants to get a Battle Fury, Faceless Void still can't really just fight Battle Fury like a BKB. Still needs like an extra item to be able to deal the damage. 4-minute rune.
Down at the bottom, Abed. He's not going to be able to get around this emote. Able to head down in time with the backup of volley. Control.
They need to swap things around. Like Faceless Void, he is, I'm not going to say win condition, because first Axe will probably going to go to Void Spirit. It just sounds much better, you know, having that stats, Void Spirit can go in, having AoE silence is just going to be great against some of the heroes, especially the Storm Spirit. But they need to either bring up one hero to the bottom, swap a lane, because right now he has 8 CS, 9. while Arteezy has 19, 20.
Well, you just feel that there's no way that you can make this work if you're sacking the Void in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's just going to be so hard. He might get that, Aghanim second act should belong to Faceless Void to have that AoE bash with the Time Walk. Bounty runes. Ollie also stacking.
Top. Still able to pick it up despite IG's attempts to stop it with the stuns. Now with the silence and the slow onto the two of them. Great nice ice. They're just going to battle down the two of them. Then bring down Kaka. They're going to be able to get JT as well as EG. Pick down both. Top lane getting kills like this going perfectly for EG. Bottom lane just completely slowing down Void's start to the match. Mid lane, I mean, that's the only lane really where IG they're able to do something here. Zemo's keeping up with Arbed.
Exactly, they're doing at least something in this lane. Both side lanes not doing that well. Earth Spirit, this is something that you don't expect. Earth Spirit for 1-1-1 build, so you have this silence. It's a 2-second silence rate. He might even try to go on a mid lane. There's also 2 earn charges, so he can TP to the mid lane. Let's see where they decide to make a move, because both of them are in the base right now.
I'm over here.
Bottom lane, Fly. He's got to be very careful if that is going to be the lane that the mate moves on towards. Maybe for now, Arbed just returning towards the mid lane. His minute rune is up. It's got to be down bottom. Arbed did 6 himself, so he's able to go grab that. Kaka will stop him from being able to turn and get aggressive onto Emo. And then he wants to go for Kaka. He knows that Kaka's spells are on cooldown. If he can punish him. There's very little that Emo can do to keep Arbed off, as Arbed reads the situation perfectly. Knows that he can't get punished for getting in aggressively. And able to turn towards Emo. Emo may be able to take him down. He does have 8 stick charges. Be enough to zip away. Emo already using the Remnant. Nothing else to grab Arbed.
Step in a second. It's like he knows. It's like he's actually counting.
Dire's top tower
Emo's underneath the tower.
And Arbed's still got a Fairy Fire. He's still got a Fairy Fire to play with. Plus the Fairy Fire and the stick charges. Emo's got to get out of it.
Crit rotating, but a bit too late. I think he had enough time if he hit himself to actually TP to the mid lane, try to help Arbed, but maybe Arbed was just saying, I don't need the help. I got this.
Textbook showing of Arbed knowing his limits perfectly on the
I thank you.
top lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got to be a bit careful now. Ice. He's hit the 6. He's got the raw. Crit's ever in position. He can make a go onto JT.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Before he hits level 6.
They just brought a Lion on the bottom. I don't think they cared too much about him. Like, Bloodseeker is very tanky. His armor is super high, especially when sitting near the tower. It's 12, so you don't really feel those right-click damage. Faces will need some more XP to hit level 5. You can see the rotation. Arbed's ready to come in.
Looking for Fly. They're able to get the vortex straight down in the blood. Fly will get the jump onto the side, but Arbed's still with mana to go. The Aphotic Shield comes down to Fly. It's not enough to save him. As the Void gets taken down, Arbed once again, game 2, coming in with the perfect moves to the side.
Arbed, very active. He understands that I can TP to the side lane. I'm not going to lose too much out of the mid lane. I'm also the one who's, getting those kills. He killed the Kaka, and they don't have enough tower damage. Like, if that was a DP on a mid lane instead of Void Spirit, that's, like, very punishable. You're probably going to lose the tower top lane roar.
JT, he's popped the Chemical Rage, but the damage from these summons is bringing him very, very low. Emo will TP over. JT still just dying here to the Necro Book, as JT's going to end up walking back in range of Ice. A few more hits. JT, can they save him? Jump over with the Renner. Ice is going to get over, but Kaka's turned up as well. They will manage to keep JT safe. Crit tries to roll in, hits the combo off onto the two of them. Kaka still getting beaten down by the board. Crit will be able to find the kill and return.
Boris, he gets the last hit. So Ice, nothing to value. Lost there. Also force a rotation. Arbed just playing between tier 1 and tier 2 tower right now. He knows, like, the biggest threat is pretty much Lion. So if Lion is off the map, he can feel pretty safe.
Bottom lane, Arteezy's now got the 6, so Fly has to be careful. He moves and mate with back up top lane Emo. Okay, no Raw still for 30 seconds. JT now taking away from the lane completely. Arbed still aggressive here, looking for moves in the mid lane. Bottom, Frank comes in with a rotation, and it's the +1. That's all that's needed there for Arteezy to be able to take down Fly.
Fly, man, he's struggling. For people who are just tuning in, this is not a position 5, Faceless Void. He's just struggling. Like, they completely dominated that lane. Arteezy Like, he's staying almost double to net at the moment. Going into Maelstrom.
Look at him over here. He's taking some he's taking some kills. As Emo will jump over. Arbed immediately TPing out, but the Brendan is there. Arbed will get punished.
That's the thing. You know, he tried to go for a very greedy play. He gets a kill, tries to take the stack. But pretty much Stormspirit is the best one. So I expect them to try to invade this stack. They see it's pretty big. This is where Alchemist is going to farm his Aghanim set.
Crit. Get over here around the rune spot. Kaka's able to turn. The setup, they've got the lockdown. Crit won't be able to interrupt the bounty rune being taken. And IG will punish him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ice having a much better game than in the previous one. Like, he's super farm, staying near the top of the network. Has a book to speed, getting closer to book 2. Like, he's just going to be the one dominating the top part of the map. But I also want to see him, like, possibly rotate and invade that triangle. Try to steal some stacks from the Alchemist.
I want to do some in mid. Firefly does have the 6. Open up with the Chrono onto Arbed. Do they have the damage with the finger? They bring him like they got it. Now Arteezy looking for the counterplay though. Bloodbright's down. They take down Firefly. Return Arteezy trying to charge over towards Kaka. Emo jumps in as well over from the side. Ice bringing the boards in. Kaka getting slowed. Catching them there with the rocks. Silence and slow as they bring down Kaka. Raw sets up onto Ollie as they may have lost Arbed, but EG hit back and take way more from IG.
EG, they just bring the numbers. JT's not the one who wants to join the fight. He wants to be able to farm that Aghanim Scepter, but the EG, they're making all the right moves. Arbed getting the tips. No, he took the finger. He took one for the team. That's their damage. Like, this is their damage inside the Chrono here. It was very close.
He stepped up to the lane. Chris is going to be able to jump on him. He's gone. As soon as he's back in the game, he's out of it.
He's level 6. As a carry, 11 minutes in. They were giving tomes to Arteezy in the previous game. Maybe they need to start doing the same thing for Faceless Void, because he's seriously underleveled.
He's going to have such a tough game. Top lane Arbed. He's found JT. He's buying time here for Ice to bring the army over. As JT looking pretty dead here. No escape for the Alchemist. Another kill for EG. 13-4 now. Crit was getting gone up, but he's able to make it away. Kaka not able to get the grab in time.
So a lot of time wasted. They managed to kill Alchemist twice. He's not involved in any of the kills. Sometimes we see Alchemist being aggressive early on because there's a ton of damage. You know, acid spray combined with something. Most of the time it's like Tusk, a lot of right clicks, unstable concoction. Like, you get a kill, you get 2 kills, then you clear the stacks. You have that Aghanim Scepter on time. He still needs to farm 1600 gold to actually be able to farm the first Ags.
One of those record-breaking times that we've seen from some of these solo lane alks with the way that he has dealt with him a couple of times. But getting very close to the Orchid. Magi and the recipe at Souls is needed. Arteezy, Maelstrom done. His farm now going to continue at a pace that's going to be very hard for Firefly to keep up with. As Arteezy currently doubling.
He does not have a farming item on Faceless Void, while Arteezy has Maelstrom, so it's just going to keep getting worse for him.
They will have Chrono again in 20 seconds. I feel like if you are trying to make it, you've got to use Chrono off cooldown.
Check this triangle. He's inside the triangle. I'm not going to say stealing, but taking away some CS from JT as well, because he needs to recover as well. But this also means that Aghanim Scepter will be delayed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pressure on the bottom tier 1. G, with the strength that they have, they will not be afraid of defending. Very strong right now.
They also have very limited tower damage. These heroes inside of IG, they can't succeed. Ice Blast
is coming in. The setup there, straight over they go towards Emo. Silence down as Ollie. He's not quite 6 yet. As Ollie will fall. Emo off to the side, trying to escape. If they got any more damage to get him, he's going to fall underneath. The threshold as Ice gets the last bit of damage, takes him out. And EG just letting nothing get past them here in game 2.
They're just in full control of this game. Like, when they take a fight near like Roche Pit, they could easily transition that into Roche Kill with the Beastmaster, or as maxed out the board Necro units. It's just more than enough to take you down. So next time they probably take a fight, it's just going to be a Roche. They're also devording with the Necro units. Like, Necro is just such a busted and a strong item overall. One of the strongest one in this patch for sure. Abed has Orchid coming to him, plus a Haste Rune in the bottle.
Once that Orchid's done, this game is It's already, of course, been incredibly hard for Firefly. 0-4-1. With the Orchid in play, he's got to pretty much hope that Ollie's always by his side. Otherwise, Arbit will have no trouble pretty much taking down Firefly solo.
Lion still holding a tome. He just gave it to Abaddon. Abaddon is also level 5. 15 minutes in, they smoke. They have the Aghanim Scepter complete. He gives it to Void Spirit, of course. The AoE surges. They need to make stuff happen right now. Like, they need to get some kind of, like, multiple kills. Crit. And he'll gladly take that one.
Haste!
He stopped the finger. It was like trying to, you know, cast it, but was afraid that he might get out actually with the rolling boulder.
Leave anything to chance. Fly. About 700 off the Maelstrom. Meanwhile, TZ, KB's going to be pretty much done on top of his Maelstrom at the same time that Fly finishes his RTZ close to a full item ahead. Fly.
This time around, he's also going for BKB. Beastmaster, after finishing the Necro 3, doesn't care too much about any of the spells other than the Chronosphere. They have nothing else and wants to be able to, you know, deal with the silence.
The smoke. Ollie. He's have 6, so he'll have some time to buy himself with borrowed time. Of course, the rest of IG, they'll let him go. They see an opportunity for a Chronosphere. Firefly is around. With Ollie gone, IG will retreat.
JT going for second Aghanim Scepter. He was thinking, do I need a Blink Dagger? Do I get the Axe here?
Remember the combo crit? Firefly getting the setups there. Fly falls in an instant. And EG, they'll clean up Kaka. Emo's trying to bring down Arbet with him. A concoction flies over. Arbet does get stunned up. Look at the trade onto the Storm Spirit crit. Also having to be a bit careful, but Ice is coming in with the backup, and he's got a Roar at the ready. Roars JT, the Necro books out. As they bring down the Alchemist, they'll take down 3.
It's just so much. Abaddon already used his Aphotic Shield. Ice sees that it came out, goes in, uses the Roar on Alchemist, shut him down. Once again, this is the third death for JT. Man, Harmless Void, he's not really having a good time. Like, he's level 8, does not have a single item pretty much. 17 minutes in. This is a good kill. You know, they relied so much on Void Spirit to actually be able to do stuff. They gave Tome of Knowledge to Void Spirit, because first it was Lion holding it, then he gave it to Abba. Abba was like, I'm fine, you know, I just got level 6.
At least for IG, able to take down Arbet in that fight. But other than that, game just not getting any easier for Firefly.
Radiant are scanning.
Maelstrom is done. Still so much catching up to do. It's all their value and net worth, of course, with the Ags going over as well. Really resting on Emo. Emo, he has to have a perfect game really to hold them in on this one, IG.
It's just gonna get worse for them. Like, Faceless Void is not gonna feel comfortable going in. He needs a BKB. Even when he gets a BKB, I just want to see if that's gonna be his next item, because he needs to be able to protect them against the silences. They still have AA Blast. They still have Roar. Dire using a scan inside the pit. They know something is up. Chronosphere is up. We've seen one Chrono, right?
Just the one. The one so far in the mid lane. Not being able to find a chance to use it again. They are coming over, and Roshan not quite taken out. And EG, they're prepared for this. They're backing off, smoking up themselves. Prepare for the attempt from IG. It's JT. Finding a target here. Hawks are out. So setting up the vision. Emo moving over to the back lines. Crit's going to roll over towards Ollie. Does get blocked off. Sunrise down. BKB popped by Arteezy. Commits over towards Ollie.
They need to stun
out
Emo
immediately, but Arbet's in. Grabs him with the vortex. Stops the escape from the Void Spirit. Ollie falls as the borrowed time comes to an end. See Crit and Ice. They even see if they can chase down for more. They know that JT still around it. Crit, he's in. He knows exactly where JT is. He's slow. Ice has the Roar in the ready as there's no escape for JT. As EG, they'll take the 3 of them down.
Yeah, that was such a good, you know, rotation. They use the smoke, they get out of the pit, they understand, you know, they are coming. They also use the scan, so they probably know something is up. Crit, they're sitting behind the trees, breaking also the smoke going in. Like, Abed is so careful. Like, you can see that he did not want to go in until Rupture was used, and then, like, yeah, we'll just pull the Void Spirit, we'll kill him. there's not going to be enough damage. If we take down Void Spirit, this is where most of the damage just comes from. Faces Void, after getting the Maelstrom, going for a BKB, I can understand. Let's see if he can, you know, get that Aghanim Scepter on time. But still, he's never going to feel comfortable playing into Rupture, into Roar, into AA Blast. It's just not good of a Faceless Void game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wards up there, quickly pinged out. The IG preparing around the area.
Money.
Room ready for the next fight.
You have the best Aegis carrier in the game. Sorcerer Abaddon pretty much always gets the same item build. Orchid Rush, then he gets some Arcane Boots to have a bit more mana. Double into BKB. AA Blast misses.
A little too low mana to keep going here, Abed. Back a couple of TPs. G bringing in the mid lane. TP's down towards the bottom. They want to try and get Flies. They show got like a couple of heroes mid, Crit and Arteezy. They'll start setting up the bottom. Fly. He's been ruptured. He's going to go for the TP out. Crit, he's in. He's got the Yule, puts a stop to the escape. Fly will go down yet again.
He was thinking about using that Chronos here. Like Crit missed the Roar, but has a Yule Scepter to cancel the TP. Such a nice move from EG. EG, they're just completely dominating this game. Moving around the map, they have a BKB on a Beastmaster. AA, he was saving some money, bought a shard. A good shard. Like, this allows Ancient Apparition to possibly, like, even farm and push creep waves, 40 DPS, send the attack speed reduced by 20.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Down 7 to 23, down 7k. They've really had to look for some sort of big, crazy smoke-up play around a Chronosphere, but as we said at the start, it's just, even if they do land that Chrono...
Where's the follow-up?
I mean, they have a finger, that's it, right?
Finger.
That's one hero gone, maybe, at best.
Radiant.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Abed does not feel comfortable. He thought maybe Lion is hiding in the trees. Lion has a Blink Dagger, so it's going to be much easier for him to get the good initiation.
Here we go. On the side, they're doing the jump onto Arteezy. Arteezy getting low. They've got the front. Light comes in. They have to catch Arteezy. Does he have the damage? He's trying to beat into it. Arteezy, he's still alive. He's able to walk it off. Flight goes down. That was it. That was the Chrono. Nothing happens. Arteezy finally falls, but it's going to be EG with the cleanup as Emo is going to go down. They'll lose 3 on IG.
They used everything. Like, they used everything. That Chronos here, we talked about how they don't have enough damage inside of it, and we can see why. Like, Faceless Void just does not deal enough damage at the moment. There's no real follow-up. They try to burst him down. Arteezy super tanky, ton of armor, 21, has some status resist with that casual Sage, which he will turn into SNY. The rest of the team just comes in and cleans them up.
Dire's structures
it's tough. It's a very tough game here for IG. They'll have that Chrono ready to go again in just a short time of 2 minutes.
Aghanim Scepter now completed on Faceless Void. He didn't fall on the gold. It was Alchemist who actually gave it to him.
Dire are scanning.
See again. I mean, Arteezy, of course, does eventually go down, but so much having to be used to kill Arteezy at this point. And that was even catching him in the Chrono when he was as low as he was.
This is just that Faceless Void does not have attack speed. There's no Mask of Madness on anything. He's really struggling. You can feel that he's a bit more tanky right now because of that Ags. Stats are really good.
And the Ags, because it will speed up his farm. Fly, able to hop around the map, clean up the waves, camps as he jumps into them. The AoE. There's a lot of time, and still many items are going to be any sort of considerable threat on his own. He comes in with the Chronosphere. Abed, zip it, and he's on the hunt, and he's actually found him. Abed hunting through the tree line, catches Emo. And there's just no hiding. There is
He
no
comes
hiding
back
from Abed.
straight into silence. They're not overlapping any of their abilities. Pretty much, like, man, Crit has been amazing this game. He's been involved in 21 out of 27 kills, all over the place. You know, like, either player is super bad when he has more than 3 earned charges, or the game is going so well that he does not even need to use it. He has 9 earned charges. You know, that's how dominant they are.
And 15. I mean, this is what happens when EG's able to get their hands on that crit spirit in the first few picks. Pretty sure we've just seen him have it. Perfect every time. Every time he's got his spirit this tournament.
There's a deep on the ground in the river near the mid. No one wants to touch that. After seeing what happened to Puppy, after picking up the bottle, they're like, nah, we're good.
Grip. Starting things off here onto Ollie. And JT and Flyfly will look to get out of it. They're on the run, JT, Kaka and Flyfly. They don't want to take any sort of fight here. Kaka, his TP still on cooldown, so he won't make it away.
Chris, chasing Abaddon.
Ollie, he's going to go for the TP out. They've got ways to cancel it, though, as Crit. Rolling Boulder back up and available. 2 more kills for EG. Just 29 to 8. The killing just never stopping this game.
Alchemist now needs to farm an item for himself. Abed
just goes straight in onto Flyfly. He's going to zip him. We'll get caught out by the concoction. Back up there from RTZ. Flyfly is dead. JT as well. Ice Blast coming in. It's not even needed. RTZ taking them both down.
After seeing the GG out a bit, like early in the previous game, I would not be surprised if they take one more fight, especially if EG takes the Roche before that, where they understand like we can't do anything in this game because it looks pretty over. You know, 15k gold lead is just EG who's all over the map, making the right moves, maneuverable heroes. The space where IG can farm is just non-existent. Like they can farm pretty much whatever comes to their towers right now. They're gonna go in. They're gonna get those barracks. 6 seconds until Faceless Void respawns.
We'll have Chronosphere when he's back up.
Are under attack. Dire's middle
The
barracks.
rack's gone. Nothing IG can do to push back EG. 17k lead. RTZ well on the way to his Abyssal. Flyfly still struggling to get the BKB finish. Be able to have it for the next fight.
Probably. Still needs to farm quite a lot of gold. Next Roche may respawn in 2 seconds. Let's see if it's going to be a longer respawn timer. EG should have the Roche, but you know, IG does not want to give them that. It's going to be a minute and 20 seconds. If they give them Roche, Cheese and Aegis on both cores, they're just not going to have enough damage because they need to play around the cooldown. The Chronosphere 160 seconds is just a bit too high and very punishable.
Keeping themselves completely surrounding Flyfly. Make sure that Flyfly is able to farm. There it is. BKB's done. The Flyfly will have now a bit of a better chance of jumping in, getting the chrono off. I don't think that's going to make much of a difference, though.
Okay, Alchemist. He brought Shard, Berserker Potion, so they have a Dispel mechanic, which is okay. You can't Dispel Roar, just soft Dispel. But they can Dispel Silences, which is really nice. Also Lincoln Sphere on Void Spirit.
He's going to go straight in. It comes with the BKBs. Everyone's Kaka. The Ice Blast will land onto Flyflies. Kaka goes down. Flies back immediately. They chase it over Flyflies. From the BKB, the chrono onto nothing. He got the boars. The Roar is there. Flyflies dead.
They might
down
call
in the
it.
game. I think they will.
Oh man, Chronosphere on 2 boards in the end. Like, man, Abed, he understands. I jump Lion. They don't have enough damage. Like, I go on top of them. Even if I get caught by the Chronosphere, they will not have enough damage to kill me. Earthsmith is the one who's controlling Abaddon. Just some really, really good showing from EG. This game was so one-sided.
I mean, as a Void player, I appreciate Flyfly's bid at trying to get Void buff.
I think they kind of ran out of options. You know, they were like, what do we do? Ran out of time. Maybe it's time to bring out some big guns. And it was a water gun in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, EG, thanks to that, and thanks to, of course, as you said, EG's just perfect play and a brilliant draft. Once again, EG coming in with 5 heroes that they have no struggle playing this game from the lanes onwards. They just crush it on all fronts. They're up 2-0 now, and I don't know what I just got to do, but they've got to come in with something completely different, Lacoste.
Yeah, they need to do 180, or what some people call 360, which is not correct, you know, but if they do 360, it might be 3-0, but they definitely need to bounce back. They need to make something different, because EG, they got their number.
They absolutely do, especially in a game like this. EG now up 2-0 against IG in this best of 5.
And with EG on most of their comfort heroes, it looked so easy for them, especially up against the Faceless Void of IG. It was a little bit of a questionable last pick coming out from Invictus Gaming here to talk about Game 2 and preparing for Game 3, I mean with Gods and Lizards.
A little bit.
And I want to start with the Faceless Void, because we were very harsh on the hero when he got picked. We heard our commentators being very harsh on the hero as well. But we are that for a reason, and I want to just, you know, there's a lot of people who's like, oh, I haven't seen it. Why is it bad, Gods?
It's really bad in lane. We saw that here. It got crushed. I don't know why they sent the off lane. The Hero's Toolkit just doesn't do a whole lot at many stages of the game. You're built around a Chronosphere, which is this like team fight spell, but you need heroes that synergize with the Chronosphere, which they didn't have. And even if they do, I think it's a carry that just doesn't feel like you carry the game. You're relying on your teammates to do damage in your Chronosphere.
Yeah, 2 patches ago he was pretty strong, pretty broken, picked in almost every single game. So I'm not really sad that we haven't seen him. I felt like, okay, if they're picking Faceless Void on Fly, he was like throughout history really strong on the hero. Maybe they have something planned. And they said before this match that they haven't prepared at all for EG. And I'm like, okay, maybe they lied, they're messing with us, mind games. No, I think they were honest.
Yeah.
They just didn't prepare. And now Faceless Void comes out in that last pick when you don't know what else to do. Aghanims on him. Like, he couldn't even kill a creep wave. You noticed that, right?
In my head, I'm like, oh, I remember the carry Void. You go Battle Fury on Maelstrom into Ags. It's a pretty good farming item. One, I mean, it came way too late because IG were getting wrecked this game. So that Ags was not at a good timing. But even so, he time walks a creep wave and it's half health. It's like not even half health. I'm just like, oh, this Ags is bad.
And the other thing that if you want to make a Faceless Void work, I guess you have to have a lot of follow-up damage in the Chronosphere. We didn't see that either. It was a little bit of a, well, almost like a mismatch, perhaps. A little bit going out for Invictus Gaming. And it makes you wonder, this was their last pick. We know that they only had 2 seconds to pick their last hero. And it almost felt like, you know, they had a strategy somewhere. It probably wasn't what they had in mind, but they decided to do it anyway because it was the only option left available. Frustration coming out from Invictus Gaming here because they are now 1 game away from not being the champion at this major. On the side of Invictus Gaming, nobody has ever won.
It just tells the story of the whole game. It was a missed attempt at the draft.
Yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people will be laughing at the chrono there, and maybe like thinking this Void played terribly. But I think draft-wise, game-wise, everything was lost and falling apart at this point. Maybe the players were a little tilted, but there's nothing you can do when EG is outmaneuvering you. And heroes like Storm that can just always jump you, catch the backline, Beastmaster, they always see you as well. It's impossible to land spells against this EG draft.
They were everywhere. They played very fast on the side of IG, and they're making a great case for themselves when they have the series at 3-0, which, once again, for people wondering, Evil Geniuses has never won a major. Fly and Crit have won a major. ISIS has won a major as well. Abed and RTZ, never. The team, the region, never. So it would mean a lot to be able to take that. And I can't see it at the moment. I can't see IG winning a game here because they've not shown to us that they can go toe-to-toe with EG.
Yeah, full 180 or, as Lacoste said, 360 is necessary from them.
I hope not a 360 in there.
I just don't, maybe go... don't try to counterpick. Go back to your own stuff. Go back to your own drafts. I feel like in that first game they really found themselves in a position in which IG usually is, and that is they let you have your own game, and then they pick some heroes that really work against that are out of the meta. Throughout the regionals, throughout the major, they have been picking heroes that are out of the meta. Maybe not out of the meta, but let's say Mirana, Naga last game as well. This time it's the Void. Really, they reach, they find different solutions. Those solutions so far have not worked versus
Yeah. And they're the team who has second pick, which is the strength of second pick is having the last pick in the draft, and it felt like it was more personal blessing. And so that's what we've seen a bit when you get this last pick. There's nothing amazing. The other strength is that last pick in the first phase going to the bans. They pick an Alchemist there, and I feel like they didn't end up with a good Alchemist draft at all. So they did not use the strengths of being second pick at all this time.
It's hard. It's a hard choice, but we have to choose an MVP. I feel like, is it Abed Storm again?
Can I take this one? It's Crit 100% on their Spirit. This guy, not only did he win the top lane, most of these fights that looked so easy for EG were won because of him. He jumps in, he silences every single time. The Abaddon +1. Abaddon plus Lion is probably the best, maybe Abaddon plus Void Spirit too, but he would be the first one that silences Oli, and then Oli cannot save anyone.
Yeah.
They win the games off of that, plus the top lane went so incredibly well for EG.
He just single-handedly makes Earth Spirit look broken. Like, it's unfortunate because they're in the grand finals and he's doing this, but other teams can't do what he does on Earth Spirit. At least not many of those other teams. He's just dominated that game.
Yeah, he has played fantastic. I'm curious. I mean, their Spirit is not on the first ban list for any of these teams. There's so many other heroes that everybody has to ban. So what is going to be in game 3? We're going to have to wait and find out before we head to a break. I've got some homework for you. We have, if you buy any of the Logitech G Pro gaming gear, that's the QR code. Scan that. And with any purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. Nice effort, Lizard. Appreciate that. But with every purchase, you get a Dota 2 pin. So every purchase of the Logitech G Pro series gaming gear. So make sure to check that out while we take a break. We'll be right back with game 3 of this grand finals. up against Invictus Gaming right now. And on the side of Evil Geniuses, there's this one guy, Arteezy. He has played in 26 DPC leagues, or majors, minors, whatever you call them. He's been top 4 13 times. He's been doing really well. He's never won. And I know that there's a lot of people that really want to see him win. Abed on the side of Evil Geniuses never won a major either. The team itself, Evil Geniuses, never won a major. The region, North America, never won a major. That could all change after the game we are about to witness here with Gods and Lizard. And I am loving what Evil Geniuses is doing in this final so far. Who couldn't? Because they are on fire. But I want to focus a little bit on IG. I want to know how we can, I don't know, maybe muddy the clean Dota that EG is playing. How can they make EG be out of their comfort, Gods?
Yeah, I feel like we come into these drafts and we're always talking about, like, okay, are they going to ban certain XYZ hero? Are they going to change the bans list? I think we need to start talking less about the bans and more about what are they picking for themselves?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, there's EG play too many things at this top level. They have this, defined hero pool that they play amazingly well, and you can't ban everything. IG, figure out what you're going to play. Obviously you're going to ban some stuff that EG plays, but worry about yourselves.
Yeah, I'm completely with him on this, because the problem is IG's style is to let you have your stuff, let you have what you think is strong, and then they're going to work around that.
Yeah.
The problem is you don't even know what EG is going to pick. Evil Geniuses, so far, they've hit us with so many different drafts, and only recently have they started repeating with the Storm Spirit and Bloodseeker, right? We've seen a couple of those, in which they switched the winning condition, let's say, from Bloodseeker into the Storm. But IG, if your solution so far has worked, but it doesn't work anymore, I think you need to go find something else.
So who do you think they need to focus on? Because we've been saying that Emo is not really playing to his full potential. So that means that we want the win condition to be on Fly, and so we want their draft to be built around that.
So far they've been building it around JT, right? They picked his hero very early on, and this is something that they needed to do in previous series, because they struggle when JT's heroes are banned out, and they have to pick something a little bit wonky on that offlane. However, that's not working in this series. They need to perhaps put a little bit higher priority on protecting Fly's hero pool.
And I think that's where, I think you just have to kind of say, like, JT, you're just going to have to maybe have less support. Maybe some of your heroes get banned up, because last game they were so concerned about him having a good game. They put him safe lane. They sent the Void to the off lane where he got completely crushed. You pick a Faceless Void, that is a hero you're picking to carry the game, and you want to do everything you can to secure his farm. You don't care how your off lane goes. You shouldn't even care how your mid goes. Your Void has to have a good game, and IG didn't seem like they cared at all. They were playing the Void like it was a support.
Yeah. Do you think that IG has got trouble with dealing with the pressure coming out
It looks that way. It's so difficult to say it versus for all of these players, because as much as we have superstars on Evil Geniuses, all of these players on IG are also pretty much the same level. And to see Emo fall to the same trick 3-4 times in that first game with Morphling is not something that I expect from him. Obviously, you're playing versus a team that's strong and they're making you look a little bit foolish.
Yeah.
But that's not it. How many times can we make these excuses?
Yeah, it feels like these small mistakes are snowballing into bigger ones, and we just haven't seen the dominant IG of, earlier in this tournament, even just past tournaments, show up today here in the grand finals.
Yeah, because of course, IG is here in the finals. They have earned their spot here at the top 2 in the Singapore Major, but they are not yet making a case for being the top here. And we talked about best players in the game before. I think it is safe to say that all the 10 players that we see on the board, Abed takes the cake. He is the strongest player, not just in this series, the tournament you mentioned earlier as well, Gods. You have to try and figure out a way to shut his game down, because then you're not just dealing with Abed, you're also dealing with crit. And if you're dealing with crit, it means that you have to try to pressure maybe Ice more for some crit to be on the lane so you can't help Abed.
So far, they're picking Buck and Sword for Abed, and that's pretty much where he looks forward. On those two heroes, he is just dominating the game and just making an unfair playground for the enemy team. Maybe that's a solution. Maybe you need to find a way either to counter one of those two or maybe let the puck go through. Feels easier to counter it than the Storm Spirit, at least. They didn't manage yet.
Yeah, and I think a big problem with this matchup for IG is just the way you mentioned Crit and what he does for Abed. It's the matchup of the 4 positions, the different play styles. Crit is just that little bit more active. He's going to be securing more runes. He's going to be playing around Abed, whereas it feels like with IG and Kaka, it's more playing around JT. And I think that in itself gives EG a big matchup advantage, which is you can't just adjust your whole team identity in the middle, like going into the grand finals of a tournament. It's incredibly difficult to do, and IG is suffering because of it.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of flexibility in Kaka's heroes pool. He's mostly been Lion and Shadow Shaman in the majority of the games.
Some Phoenix here and there as well, right?
Yeah, some Phoenix. He played one Rubik game, and then they played him on Tusk once, and it didn't work out. It was one of their losses against PSG LGD today, but that's the only time that they have tried to give him any kinds of these in-your-face position 4s that we know Crit shines on.
Yeah. In the past, he was amazing on these heroes too. You go back to the days when he was playing on Newbie. He was one of the best Earth Spirits.
He was the Naga as well.
Naga, Earth Spirit, he played those 4 positions that kind of get in your face and make plays. So he can do that, at least if you go way back. But right now, it's just not as comfortable.
In the regional leagues as well, it was the same situation just a month ago when you look at what IG was playing. These are his heroes. You have these ranged controllers, the Shadow Shamans, the Lions, and that's maybe the regional bias that they had. These heroes were extremely popular. Other regions didn't play them as much.
And those heroes feed against Puck Storm. It's like, yeah, they have the disables to lock down Puck Storm, but Storm gets BKB, you're dead. Puck jumps on you, silences you, just has all the tools to destroy you.
It depends how the lane is going on the mid lane. I think that's also something that we have to mention. If the lane is kind of even, I feel like as a Shadow Shaman, as long as you have a normal game, perhaps find the Interlands and the Lions the same way, you have a decent time versus these Pucks and Storms. However, if the enemy miller is winning, that means he gets all his item timing sooner, and then you're pressured. You're always one step behind. You can see it in the first game because this chapter was level 5, meanwhile Abed was already dominating the map. He couldn't use that static storm to kill.
I think that's... I agree, but not fully, because I think we've seen Abed. He's never top 2, top 3 net worth. He sacrifices his farm to be active and start roaming around the map. He uses his level advantage to go hunting. I feel like he just plays the Storm and Puck better than what other played. He's not getting caught the same way I think we saw other Storms and Pucks getting caught against those Hex heroes.
So far, then again, so far they've been dominating all their games. So he's ahead. And I'm saying it's much easier to play when you have the vision, when you know everything, and when you don't have to be resorting to these split pushes in which that's where actually Lion and Shadow Shaman come to, they hiding in the trees, catching you when you try to split the map open.
You can't hide when you're playing against Beastmaster. This hero always has Hulk on you, Necrobooks, boards, they're just scouting everything, and I think the Beastmaster is one of those key heroes for EG that allowed Abed to have a free game, not just the crit 4 position roaming around.
Well, IG fully agrees with you because that is their first ban. They are, of course, this time on the first pick side, and that means that they have the luxury of actually banning out actual heroes other than the IO and the Puck.
Yeah, they switch things out a little bit. The Earth Spirit might be the next one. We'll see. Maybe Tusk, maybe Earth Spirit, Tusk.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
Heroes right now are still all in the pool. Heroes right now are still all in the pool. If you think about it, the Timbersaw, the Mars, all left remaining, so they might get drawn into that idea of getting this good combination with the Phoenix first. Something that clearly didn't work out for them so far in the series.
10 seconds
Evil geniuses
remaining.
now. Do they pick the? I already like the Storm versus the Phoenix. That's already a nice target that you can jump on easily, eliminate before that tag.
We saw Crit go for the.
There it is. Pick Storm Spirit.
I mean, it's kind of the same situation as last game. EG picked it second, but IG only had one hero to respond to. So it's kind of you're picking in a very similar spot, and IG adjust their picks. They go for a Nyx Assassin, and we kind of called for this. We want something a bit more active, a bit more playmaking for Kaka, and he he gets it here.
And this is premeditated because they insta-picked it. This is something they knew. Okay, Storm's coming, Earth Spirit's coming, Nyx Assassin is the one we want.
Also very flexible, can be a 5, can be a
remaining.
4, you can put Kaka as well on that. Phoenix that he loves to play so much.
5
And Evil
seconds
Geniuses,
remaining.
meanwhile, they're not flexing things up whatsoever.
Evil
It's Crit Third
Geniuses
Spirit, it's
turn
Abbott
to
Storm.
ban.
You know this, you've seen this before. It works, why change it? And I actually don't mind it at all. I think Nyx Assassin, after suffering that break nerf, he no longer has break on Vendetta hit.
Dire
He's
team
fallen off
ban.
in my top tier
Yeah.
heroes, even versus the Storm Spirit.
A lot of, I feel like the talk I've heard from analysts around Nyx is just like, yeah, this Heroes of 4 is like B or C tier even. Like, it just feels weak compared to the Earth Spirits, the Tusks.
Yeah, even
But we like that they're changing. Right? It might not be the
10
best hero
seconds remaining.
of the tournament. Has not had a lot of
5
light of
seconds
day.
remaining.
The
in
other-
Singapore.
the other things did not work out for them. My worry for Invictus Gaming is that they might be identifying the wrong problem in their draft, because if I was to change something from the last one, it would probably be Faceless Void, not my position 4. And in the first draft, it would probably be the greed that they had between the Naga and the Morphling on the mid lane, not the position 4 again. However, okay, Lion, we won't see you again. We're going with the Nyx Assassin.
But I think a big problem of like how I'm sure there was something
Evil
maybe better than the boys.
Geniuses
How
turn
they
to
got there.
ban.
They got to that last pick, and there was no good hero left for them. So I think they're just changing up the order they pick their heroes, not overly prioritizing getting JT his hero in the first phase, and then leaving this core pool very wide open for both teams really.
Troll banned out by Evil
10
Geniuses, meanwhile
seconds
Invictus
remaining.
Gaming with the Jug. And the Timber, so again, protecting that egg a little bit. Jug
5
even versus
seconds
the
remaining.
lane. The lane, if he lanes against him, it's pretty solid. You can
Dire
in
team ban.
Carapace following around.
And
And the Monkey
EG,
King.
banning out the preferred IG carries, Troll, Monkey. And we're going to again see maybe some of these slightly less mainstream carries just because there are going to be so many bans onto the popular ones. I wouldn't be surprised if EG banned something like the PL perhaps.
Yeah.
10
And
seconds remaining.
are we thinking about the Alchemist on it? Still in the pool?
Yeah.
A little bit
5 seconds
greedier, I should say, with the Storm Spirit, but still a possibility.
And you see Nyx Phoenix. These are not the
Evil
strongest heroes in the
geniuses
laning
turn
stage,
to
so it does
ban.
feel like Alchemist is not going to get pressured. They like to pick fly these strong laning heroes like the Enchantress, for example. They could very easily
Still in the
just
pool. Yeah.
pick a carry Alchemist that has no obvious counters.
With the ban, they can pretty much ban whatever
10
from
seconds
the cores. I
remaining.
wouldn't mind if they are picking the Alchemist. I wouldn't mind a more too.
5
As
seconds
that's something that Timo
remaining.
and Fly really love to play. We've seen it fail in the first game, but IG has played it so many times very well.
Yeah.
They could also aim on the offlaner, right?
Yeah, I think the tricky thing with the Alch is that EG are the ones picking first here, so they're going to have to pick it, and IG have plenty of time to respond to it. And then if they don't pick it in this phase, it's probably getting banned.
Still in the pool, if I'm correct.
Oh,
yeah,
for
it's
here,
still-
yeah.
Evil
you ban it
geniuses
versus
turn
IG.
to
No,
pick.
They forced him to pick a Faceless Void last night. At this point, they're basically like, let's not give him a hero he's winning games on.
when you think about what else they played, I believe there was a Spectre game,
10
there was a Weaver
seconds
game.
remaining.
Not sure about Spectre if it was them or PXGLGD, but they definitely did play some Weavers.
5 seconds
Seeker as well, an
remaining.
option, and put Emo on that win condition. The same thing that EG is doing. I actually think that these teams are very similar in the playstyle. It's just that EG has been constantly outdrafting and outplaying them.
One of the heroes still in the pool that, Ice obviously also having little bit of a struggle in terms of heroes because he shares a lot of the pool with JT, whose heroes are also banned. But we still have Pango, and we still have Viper that we played as well. But Pango specifically, we saw that be very successful earlier on in this major. Haven't seen it yet this grand finals, though.
I think it might have fallen off a little bit because of the rise of Bloodseeker. If you know that someone is picking a Bloodseeker anyway, do you really want to put yourself in a position that you're a Pango or not? It's difficult, but Crit did play it on 4, right? And Ice on.
Yeah, both of it. They're taking their time again.
Probably just a fly here would be my guess. I think you reveal the least by picking flies here. You see what systems you're up against, and yeah, they go for CM.
Evil geniuses turn to
Just a good
pick.
laner overall. Helps out
Dire
with
team pick.
every single lane with the mana and instantly into the like.
Ooh!
That was... I didn't even have a full second to see the Void Spirit.
No.
Void Spirit hadn't even appeared from the Void before the Lycan came out.
taking the spotlight in the game and in the draft as well. Okay, Void Spirit, it's something that we've seen. This could be an alchemist again for Invictus Gaming. Very dangerous versus the Storm and the Lycan, who are very aggressive early on. Win rate on Radiant, 0%.
Well, I think EG is looking to try and up that a little bit.
It's just the teams who are picking it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's probably some EU teams picking it or something.
One hero that's still in the pool that can be played at a lot of positions, Death Prophet. Seeing that kind of little bit of a shift in popularity. Did see it on the banning side this series in both of the games, but always in the later stages of the draft.
I think it's a bit hard to fit in here, though. Like for IG, they need an offliner if they want
to. It's good versus Lycan in the lane if they put it on 3, but instead this is even better, right? Yeah. Not only because you're strong versus Lycan, you also have the root mechanics versus both of the spirits, which can come in handy. Fends your towers a little bit for this early onslaught, but Lycan can be shifted. Can be an offlane.
Well, I think it was always going to be an offlane for EG. And I think EG is going to be looking for that carry that they can later on build an accept on Lycan and buy.
5 seconds remaining.
Ice is like a Lycan specialist. So I would imagine we're going to see it there. For IG, it's a good underlord pick because I think they can protect it with these bans. Monkey's already banned, and probably see that Ursa banned out as well.
Ursa banned for sure, yeah. Jug was banned way earlier too. Maybe... not terribly, not too great versus the heroes that Invictus Gaming have got already, but something that EG definitely have played.
Evil geniuses turn to ban.
Oh yeah.
How does that work? You bite the Bloodseeker, he already has movement speed, and then he's a wolf as well. Does he fly through the map?
Dire team ban.
What are the odds on a Terrorblade still coming?
I'm not quite sure. Underlord, Phoenix, Void Spirit, all of these heroes can mess him up quite a bit. Be a difficult game for him. The Ursa ban, I think, very probable.
10 seconds. Do you agree?
Yeah, even though it was an RTZ hero during more of the DPC leagues, and I don't think we've seen it here yet on the main stage, and the major for EG, just from other teams. But it's just so good for this game, it feels like. Hero that can kill the Supernova, has some built-in status resist against a lot of this disables. The roots can be a little annoying, but it just feels like a perfect hero for EG to round out their draft with.
Just waiting for that RTZ ban.
I mean, the carry pull itself is really strong.
This is interesting.
They've seen this EG look where they just don't pick these carries when they have the Storm, so maybe they're just thinking they're going to be going for that tempo hero. We've seen Leshrac, we've seen Bloodseeker. Razor's still in the pool. That's another hero we could see again from EG.
Maybe even the Lycan safe lane. It's
10 seconds
maybe
remaining.
Not probable, but the way that they're playing recently, would you say that they would be the team that picks Bloodseeker the most few days ago? You wouldn't, right?
True. And when they have Lycan Storm, do you even if they are looking for safe lane, do you really want another hero that's going to be greedy like an Ursa who's building Battle Fury or whatnot? It feels like they may be better off going back for that Razor they picked earlier on.
I like the Razor call, actually. It's pretty solid. They already have some ways of dealing with the egg. Lycan can run in, you would have your safe lane carry as well. To do that, maybe even eliminate him before that egg is on. And they ban out the TB itself.
So let's see, what is Fly going to play? We want to see Fly on something that he can take control over the game with.
Not a Faceless Void.
Not a Faceless Void, ideally.
Yeah.
He has played Ursa, he has played Weaver. He's played everything under the sun. The question is what they prefer most in this draft, and what can keep up the tempo with from EG, because it looks like they're going to set a high pace.
Oh, and one here we haven't mentioned is Alchemist is still in the pool as well. That's another carry.
That's actually very true.
Weaver, Alk, Ursa, and Razor seem to be like the main carries I see left that have at least been getting played and picked.
Evil geniuses.
Well, they have only 5 seconds left. They won't need it. They'll go for this.
Totally different.
I actually have seen this, and I've been talking about how they're always off meta when they find a hero to play against different carries. This is literally what they did. Same thing in the regionals, in which Lycan was picked against them. Not sure if it was carry on off or offlane, but they picked Sven into it. And then Lycan just doesn't have the game. It's very easy for you to clean up all of his minions.
If I'm correct, this is going to be the third Sven of the tournament. We've only seen Liquid win once and lose with it.
They definitely like to pick these carries that everyone has left in the trash can like a few months ago.
So true. But like you say, this Lycan doesn't want to lane against Sven or Underlord, really. Like, there's no great lane for it.
Select your
But
heroes.
there is a great lane for Razor. No matter where Razor goes, whether it's playing into the Sven, into the Underlord, this Razor pick looked, I mean, pretty easy to read in some ways, but also just, like, perfect to round out the EG draft.
Yeah, the teamfight composition from IG's draft is pretty solid. They have the Phoenix, the Underlord, you have ways of protecting the egg, a stun, AoE stun that's coming from your safe lane carry, and this safe lane carry later on in the game does feel like the strongest hero on the map, even versus the Razor. The only question is, do they get to that late game in which Sven just goes out of control before he's just leashed by Razor and everyone else?
Well, and also before, I think Abed takes over. His Storm in the mid game, we've seen what it can do. It feels like a game where Abed's going to try to come online and then win the game for EG, and IG's going to be sitting back like, all right, Sven, are you ready yet? Because if this does go late, the Sven, he's a beast. Even against the static link, I think Sven can carry this game if they don't get overrun by Abed's Storm.
Well, I am not going to go against Abed's Storm. I have learned from that already, so my prediction goes for the wave EG, although I would be happy to be proven wrong because going to a fourth game would be great.
I also do really want to see the fourth game. Because of that, I'm going with IG. I also think that they have what it takes actually to win this one. They still have to prove that they're able to take EG though.
I overall like IG's draft better, so I'm going to have to go with IG. I think EG is showing they're the better team. They're playing better Dota, but draft-wise, this Sven pick just ticks the right boxes for me, so...
All right, well, I'm very happy to hear that, and I'm sure a lot of people at home are also very happy to hear that we're going to have a little bit more of a competitive game on our hands compared to what we saw previously. Isn't that right? Let's toss the note.
Just putting the words in our mouths, like, isn't that right? And everything. I would say that IG, looks like they have the best draft so far in game number 3, but EG's also setting up Razor for a really, really good game. I'm leaning towards EG still. I think Razor should have a really good time. It's also a possibility. I think most likely they're going to run an aggressive tri-lane, leave ISIS Ice alone, and that's what has been working for them so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've got to kind of disagree. I think it is another outdraft fight. I don't know how IG is going to be able to lane against this Razor. Both side laners, the Underlord or the Sven, whatever the matchup's going to be, they're going to have a bad time. I think they overlook the potential of the Razor coming in as the last 5th pick, and I just feel it's another draft where EG just looks to be coming out ahead.
Well, will we have a fourth game of this best-of-5 grand finals, or will this finally be the time for NA, the time for EG, the time for Arteezy and Abed to win a major? We're going to find out. Odie Pixel Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, this third game now. 2-0 EG up at the moment against IG. Without a doubt, though, Lacoste, this is, as you said, you actually prefer IG's, but in comparison to last game, it's a million times better for IG's.
Oh, for sure. They don't have the Faceless Void. We've seen Liquid had some success with Sven. I think it's a good hero here, having that extra armor, extra, something against Lycan, which should be good, extra movement speed so you can run away from the static link. Also doesn't sound too bad. He's going to be the primary target, for that link. Razor's like, yeah, I'm just going to link you. This is my job throughout the most of the game to just be able to link him. Fly does not have a sentry board. This is the second time when IG's playing Dire that they've set up observer board behind the tower. Might get devorded. Abed, yet again, on his Storm Spirit. We've seen it in the series sort of get pushed further and further up in the draft order. This game picks first. Do you think IG have reacted to Abed's Storm enough with their picks, or do you see this as another game where the Storm can have a pretty fun time? They're playing into Root Mechanic coming out from the Underlord, into Nyx Assassin. I think Kaka, he wanted to be the one that has the mana burn, has that stun, easy setup with the Carapace on the Stone Remnant, and they have much more than what they did before. Also, like Remnant coming out from the Void Spirit, also could be potential setup with the Yule Scepter. So in this particular matchup, Stone Spirit against the Void Spirit, you know what your item build is going to be on Emo.
Arteezy going in onto JT.
One more hit.
Is he going to be able to find it?
No, he can't get it anymore. Like the Tango plus the armor coming up from the tier 2 tower and some extra regeneration will keep him alive.
Just an aggressive move there from EG to hit the level 2s.
Has been killed.
Quite successful with an Arteezy. Chased down here by the two of them. The Firestorm, is it enough to bring him down? It isn't. Get a Tango going. Kaka still continue to chase down. We'll have stun again in a second. If Kaka lands the stun, Arteezy's looking pretty dead, and he'll be able to do so. Kaka getting first blood for IG.
Good start. You know, they decided to go in, try to get that kill. All they needed was like one extra hit. Did not manage to do it. Kaka comes back with the first blood, lands another stun, boots of speed, and now this sets up Underlord for a bit of a better, start. Razor, he will always want to link you in the lane. One of the reasons why they picked him. The slow Crystal Maiden needs 1 mana for a bite.
Be able to get it. And this time, Arteezy will manage to finish off the kill. Kaka, not quite enough mana for a stun, so couldn't hold back Arteezy chasing JT down. Lane. So far, Arbeth versus Emo. Ledge for Emo at the moment. Very, very cold with the Vortex back into the Remnant. Is it enough? Pulse is out. And that will be enough to save him. Emo keeping himself alive. That patented move that Crit always makes around this time.
And he will have a healing cell, which will pretty much the full HP. And this is what they want to have, Lycan on the top lane, getting some extra XP, because Crit, they can't kill the top. So leaving Lycan alone, Sven with 2 points in cleave will push out the lane always. He wants also to be able to farm the side camp potentially, or the small camp, and then your Lycan will also farm.
The spirits unite.
Heading over to join Emo and Ollie in the mid lane. They're bringing the three of them in. Arbed very low on mana and health at the moment. Crit, Rune will manage to refill the bottle here for Arbed. So IG will show all three of them now in the mid lane. So safety is going to be there for EG on the side lanes. I know that the supports are all pounds backing up Emo.
And if we look at the bottom lane, Razor with the Quelling Blade, it's no shame. If you need some kind of help, or like even if Arteezy's buying it, for all the new players out there, just buy a Quelling Blade. It will help you out, even if you're a ranged pro.
Mid lane, Arbed. Kaka was able to close in on him. Quite enough burst though between him and Emo. So Arbed bringing plenty of regen out. Charles Clarity's Mango's good to go, as he'll be able to keep himself in the lane. 5-minute bounty runes are coming up. Still just, Fly having a much better time compared to what he was able to find in the lane last game. Setup has been so much better. This time, actually able to hit some...
They are not making any stacks so far. I've seen Ancients not stacked, nothing in the jungle stack. Sven would love to have. So maybe Phoenix eventually... if Sven goes to the jungle a bit earlier, then Phoenix takes over the lane and can just farm. But Sven right now does not need help, especially once he hits that level 6. There's also some kill potential, possibly on Lycan, because he's only level 5.
Mid. Gonna try and punish Emo before he's hit the 6. Another move from Crit kicks him back into the reach of Arbed. He's coming in. Not quite enough to kill off Emo. Both mids to hit the 6. Arbed will do so a little sooner than Emo. They're able to maintain control of the runes.
Dire structures are fortified.
So having the Kaka coming over towards the mid as well. Still Crit, he's going to be the one to grab it. Takes it away. Kaka won't be able to make the move in on the sort of moments with Kaka coming over towards the mid. It is giving more and more space for Arteezy down bottom to get ahead in this matchup. 30 for 8 against the 15 for 3 of JT. JT having slightly tougher time than that of Ice on the other half of the map.
Storm Spirit, he got level 6. He's going back to base. Let's see if he decides to make an aggressive move.
I think it's a good start, so he's actually going to find the stun onto Arbed out with the zip just in time. Close there, Emo nearly finding the Remnant follow-up.
They kind of split the stack 50-50. This time around, Arteezy going for a Falcon Blade. Last time he played the Razor safe lane, like he was set up for such a good game. Went straight into Boots of Travel, but this hero needs some kind of mana, even though you have Crystal Maiden in your team. Maiden usually does not put more than 1 point in aura anyway, especially early on. You just want to max that Frostbite, especially against Void Spirit. The root mechanic is super good. So I can understand why he's getting that a bit of damage, a bit of a tankiness, some extra mana regen.
Really want to try and catch Arbed out around the mid again. Tucker just sitting on the sidelines. In case aggression's there from EG onto Emo. Minute runes, it's flying Arbed. They're ready to try and hold for the top one. Remnant's down. Spawning bottom anyways. Again, IG maintaining control of the power runes. He got to get himself in, force Ollie to take it so it won't be saved for Emo.
What a move from Crit. You know, he uses a TP just to secure that the enemy mid laner does not get a refill on the bottle, that he does not get any power rune. Underlord playing very aggressive here.
Start to rift out though. Caught up on the cliff. Around the mid, they know that the movement was being made towards him. JT around any longer than he needs to. Fly. We'll see what sort of build-up he goes for from Master Madness. If it varies from what we did see from Mickey. Sven performances here at the Major.
Yeah, more like status resistance with the SNY. He also went for Blink that game, upgraded it to Swift Blink, I believe, later on. He didn't go for Aghanim Scepter at all.
Mid lane Emo. They jump in, trying to set up on Crit, they've got it.
Birth may fall. To deny my wisdom is to choose death.
I bet not having any opportunities to get in and help. Emo and Kraka looking pretty strong here in the mid lane. Top tower, starting to get pressured a bit by Ice with the Necro books. Be able to force Ollie all the way back here. Quite the nuisance here for the Phoenix. Trying to do his best with the body blocks to get some more damage in. A lot of space given for Ice to continue farming right up by the tower. So having Arbed and Crit in the neighborhood, if any TPs come from IG, trying to hold off this push.
Right now, Sven is just jungling. Having that Mask of Madness, clearing the stacks. We're also going to stack Ancient Creep Camp one more time. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Ice, high level. Ollie's a bit under level. So he's level 3 on Phoenix. He needs the dome.
Feel the
Emo. A couple of times now we've been able to pick up these supports with the move. Fix it from Arbed.
He's out of man.
Going for the sub-line. Arbed's able to dodge it now with the illusion rune still on the mana though. The whole of IG chasing it down. The root there from JC and they bring down the storm. And they'll turn over towards RTZ. Fly. Get the control on this. The setup for Taka. RTZ looking at this. The whole world in trouble as the stuns are out. IG bring the fight around the mid lane as they take down the 2-4.
Very aggressive move there from IG. Also Storm Spirit zipping in. And then like nice dodge with the illusion rune, but does not pop a mango. He had one mango to work with, I believe, and also a bottle charge. Maybe he could have gotten out of the trouble, but decided to focus on the voice line.
Always that temptation.
Let the fun begin!
Space being brought for Ice though with all the action going on mid. The levels on the Necro book. Overall 2k lead here for IG. Fly. To be in a perfect spot as a Sven.
Dyer's top tower
Dream scenario of getting involved in early action, cleaning up the ancients. This Sven is going to be
big. Yeah, this time around, Fly, much better game, especially compared to Faithless Void. In game number 2, Phoenix still struggling a bit with the levels, trying to take some XP from those stacks. The one who's also having a really good time is Underlord. Like, he's going for Road of Aethos against the Storm Spirit, so I bet he needs a BKB. Like, after he finishes that Orchid, BKB is pretty much a must-have.
Top. They're going to see if they can burst out Ice, point the route, they can. Even looking to reset and get out of there at the same time. Mid Arbed goes in with the dive. Him and Crit able to collapse onto Ollie. Something in return, but again, these trades each and every time favouring that of IG as IG the stronger hold on this early game.
They're moving together as a unit. Sven being, very active. He doesn't necessarily need to be involved in the kills, but he shows up. They're like, yeah, we can't really fight Sven right now. He feels super strong. Has Yasha, Bracer, Mask of Madness going into that Sanj. The extra movement speed to break the link from the Razor is going to be really good.
Try and catch them with a smoke EG. So they've got to be careful. Fly has got strength ready to pop. He can turn if they don't quite get the quick kill that they're looking for. Mid lane as well, also a hard place to fight into. JT's around. One pit laid out, could set up for for Arbet to get collapsed on completely by the following stuns.
And now it's sort of Ata's done
scanning.
on Underlord. So he can keep them inside 3 points in Pit of Malice. It's just going to be so hard for EG to push the towers. Like this pit, as you mentioned, pretty much covers the whole area of the mid lane. Arbet this time around not having as good game as we've seen in the other ones. Struggling a bit. They have the counters playing into Nyx Assassin. He's about to be level 8 compared to Emo, who's like level 10. I talked about the items, didn't finish my sentence, where like whenever you play against the Storm Spirit as a Void Spirit, most of the time it's going to be Yule Scepter to be able to dispel that flag. Getting caught.
It's going to go down. We'll see if Ice can get anything to turn. They can. Rolls in, gets the connection onto Ollie.
Radiant's
JT
middle
turns off
tower
back
is
for it.
under attack.
So IG will back off with their Phoenix gone. The mid Kaka on the hunt. Arbed.
Radiant's bottom
Full
tower
HP and
is
full
under
mana.
attack.
Her alone won't be able to do much. Maybe if Emo's able to close in on this, the two of them together can take him. So Arbed stepping up.
Where's the party?
Won't quite be able to get in. Kaka didn't quite get in range over the tower whilst the remnant exploded. So Arbed will manage to live another day.
Okay, Spoon just on top.
Crit was starting some action down bottom. Arbet's going to be in with the follow-up. Put the control. Fly will turn with the stun, but he has the damage.
EG,
Radiant's
they
bottom
see, you know,
tower
they
is
saw
under
3
attack.
heroes on a mid lane. They're like, we caught a glimpse of Sven. Let's just go and try to take him down. Because they know there's not going to be any follow-up. He's not going to get any help. Nyx Assassin, shown mid with Vendetta. Like, very nice move from you there.
Pick-off potential still incredibly strong from the Storm Spirit duo that we've seen. He runs so many times with great success. Bottom lane, Light. Trying to soak up some XP behind the tower. IG can't get that pass as they dive
is under
in.
attack.
Take him out and will manage to claim this tier 1 for themselves. The objectives and
Radiant
getting as
structures
much as they
are
can done,
fortified.
even with Fly off the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
JT will be able to secure the bottom tower. Like, this Underlord is in the middle of the pack, but feels very unkillable unless they bring the numbers.
Going in here for Ice. Crit. Can't do anything to
Radiant's bottom
save it.
tower is under attack.
Ice goes down. Didn't have the summons out, but Fly's going to be able to head over. Start dealing with the Necrotrops. Be able to control, take down both of them. 9-4, 3k lead. IG holding onto this advantage. No signs at the moment of EG being able to really close the gap on Firefly's farm. This Sven is going to be able to stay nearly sort of an item ahead at this pace. Fiji can't find enough action going in their favor.
Necro 3 is done on Lycan, so they should be, you know, ready to fight, especially once Abed finishes the Orchid. There it is. They can't stop him. But the Pit of Malice, like, this is your biggest problem in this game, you know, besides Sven, because Underlord with a good Pit of Malice into another Road of Atos, it's just too good. Like, he's also completely nullifying the damage that comes from Lycan these fights, especially in these smaller areas where, like, you can't just pass. Gain rune top.
Emo is going to commit aggressively here with the 2 steps. Trying close to set him up to Chris. He's over top of the other strip, but now he's potentially countered by Carter. Going to go down the corner, take him out with the rip. They're fully going to be able to take him out.
Don't get him.
He's got Emo dead as well. He had just enough damage to bring us down.
Oh,
Now they're chasing for more. Over to the end. Easy take down the supernova. Triple kill for our Easy. The grab there with the vortex, and they drag back Firefly. Take him down as well. A team wipe out of nowhere. There for EG.
This was a fight, you know. Void Spirit, he goes in, he uses a Yule Scepter on himself, and yeah, just a perfect setup for Earth Spirit to use his abilities. Abed, meanwhile, picks up that Arcane Rune on the Storm Spirit. Kind of a bad act there to try to make stuff happen, but they already lost multiple heroes. Man, EG, like, we're going to see that one again.
As you said it, you know, such an aggressive move from Emo, using pretty much all his mobility and escape to fully initiate. JT tries to bail them out. It must have been so close to completing the rift, but the damage just very well prioritized there by EG as they bring down JT's Underlord. And from that point onwards, IG, they didn't have a backup plan.
They did not. You know, they get the good jump, they get the good initiation, and as you mentioned, like, Emo using all of his abilities pretty much to close the gap, and aggressive Yule Scepter, he has nothing to protect himself with anymore.
9-10, that lead that IG had closed completely there off the back of that team fight. See there, all that progress that IG were building up off the back of a solid start with the lanes and with Fly's farm. It's just gone in an instant.
I want to see what Arteezy's next item is going to be. Last time when he was playing Razor, he got so much value from a Blink Dagger pickup. I believe it was against Amiz Monkey King, where he just wanted to get on top of him. And then this might be also the item build here, you know, against the Sven. Now that you have a B, you don't care about any of the abilities pretty much that they can throw at you. So it could be a really nice pickup.
G, now in a position to go for Roche. It has been scanned out immediately by IG, and IG have the ults ready to go. They've got Supernova at the ready for this fight. Emo's trying to head it with the Invictus. He's down, they've seen him. The Silence, the quick, the pullback with the Vortex. Emo's in trouble. He'll buy some time with the ult, straight back down into the stunners. Crit catches him perfectly. JC, he's batting them out. They'll try and bring down IG. Looks like will fall for the Firestorm. The rest of IG taken out of there. But again, IG losing the team fights, and once again, Emo is on the front. He's just not prepared for EG to react as quickly as they do. He feels that he's so strong with the Invis. Sentry's laid down, EG know he's there, and Crit, instant setup there with the silence into the stun. There's no escape for Emo.
Oh, they just have his number this time around, because like Emo is playing so aggressive. Like they have Necrobook units, they're trying to go for Roche. You know there's going to be Sentry there like 99% of the time. He still decides to go for that play. And he gets punished.
Definitely starting to hurt IG. After he was having a very solid start, I think pretty much 7-0-2 at the beginning. He's 2 kills now back-to-back on Emo, slowing the momentum down. EG over to the side, Crit finds the catch onto Ollie.
Ollie can't catch a break this game. Like, they have so many tools to deal with him. They don't really have that, you know, high attack speed hero, but also he did not really place some good eggs this time. Crit in again.
7-point JT kicks it back over to the rest of DBG. Move over. JT's gone. Another silence, another roll. Crit's in over the wall. Emo the full on down with the Vortex of Armand. And Emo's gone again. The 10 starting to come out. As it's just setting up kill after kill after kill. As you said, they can't catch a break.
Bit of a slower start for his Earth Spirit. Didn't manage to find any openings early on, but these rolls, these silences, like the spell casting, everything was pretty much on point, and this should be the free Roche.
No, I don't think after those last few events, Sergeant's going to risk going over there again. CG controlling this area perfectly. Not leaving any chance for IG to even begin to think of setting up around Roche. As Arbed, he's going to have the Aegis ready for the next fight.
Arteezy was thinking, do I get a Sanj? Do I get a Blink Dagger? He saw how the last fight went, decided to go for that Blink Dagger, which I really, really like. You know, being able to just jump on the Sven. Like, he's never going to feel that comfortable playing into Razor. And they've shut down Emo. Emo was having such a good time. Now he's nowhere near his second item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
3 back-to-back deaths, destroying his early game completely.
Dire's top tower.
One more move like that, Emo's impact is going to fall off the
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane EG.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Tier 2s.
Dire's top tower.
If you want to do anything about this, see with the way last few fights have gone, it's very hard to make that call, especially into the Aegis. The mid, Ice, and Arbed.
Oh, not again.
Emo, he's pushing down the lane. The silence is there for Crit, buying enough time to line up the roll. As another death. Bottom lane, Arteezy is committing with the BKB and the static thing. They're looking to take him out. JT is going to be able to bring Flying Kaka back to safety. Ollie will manage to TP out, but they can't let the Void Spirit die like this.
No, this is fourth time, exactly. Like Crit, he used the roll a bit prematurely, you know, considering if you use the Stone Remnant. So he didn't even use the Stone Remnant, still connects on the target. And you can feel that JP is afraid. While he's using Dark Rift, he needs to be able to control Void Spirit, otherwise someone might get kicked out of the range, and then you're just going to be left there alone.
Very risky here. IG, they've smoked up whilst they don't have Emo, and it's into an Aegis. Maybe, I mean, it's going to be that sort of surprising move that it will catch EG by
Oh, they're not going to catch anything. Even if they caught Fly, it's still not worth it. I can understand the aggression that they wanted to do, be a bit more, active, because there's no shapeshift, there was no BKB on Razor. But even, as you said, they still have Ace on the Storm up and running for 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Back on with the push, will manage to finish off the tier 2.
Oh, they need to talk about the items, because Lycan and Razor are going for the same item build, so he just swapped. He bought a casual plate mail, which is also fine. He wanted to get the AC, but realized Lycan is also going for one.
Cut the axe instead.
Casual plate mail is also fine. Playing against Sven was like a good item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
As you said, you just need to be able to BKB, get on top of the Sven, get the link going, and just survive through the initial physical burst that Sven will have at the start of the link with the God Strength. If you live through that, Sven's not been able to take you down, raise it, you're going to be able to force the Sven to have to back off each time, and with the control that EG has, it's really rather difficult for Fly to do. Does have the BKB now, but those BKB usages have to be flawless from the Sven.
For sure. JP's Road of Atos, another jump. It's just going to be on the next Assassin. And next Assassin does not ever feel comfortable playing in any of the Necro 3 heroes like a Beastmaster, Lycan, Atos. Let's see the damage.
They're trying to start something onto our team. He already feels the way that this fight is going. He's starting to rip them out. Godstrick has been committed though by Fly. A bit of an awkward move there. As you can see very early on that JT had no inclination of sticking around for the fight.
If they get a stun on Razor, I think they commit instead of getting back, because they could potentially just bring down Ray low enough to kill him with Sven's God Strength. Seng. No blink.
He still wants to make something happen with this God Strength. He's stepping up. He's decided Dominic's going towards the back line. The BKB comes up and out easy. He's up with the static. The Sven's got to step away. Fly is doing all of his damage. Freezing field for the high ground from Fly. Emo's got to run. JT's going to get chased out by RTZ. Crits sitting over the wall. Closes the gap on JT. It's JT's gone.
That was not a good bit of malice. If we're going to see that again, Razor, he managed to walk around the bit of malice, good moves from Arteezy there, gets the static link off, and also he did not block that passage. Check the bit of malice. It was a bit more aggressive, good jump from the Storm Spirit, and Razor just goes around, manages to get out and follow them.
Yeah, it stays on Fly for more than long enough to force Fly to have to run. No chance of taking the fight anymore when Fly has lost at least 120 damage there to the link. 4K in lead now for EG. Fly's farm still in a good place, but his last 3 fights, Arteezy's caught up completely on his Razor.
He's going into Aghanim Scepter, which is also okay. I was thinking about Sanj, a bit of a status resistance, maybe transition that to Heaven's Halberd against Sven, which would also be fine, but getting Aghanim Scepter gives them a bit more push potential, and then you can deal with the 2 targets. I don't know why, in the description it says when striking buildings, it will only target towers, barracks, and the Ancient. Those buildings, they're actual buildings inside the base, are not affected. It would be too powerful if you could actually go for that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You've got to balance in all things.
I like how that's called a building. Couldn't think of anything different.
Dota's a very creative game. There's going to be limits to
bottom tower is under attack.
Building, indeed. Maybe we'll see it get a name change. Here we have it, bottom lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2, getting pressured by our side. And again, this is...
Dire's bottom tower
can't do anything.
is under attack.
Can't do anything here if you're IG. Can't
Radiant's
turn
top
up to these
tower
pushes
is
from
under
EG
attack.
right now. You've got to try and look to get the trades going. And so take the tier 1 top, IG.
Crit has a BKB. Urn of Shadows, BKB.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lycan units trying to push on the bottom lane. They also have a siege creep. But they know something is up. EG, they have a good read. IG smoked on a completely different side of the map.
It'll take them quite a while to get over it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're heading in the right direction.
Are scanning.
See if they can get a jump. But say EG's going to feel that something's coming over. EG, they're going to be prepared. They're holding close to one another on the high ground. Do IG really want to try and fight into this?
Dire's bottom
EG, they have vision on the high ground. They're scouting things out. They're sure that there are no wards from the enemy team with the Necros, and now they're going to start pushing in some damage, forcing a glyph from IG. Next Roche may respawn in 30 seconds.
The next objective they'll look for, RCC will have the full Aghanims. While they EG lose a curry in the river, Behemoth gives up the whole move of IG. So IG will have to get back to showing themselves in the mid lane. Really just prepare for the high ground defense. Fighting EG outside of the base has ended terribly the last few times that IG's tried to go for it. Mid lane. The opening here on
that's a good jump.
The chain stuff coming out. Arbe comes to the back line, but RGG's going to get blown up. He's taking down 100 to 0. Now with the gold stretch. Right by tells everyone Prince's name's going to be blocked off. IG able to find that opening as RCG wasn't quite ready for that opening start.
I mean, if he pops a BKB there, not sure if Blink Dagger was ready, but he needs to be careful. They have so many stuns, like stun from Sven, stun from Next Assassin. Let's see the Roche respawn, minute and 5 seconds, or Arteezy will be out. Need to be a bit more careful.
A little bit too close to the base. Quite prepared. Didn't know that IG was all up there, and the pace had kind of slowed down. Things had started to calm off a little bit, so RT's just getting a bit of a rude awakening there from that jump of IG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's what IG can do with this. 5 seconds though until RTC's back up, so not too long whatsoever. We'll respect that until the spawn comes in. Sells their half of the map.
Damage coming out of this Sven is still super high. You also find a really good neutral item, like Spider Legs, that's going to give you move speed, ability to go over the cliffs. So, like that static link is not going to be that great. He has a lot of movement speeds from the Warcry, Mask of Madness, SNY, might be able to just blink, break it.
Ahmed closing in on Williams, the follow-up start there for Sprint. They grab him back with the vortex. Emo's gone. And we're seeing it every single game, really, when Eyesight dies, he's on these Beastmasters, he's on these Lycans, the Micro, the vision put over down. EG steps aside, keep the distance, wait for the ult to finish.
This is so big from EG. They just forced them to use 2 buybacks. They got the tower, and they also forced the egg plus a BKB from Sven. Roshan is up. They can go in. Like, they have enough damage. Necrobook is available. There's also AC on Lycan right now. So much minus armor coming out. They just have enough. Arteezy finishing off the Aghanim Scepter as well. He also found the Spider Legs, so it's going to have a bit easier time chasing Sven with that static link.
This is spotted out. It's Aegis and Cheese. IG, they don't want to let this get away. Coming in with the smoke. They have got strength. No Supernova, no Rift either, so JT won't be able to bail them out if the fight goes wrong.
No BKB for 20 as well on Sven. EG, they go back. They're holding the high ground. They know that they are aware of this. Look at Crit positioning.
Crit trying to dispel any sort of smoke movement that IG attempt from the low ground. IG very hesitant about making moves into the triangle. Ollie. Ward down. Vision advantage there. Going to try and jump Evo. He's going to look for this. Going to work on and Crit. He's able to let the 3-man silence. Pushing the back. IG, they've got a split. As they'll jump forward from Ahmed. They're looking at one fight coming in the outside. The BKB fly. He'll make it out of there. JT trying to bail the rest of the map, but Emo's dead. Out for 90. Ollie's trying to TP away, but Crit's in with the stun. Stops the TP escape.
Man, Crit, what a performance by him. You know, holding there, they've split the Necrobook units if they want to enter from this or the other side, and then he lands a 3-man silence. Good link from Arteezy. The reason why he bought a Blink Dagger. Yeah, we're going to see that one again.
I mean, the jump there, but Crit, he keeps his cool. He heads over, boom. Suddenly 3-man silence. They have to split. Kanka and JT can't offer anything at the start of it as Crit's pressure just splits IG apart and allows EG to clean them up one by one. JT very lucky to get away with his life. Evo and Ollie left behind. EG's got the space to move in. Agents on Arteezy and Cheese on Arbed, ready for the next fight.
And they swap things around a little bit. They still show that, Razor. I like that, because Razor will be the one possibly going in a bit more aggressive, sieging the high ground with the Eye of the Storm, especially with the Aghanim Scepter. So they give him that instead, which I really, really like.
And here comes the push for the Aghanims. Arteezy using the lightning to break down the barracks. 20 seconds until Emo's up.
Is under attack.
The Rams going incredibly fast as well with the AC help.
Has fallen.
Coming in, I've got the fortification.
Fortified.
Slowing down a little bit. Arteezy's getting back in there now, but he's looking for the jump. He did straight away on top of the zone.
Good for that.
They're on top of Kaka. Kaka's out for 70. No buyback on the Knicks.
They did not want to lose this Aegis yet, because they just picked it up.
They're instantly out of there. My side popping the ult, break away from IG. So IG won't be able to punish EG at all there.
Radiant's
That
bottom
push.
tower has fallen.
They're still going to have cheese. They're still going to have Aegis for the next fight. Well, maybe they use the cheese. Who's holding the cheese? They don't have the cheese.
They had it on our bed before.
Okay, he popped it.
24-13, 10k lead. Again, this third game, once more, IG just finding themselves in a position that... How do they get themselves out of this?
They're just crumbling. Like, the decision-making after a couple of deaths on Evo, he died for like 4 times in a row. Now trying Wolves, they're scouting them out.
Here we go, jumping from Arteezy's onto fly, popping up the KB. He's got to run. He's got to get out of it with a standing damage over to the side. Quick over the follow, obviously out onto Evo. Evo's gone with no buyback for a minute, and Arteezy's ready to head back up to the high ground and into the base. No creep for the moment, though.
This is also the perfect item for Arteezy. You get stuck on a cliff, just use the spider legs, can easily get off of it, and this allows him to just chase the Sven. It also allows him to not have boots of speed in his inventory, just keeping that blade melt. Like, if he gets the first jump on Sven, if they don't stun lock him, Arteezy's good to go, and Fly will need the bail.
And every time having to use those GKBs to survive and run. Making it increasingly harder for IG to just set up a scenario where they can pop BKB God Strength and get the jump themselves, with EG's aggression just beating IG at it every single time. EG playing far too fast for IG to keep up with once again.
Bloodstone, Orchid on Storm Spirit, level 20. He also went for the Electric Vortex duration talent. Like, this Crystal Maiden Aura really helping out how much farm Abed can get, and now going into Aghanim Scepter, which I really like. He also, just prefers to get that item as, like, sometimes third, sometimes fourth, but really works well. Kind of like a budget black hole.
IG just having to sit back and wait now.
Lotus Orb is done on Underlord, but he needs to, like, precast on Sven before Sven gets a good jump.
Emo, very careful how he jumps out of the base like this. I know that EG, if they feel time is right, they'll be great on top of it. Yeah, they can start. Starts easy. It's another fly to get the drag back. They bring down Arbed. Arbed will go down. Arteezy's won't get his time. Arteezy's got the watch. He's got the Aegis. He's going to be back for a second round, but the Supernova is going to be successful. EG trying to get back in to help him out, but the Supernova goes off. They've all been stunned. IG never down. Arteezy getting brought down. Arteezy's dead. IG fighting over with the magnetize. Crit trying to do his best to rectify the fight, keeping the magnetize going. Spike Carapace trips up Crit. IG turn. They take him down as well.
Yeah, this is the fight that IG needed. They go in, Fly gets a good ulti off. Like, if he does not get static link, or if the static link is like 100 damage, you're still gonna feel those right clicks coming out from Sven, almost 600 damage on him, getting him closser to like level 25, even more damage, and getting him closer to the Swift link. Then he's gonna have unlocked movement speed, will be able to break that link.
So just the initiation this time around, just a little too aggressive from EG. They both commit in onto Fly, but JT, perfect Lotus, lays it down onto Fly, causing Arbed to pull himself in with the Vortex. And with Arbed gone, things start to fall apart very quickly. Perfect use of the Supernova to guarantee that stun on Arteezy's revival from the Aegis.
Yeah, that was such a clutch move as well on top of that. And Lotus Orb, like, this is the best item pretty much that they can get against the Sven. Against the Razor. Also, he decided to get a Lotus Orb for himself on
Restore
Razor.
the void within.
There aren't too many things to dispel. There is a silence from the Void Spirit. Sven does not have that Aghanim Scepter, so he's not following you, which is a really good item to counter it. I guess he just wants to have something against a bit of Malice to be able to move around freely.
But he's already got the BKB.
Maybe he was thinking, you know, I'm running out of slots. I bought that casual plate mail. What do I turn this into?
Sure. I think that's almost certainly it. And it is something that does mean when he commits to Flyfly, if he doesn't want to use the BKB straight away, suddenly Flyfly can't hold him back with the stun, because it's just only going to cause Flyfly to stun himself. Flyfly does also have a BKB. We'll see. Definitely didn't do too much for him in that last situation. Minotaur Horn also on Flyfly. So he's getting tankier and tankier, and a big bit of that lead shut down there off the back of that last defense from IG, showing that they've still got a good punch ready to come out.
They still have to respect the damage coming out from Sven, because it's insane. Especially if they get a Lotus Orb on him, then you're not going to feel like the static link. Crit still deals a ton of damage in the team fights. They also gave him Spell Prism to lower the cooldown on his abilities. More rolls, more silences, and the lower cooldown on a BKB plus the Spirit Vessel. Next Roche may respawn in a minute and 30. He's holding a gem. Only picked that one up.
Get the jump on easy. He's showing at the moment in the mid. Kaka. Get him with a spike carapace setup. Will open up with the stun. IG. See if they can commit onto him. Arteezy's going to be able to easily get the BKB off. IG, they'll start to back off. Ice and Arbed, they won't check. So IG succeeding in getting the BKB charge down on Arteezy. And now they want to fight. Now that they know the BKB is on cooldown, they could go for a big move. They're going to come in with the Rift over towards the bottom lane. Ice he's heading over to clean it up, but he's going to have a nasty surprise as IG turn up. Ice has instant reactions though. As soon as he sees the team, BKB and a TP out. Ice is fine.
Sven even popped the ulti. Maybe he thought, you know, with 1 or 2 crits from Daedalus, I will have enough damage to bring him down. Lycan is super tanky, especially with the AC, and realizes they have nothing that go to magic immunity, so I'm just going to TP out.
Huzzah!
About 2k away from the Aghanims on Arbed. Make a big difference in these fights. Play around all the counter plays that IG have going for themselves. See, Flyfly did finish the Swift Blink, so big step up to his damage output. So if he's able to close the gap and get that initiation with the God Strength, Sven is going to hit incredibly hard.
Storm, he found Timeless Relic for himself. That's going to be a great item, especially once he picks up that Aghanim Scepter. He's getting very close, double damage in the bottle. Next Roche, minute and 30.
See as well with the timing, Flyfly gets himself, gets 2 tomes actually sent out that were available still. So that's pushed him up just half a level away from the level 25 now instead.
Stacking the domes, new strat.
Yeah, hit them with that surprise XP jump at the end. In terms of 25s for EG, it's a little away from them.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Very close to having his next item done. He's got it here, I believe.
Emo has a 10-second BKB. They need to be careful about this, because he did not use it yet. And it is...
Stormcraft is actually kind of giving it away.
Oh, yeah. I just forgot about that item. You know, it's one item that has a good dispel mechanic, but doesn't feel like it has a lot of synergy, you know. Who's going to bring that? Do you want to have that on a spellcaster? Do you want to have that on someone who deals the damage? Mana regen is nice, though.
We're holding it like they were just then. I mean, the EG are fully aware of where IG's sticking around. Crafter procking against the walls and the creeps. They're going to try and fight this. They're going to lift the jump. IG's straight in away, but he's been caught up on the spike carpet. Crafter's able to catch him as he jumps in. Supernova's out. BKB will manage to come over.
Kill that egg.
Turn, take down the egg. Jump on the back line. They're on top of Flyfly coming over the Minotaur. He's going to stand his ground onto Godstroke. He turns. He takes down Armor. Crit falling low as well. The Remnant won't quite grab him. Crit still alive. Kicks back Emo. Emo turns over towards him. You'll set up onto Crit. Crit will go down.
Like, they thought Sven's not going to turn, but he also didn't have 25 there yet. but you can see the damage. Like with the Swift Blink, unlocks the max movement speed, just like completely turned around with the God Strength, gets 2 hits, and they're all like half HP or almost gone. Storm Spirit, you know, he does not have a defensive item for himself other than the Black King bar, so that's a bit problematic. You also need to respect still the damage coming out from Sven.
See as well, they did force out a couple of buybacks from IG, so IG putting a bit more money into that. At the same time, Crit comes out with his, as EG, they don't want to let IG get the chance to get into Roche using those buybacks. Seeing the fight again. It's a good pick-off, good way to start things, but Fly holding his ground, knowing that he would have the damage to turn and take down the 2 of them.
Roche is alive. Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim Scepter.
Who's eyeing up that Ags? I mean, I guess, you know, I bet would...
Against the Razor. It's a 9k gold lead for EG, but at the moment, like, you can't really feel that they're missing that amount of gold. It doesn't really matter.
They can't jump Fly and deal with him at the start of the fight. Fly is just going to cause a whole lot of issues as the fight draws on. If he can get that BKB and God Strength off without the threat of being static linked by Arteezy.
Bounty.
Around this area. Lost fight here. I mean, a lost Aegis, Cheese, and Aghanim. Zarbed spending up the money. Best in the Aghanim for himself.
Agents of the Void.
We'll have that good to go for the next fight.
They don't have too many abilities that they can, like, pierce this Lincoln Sphere with. They might use Frostbite. I don't think you want to use the Force Staff from the Crystal Maiden. You want to save that for defensive purposes.
Bounty.
They lost a gem. This is also the big part. You know, now IG, they're holding 2 gems. They still have Necro units to devord any possible vords. A big item on Razor, he got that Butterfly. Sven does not have a True Strike.
Cautious about Emo. Level 25, Hex Stun. That's a lot of lockdown between the Hex and the Dissimulate Stun. EG don't get their BKBs off in time. There will be more than enough chain stun to hold Arteezy in place to allow Fly to get the kill.
And the BKBs are down to 5 seconds.
Guns it! But it's reacting there with the Hex as they come in. Coming with the BKB, getting the lines down on the turn of the Supernova down, but Ahmed, he's down. The damage is done by Fly. Overwatch, Crit they go. The BKB comes to an end. By Carapace Kaka catches Crit. Crit goes down as well.
That jump, you know, they go in, but they get caught. There's so much control coming up from the Void Spirit. You have the Hex, you have that AoE silence, the Stimulate also stuns, level 25 talent. Now they can go inside the pit. Crit already bought back in the previous fight, so he's not going to have it. Storm Spirit invests all of his gold into that new shiny Aghanim Scepter. I don't think they have enough to deal with that farmed Sven right now, and also Emo. Like, he managed to make a comeback after getting caught multiple times in a row. Like, he's super strong right now.
He really did. The impact he can have at this point, that much lockdown around these low duration BKBs is just pretty much unmatched.
Radiant's
on EG. Anytime IG get the jump and have the better time.
Oh, it's Nyx Assassin who picks up the Axe. So he wants to burrow himself.
Something else in these team fights that's going to make it pretty much impossible for EG to keep the fight going when the BKBs end. He'll have such an easy time just throwing out his abilities from a distance.
Radiant's middle tower
IG ready to push up to the high ground their time. They're now holding the 5k lead. EG
Radiant's top tower
letting that strong mid game that they had really slip away now as IG, they're back in charge with how large Fly is.
Blanket Wolves
tower is under attack.
And Necro units, like, you need to keep that away from Sven. He pretty much one-shots it. Also, you need to keep it away from Pit of Malice. It will this lineup will start to fall off. You know, you have a Razor, he deals the damage.
Radiant's top tower
but they have the tools to deal with him, right? There is a Lincoln Sphere, there is a Lotus Orb. And Arteezy!
Almost going, he's on the front, Arteezy's dead, he's got no buyback! Uneasy dead for 100, 350 gold short from buyback. And Crit's on as well. His buyback on cooldown. I mean, they're just sitting on the high ground, having a look out, and suddenly Ivy there on top of him. He's gone. I'm just going to have all the space and work to take so much here from the base of EG.
Yeah, that's a minute and 20 seconds without... Oh my god, they can't pick up any bounty runes.
Radiant's
if IG realize
they probably think, you know, he has it, but we'll poke. We'll see what happens.
I mean, and they're poking pretty hard here with Fly. They're being cautious though. They're looking towards the racks instead, already with the jump, straight up towards the bounce, and Emo's looking to get more kills here. Fly will live. As he gets away, actually Emo losing his shot there because of that dive. We have Ice trying for the split mid. He does have creeps pushing in with his Ice. The Ice might just be enough to stop EG from losing anything more than the mid and the top rack.
He's being very cautious about what's happening. He has the Wolves, Necro available, but they might go for the Mega.
They're sticking
30
around.
seconds without Arteezy.
They know now that Arteezy has not got the gold to get back in. Still 100 gold short on the Razor. CG, they're trying to start, so they've got to be careful. Can't come with the power. He's able to try and get the setup onto Fly, forces back to safety. JT actually going to look to take them out here. Darbeck comes in and look for the jump on to JT, but JT gets them all out.
Yeah, that's a level 3 ulti for second teleport delay. Oh, at least they did not get the Mega Creep, so they still have possibly one more fight. Arteezy definitely needs to farm up his buyback. He's going to have it in the 400 gold. Double damage spawned on top. There's still ages for almost full 2 minutes. IG, they want to take another fight.
They still know how strong of a position they're in right now off the back of those last few moves. 11k lead. IG just playing this late game perfectly, and EG starting to make some mistakes.
This could be the big one. You know, Storm Spirit hitting level 25. He has that Electric Rave as well on top of the Aghanim Scepter. I'm not sure if anyone bought the Tome or was it him, but they might need this. Like, it's a ton of damage.
It's so much damage. It really is. 2 times overload attack bounce on your whole team. As long as they can live to get their hits off. The BKBs are down on IG. Can't underestimate how much magical burst that will be at this stage of the game. Fly is just ever so tanky. 4.4k gold as he's ready to start building towards his next item. It's 10k ahead of that of the farm of Arteezy right now.
They still have that Aegis. They have gems, so they can get rid of any kind of vision. They also have cheese on Void Spirit.
The IG, they're looking for the jump. If they want to make it. Won't go in blind. They do actually get the jump onto Orbit. Emo's in. Look at the jump. Don't go towards the stone for Orbit. Trying to get the BKB off, but he can't zip away in time. Orbit down for 90 seconds without the goal for buyback. EG, they're going to try to commit. Arteezy's in with the BKB. Forcing the back. JT's ready to rip the team. There's the rip. Is he going to take them away? It is, but Emo
they
and
forgot.
Kaka actually
They
left
forgot
behind.
Nix.
They kind of split up. Ice will live on just a slither of health as he's able to run away. Emo's still fighting back against Chris. Kaka remaining bored, causing some issues here for EG as they'll slowly but surely bring him down. Emo trying to finish off Chris, but the backup's there. Arteezy jumps across.
Age is gone in a second. They did not time it. Oh, that would be so big.
And as it is, Emo's just going to get a free reset. As time's been pulled for the rest of IG to get back over. And now still 50 seconds without Arbed. IG, they'll still play it careful, not wanting to push him with Kaka dead.
Surprised that JT decided to just bail them out completely. I think like they can go for this kind of a play with Sven focusing the barracks and then bailing. They also need to be careful about the force staff so that someone does not get caught inside of the base without getting back. Oh, we can see that. Like Razor, he's also level 25, extra attack speed. It's just a lot of damage. You know, a lot of damage. He might not be able to get the static link off the Sven anymore unless they proc his Lincoln Sphere, so might just go for a different target.
See it again here. She said, well, what do you reckon the time it was on that Aegis? Were you keeping track of it?
Yeah, I was keeping track.
Radiant are
4
scanning.
seconds, apparently. So close to making such a big play, but couldn't quite control how quickly they took down Emo. So Emo able to get away with sticking around. And
it was like 3-0-1, you know, but once it needs to kick in, so it was very close.
Gee. To hit out with a smoke here. see there. The Aghanims, Jason's going to have an even easier time of quickly taking his team out if he feels that the fight is going the wrong way.
EG will love to farm up buybacks on especially on the Storm Spirit. Like Lycan
buybacks
doesn't matter that much, especially if he uses the form already. But they need this buyback on the Storm Spirit, and they would also love to get that level 25.
29-24. IG still with the 12k lead as Fly getting close to the money to be able to slot something out and get his Abyssal Blade in. Still have buyback gold available pretty much. Incredibly rich.
Radiant's middle
refresher,
tower
and of course
is
with
under
that
attack.
shard, that extra reach to simulate that he'll have means that just the area of coverage that he can
It's
get
so
in and onto
huge.
you and get that 2.5 second stun off, it makes it so hard to choose the right time to start retreating, as he'll always be able to chase you with that much range.
Dark Breath, Aghanim Scepter upgraded by Underlord, so that means 1 second less delay.
Oh, look at the jump on Easy, keep it in. But they're in, they've got the Hex, they've got the Dissimulate. Oh, Easy in trouble, he's getting taken out, gets the BKB off. Oh, it's unfair, Easy won't be able to keep himself alive. Ice moves over the back lines, takes that only, but the Rods there. They control Ice, they bring him down, the Lycan falls.
Radiant's bottom
Somehow, though, EG able to keep RTZ alive. Nearly ending in another disaster there. RTZ still does not have the buyback goal. Big dip in Romano, get the ball in, RTZ moving in, they've got the link down on the fly. There's no line with the line, still going to take him out time they can. The Rift gets fly out of there. That's easy. He's low.
He's going to drop.
He must be able to just walk back up to him, and now with the Hex, he must be able to set him on to crit. The Hex into the stun. A question mark
in the old chat. All right, I love that. GG's called. He was just standing there. All right.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Spicing it up a little bit. As, oh my goodness.
That was so close. They managed to get out. Void Spirit still stays in. They get the kill on Abid. Unfortunately for EG, they did not have buybacks on any of the 3 cores.
What a game 3. Whew. What a game 3. It ain't over yet. It's not over yet at all. Game 3, IG able to take it. I mean, it gets to the late stages of the game, and IG, they're just able to step up the execution. And EG just sort of caught off guard too many times going into the late game, the cost.
Yeah, they needed to close out this game a bit earlier because Sven, he scaled. That's a Sven with the new upgrade on the Blink Dagger. He's not really a popular hero, but he could, you could get so many items. You could get 12 slotted on Sven pretty much. So it's not an old Sven where he does not scale. And the emo, with the question mark in the end, what's going on? Let's go for game number 4.
I mean, he definitely had sort of the redemption game there. He had a tough mid-game. They were able to catch him multiple times, sort of 4 times back-to-back, but then coming in with those plays at the end, the Dissimulate stun the Hex, too much lockdown, and getting the jump with those aggressive steps into the Hex each and every time on the high ground siege. But yeah, with question marks like that, I'm glad this series is still going. We're going to see what happens in Game 4 as it really is heating up here in the Grand Finals. As IG with that 3rd game, they'll bring it to 2-1.
they meet for the first time in the grand finals, and we are going to find out which one of these two teams will take the championship. The first major of the season, so much prestige behind it as well. We're heading to a fourth game. We have Evil Geniuses up by 2 games. Versus Invictus Gaming, a 1 game just now. So they will have to try and go for the full reverse sweep if they want to take this championship. I'm here with Gods and Wizard, and we're preparing for this 4th game. A lot is going to ride on the draft, Gods.
Totally agreed. I think we saw IG finally put themselves in a place where they had an even draft. I wouldn't say they outdrafted EG there. The Sven pick, a little unproven. Definitely a bit out there. Not as bad as the Faceless Void, but a perfect game for it. And they had a win condition this time, which, was not convincing, but they did manage to get the win.
Also, no one thought really that IG is going to fall without a battle, without at least taking 1 game, without giving their best.
The first 2 games did not give me a lot of hope. I think the fact that they were able to bounce back in that 3rd game, it shows so much about this team and their resilience, because that's when all the pressure is on, right? It's so easy to let tilt get to you at that point.
Especially if you get tipped too many times in a game.
Yeah, I want. Hopefully, there's someone out there who can go back through those first 2 games. I want to know how many times Emo was tipped. Those 3 games, I feel like it was at least 10 plus times per game. So that man has been targeted by Crit, by Abed, and for me, going to Game 4, all eyes on that mid lane.
Also, we have to again say Emo has been the star performer of IG, and in the first 2 games we have not seen the same Emo. This time around it's looking much better, and what I liked is that they won with a strategy that they've drafted before, with something that fits their style. They let you have your own heroes, and then they pick something completely off meta like Sven, and they make it work, because it was a solid Sven game.
Yeah, a little bit better than the Faceless Void game.
Okay, let's not go that off meta. Let's not choose heroes that can't be played even.
There should be limits to the madness. Absolutely. We're going to also find out who's going to get Radiant, who's going to get Dire, and who's going to get the first pick. I think that's a very important one as well. And again, I kind of feel like there should be 1 game where Io or Puck is not going to get banned.
Where Puck is not going to get banned, maybe.
Io is going to get banned.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Io just, especially the further you get into the series, I think it's like, if you're going to try a game where you give away Io,
it's in the first
it should
one.
happen in the first game, or maybe EG, they get 2 and they're like, okay, let's give them Io and see what happens. But
and when we look how hard it is to play versus the Storm Spirit, that's also one of the reasons why we want to ban out the Puck, because the matchup can be a little bit more difficult for him. You're working with the Silence, with the Dream Coil catch. Dream Coil with the Aghanims as well is a problem later on throughout the game, so I still think we won't really see much different first 4 bans, really.
Maybe much different first couple of picks. We saw Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit 2 times, 2 games in a row on the side of EG, and it feels too good to give away.
You told me about the Crit, playing Earth Spirit 5 games in a row, and if necessary, he's going to play them on the same standard. What do you think about Abed and the Storm Spirit?
He'll play 5 games if needed. I think where EG is going to look at I don't think they necessarily think they're outdrafted. Clearly, the way the game was going, they had a big lead, they were going high ground. They're going to feel like they could have won that game. But I don't think they're going to go for the Lycan again, would be my guess. I think that's the hero that was more like a let's do this 1 game, but not every game. The Storm, they're going to pick it, 5 games if needed.
Do you feel like IG made the game a little, like we said that EG played very clean Dota, right? Do you think that IG muddied the waters in that game, or was that just the late game potential of their draft coming through? Because I also thought that in the lanes they did do a little bit better. They didn't let EG get ahead as much as they...
For sure, overall they did better. Overall their draft was better, but then again, EG was a little bit too hungry to end the game. Some of those moves on the high ground and on the top lane, if you don't go too deep, if you're satisfied with, let's say, forcing 1 buyback and getting 1 kill instead of going for that Sven 2-3 times in a row, I think the game would still be in their hands, because Razor wouldn't have died and his item progression would come a little bit faster.
It's kind of like they didn't respect the power on what a Sven can do, as well as even like the supporting casters like Phoenix. It's kind of like they, maybe partly because Sven's not a hero you play against every day, or probably really not at all. Like EG probably can't remember the last time they played.
And that's the biggest thing, right? That's probably probably the biggest problem is you haven't played against this Sven, and because of that you feel like you're still going to end the game the same way you ended it against Naga. You're going to outscale her, never mind, and then you get critted by 1,000 damage to the face.
Exactly.
And
The player
it.
you noticed it most with, I think, was Abed. He's used to this storm timing where he gets BKB and can just zip in and be unkillable, kill all the supports. But this time around, he zipped in, and multiple times Sven just turned, right-clicked him, went for this Abyssal Blade to lock him down, and Abed got bursted.
Yeah,
So
the Lotus Orb for me is a big deal that came on the side of IG.
Yeah.
It completely changed the game together with another item, and that's an Atos. Atos plus the Pit of Malice. It's probably something that we'll see in the future again.
We were questioning Kaka's versatility this major in his total. We saw him on the next Assassin in the game just now. What was our thoughts afterwards? Did we like to see that? That was one of the heroes that they prioritized in the first two.
it gave him, I mean, I think there were multiple fights where there was either Artis or Abed somehow got stunned before they even used a BKB, because you forget about that carapace sometimes. We saw with the Storm zipping in, we saw with the Razor Plasma Field. It was a good pick for them because they saw the Storm, and it's something I would maybe expect them to do again if they
But
give
it
away
wasn't
the
the
Storm.
greatest game.
Yeah.
Earth Spirits caught him too many times. It's hard to play against Necros as well. Maybe if they ban out the Lycan and then they get it. But they also pick Sven exclusively into the Lycan. I've seen them so far in the regional league as well. It was pretty much against the offlane. I'm not sure if it was Fatebian or some other team that played it, but they picked Sven already once. Meanwhile, Nyx Assassin, it's difficult for him to play that game.
Yeah.
It really is.
It's also, it feels weird for me to compare Kaka with Crit because they play such different roles in their teams.
They do, but I think to compare them, Crit's just having way bigger impact on every game.
Yeah,
I think the way Crit plays the 4th position is much more effective. I also think he can play those. We've seen him on the range 4s as well. He plays them around if needed. He's played Shadow Shaman if the game calls for it. So he's flexible, but he feels the Earth Spirit, the Tusk. These are the best 4 positions to go with.
And he won't be able to play the Earth Spirit because Invictus Gaming, for the first time, is it the first time they banned out the Tusk?
In this series,
in this series,
And, I mean, obviously they had an IO puck.
They banned it out both games in the last
But Tusk
series.
has been their preferred 4 to ban out.
I believe in the series that they lost 0-2, they've been banning out the Earth Spirit, if I'm correct.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
EU.
Sorry.
We'll see this time around.
Kind of funny.
We gotta make the jokes while we can.
Yeah.
I don't know how.
I mean, it burns me the most here. I guess Shiver as well, obviously. But
Yeah, but it's at the same time, it's good for the scene. It's refreshing. I love that our top 8 had all 6 different regions in it. And credit to the Chinese region, they had 3 teams, of course, in there, and
10 seconds remaining.
they're the strongest. Just hands down. They have also just have a really
5
good
seconds
infrastructure
remaining.
to promote the games. I think
The
that
academy
helps
teams.
a ton. Yeah, academy teams, all the leagues going on.
Evil geniuses
It's,
turn
it's
to
impressive.
ban.
And great at kind of developing the young players with those academy teams. Like you see IG, it's not just let's pick you play with the same veterans and maybe put a young player in it. It's mostly younger, newer roster of players. But
Yeah, and then with the veteran coach. In this case, we have lowercase
10 seconds remaining.
in this case, we have a Storm Spirit once again. They're not straying
5
away
seconds
from that
remaining.
road.
they'll do 5 games of it. I'm
Yep.
telling you.
Okay.
I mean, you see these supports, and I'm sure I was just like,
Back.
yeah, I'll eat these supports alive. That's what he did in game 1. So
For sure, Lion still, I'm saying that it can be problematic for the Storm Spirit throughout the game. We haven't seen it pan out that way, but I have seen it in general in other in which Lion or Shadow Shaman catch that Storm every time he tries to
10
zip, to
seconds
creep skip or
remaining.
whatever. Now, what my thoughts are, obviously,
Evil
the Juggernaut versus
geniuses
the
turn
Egg.
to
What
ban.
about Bloodseeker? Will Evil Genius let that go through to Fly or not? Because they do have the Pang already, and there is no chance for IG to counter it from a support position like Grimstroke, let's say.
would you consider Fly someone who
10
would be
seconds
willing to pull
remaining.
out the Bloodseeker?
Oh,
It
for
feels
sure,
okay.
100%. He's one of those carry
5
players that can
seconds
also be
remaining.
put in the side position. Meanwhile, Emo takes over and becomes the true win condition from a Morphling or similar.
They played Bloodseeker in the series that they played against EG earlier on in the tournament. Actually, that one didn't go the way they wanted it to. But that's
One Void Spirit banned out by Evil Geniuses, securing,
Dire
well,
team
not
ban.
necessarily securing the Storm, just banning out. Maybe the Squab ban is a bigger issue for the Storm Spirit than the Void Spirit team.
They ban that every single game. I think they.
Yep. And that's every game.
Yeah. So what lanes well against Storm Spirit? If we're gonna focus on the Emo
10
versus Abed
seconds
lane,
remaining.
what do we want to see against that Storm?
I mean, we've seen
5
Death Prop, I think,
seconds
being one of the
remaining.
better mids against it, but it doesn't seem like a perhaps emo hero. It's not as flashy,
Flashy,
kind of carry the game. But I mean, I've seen Death Prophets kind of carry the game in their own way. But
For sure, but it's all about moving from one objective to another and playing around your team, not
Evil
necessarily being the
geniuses turn
star
to
performer
ban.
that's
Yes.
able to question mark afterwards after some good plays. Alchemist banned out by Gaming, and for me, Storm just feels like in a really good place in which you don't have to protect him with way too many bans. I at least haven't seen heroes just dominate
10
that lane too
seconds
hard.
remaining.
Especially not with position 4s coming by
5
every time.
seconds
It
remaining.
feels like normally that period is the first where Storm would struggle. But if your position 4 can help you through it, you're good.
well, and particularly against the teams who are doing the line shaman support, they don't rotate mid.
Yeah,
and I think
exactly.
that's where EG's run through this bracket. The team they
Evil
played,
geniuses
LGD,
turn
IG,
dire
the
team
mostly
pick.
Chinese DPC teams, they do run those ranged 4 positions that they're not the non-roamers. So
Yeah, they don't give.
they don't play against a crit who's on Earth Spirit
Yeah.
camping mid.
And then they don't give IG the chance to pick up the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
They pick a DP themselves, but also this DP and Pangolier may
10
still keep you
seconds
thinking
remaining.
which lane they're going, how are they going to lane. A Pango can be
5
4,
seconds
Death Prophet can be
remaining.
3, Death Prophet can be 5.
Yeah, I think they've run it mostly on 5, but I want to say there's been one Ice game maybe on it.
Not in the
Not here,
DPC,
okay.
or rather
Not
not
the
in the
major.
major. Yeah.
So
And
we're
usually
expecting
that-
it's on 5.
Yeah, usually that third pick is where they pick flies here as well because they feel like, okay, let's just pick out 5, not reveal too much, so perhaps leaving the Penguin flexible, but
Yeah, when you think about position 4s that are still able for EG, that task is still in the pool if they wanted to snatch that away.
that's just
If
Mirana,
they wanted to
Yeah,
pick
I
the
like-
Pango off lane.
I like the Mirana a lot too. Like you're playing into the Phoenix, it lanes well with the Pango.
For sure.
A little bit greedier, but it just seems to suit EG going back to that game 1 draft.
And
Evil
Invictus Gaming, they've
geniuses
already
turn
shown
to
2 supports, so
Ember
it's going to be an Ember Spirit.
Okay.
Just a spirit,
Just
right?
yeah,
Any spirit against the Storm Spirit will be okay.
yeah. Your lane maybe not going to be the best, but you've got to have a way to not let Abed just have this free reign over team fights because there's no control for him.
10 seconds
I feel like it's a
remaining.
skill-based matchup in which still Storm Spirit is the big brother that takes over
5
eventually.
seconds remaining.
If he goes for aggressive builds, like Norkid early on, he can still hunt you across the map, and it becomes a little bit harder, but still, it's a Storm. It's a spirit on spirit, like Parker said. It's really down to the player.
And I think another good adjustment we're seeing from IG is they're not over prioritizing JT's hero too early. They realize they're going to get something. He's going to have a game, but you've got to make sure you get those ports and the heroes for him.
Yeah, we still have Mars and Timbersaw in the pool. Could also go the way of EG, by the way. There's still that
because-
potential as well.
Because EG hasn't banned any, right? Like, they
No.
banned, what 0 offlane heroes so
Yeah,
far?
the only one is, of course, the Beastmaster that IG banned at the start.
If you pick, let's say, a Timbersaw on IG, it's fine, but that Prophet has a lot of damage against you. If it's a core Storm Spirit as well, is a bit problematic, so might not be the best option, but JT is a phenomenal Timber player, so it could work. The Mars perhaps a better option.
Yeah.
that you mentioned earlier.
Do you want to see the Underlord from him again? Still.
I think that's matchup dependent. So maybe depending what EG pick here, if they pick a carry where the Underlord matches up well, or an offlane. I mean, last game against Lycan, like if they pick Lycan again, 100% pick Underlord.
Yeah, they picked it versus the Lycan, but also it did do quite well versus the Spirit, versus Storm.
Yeah, the Atos, the Roots, the Pit of Malice.
Ooh, we talk about this hero a lot,
All right.
and we see it banned against EG, but this will be the first time that they actually get to play it.
First time,
major.
Yeah, first time on the major that I'm seeing it, so looking forward to watching the position 5 Enchanters. This should mean
10
that
seconds
that
remaining.
Prophet is offlane and Pangolier is 4, right? Because I don't think Rit will
5
play that
seconds
Prophet. I
remaining.
haven't even seen position for that Prophet this tournament, so... what are the positives? You have a very strong lane. You're strong versus the Ember Spirit with the Enchant. Besides that, like, I don't feel the Enchantress in the meta. It's only Secret and EG
Dire
that are
team
rolling
banned.
it. Liquid.
Ooh, the Troll, for the first time, I think, not banned in this phase, makes it through. And will be on the side of Invictus Gaming. Are we okay with this? I know that there was a little bit of a too greedy draft in the
10
first game of
seconds
this best of 5, and
Evil geniuses
it's edging
turn to
that way,
ban.
depending on their last pick.
From who do you think? From IG?
From IG?
The draft looks very solid.
Yeah.
I think they have what it takes, and they just need a solid offlaner with some stuns that can protect the egg and bring that teamfight potential. They have Skirmish
Dire
from the Ember
team
Spirit.
banned.
Troll is a good carry to rely on. In the current meta, there goes the Mars, so we won't see that. And they banned out the Razor to protect the Troll Warlord as well.
I feel like we'll have to see where EG go if they try and go back to that more farming style. I think typically when they pick
10
the Enchantress,
seconds
it's
remaining.
because they are going for that greedier carry pick. They could
5
try
seconds
pull out
remaining.
something like the Arteezy Terrorblade.
Oh, yeah.
Here I thought we'd see more because there was so much Terrorblade during the group stage and it was doing so well. I'm like, well, that's Arteezy Hero, but EG...
We could see it. I don't mind the Ember too much into the Terrorblade. You get that.
Yeah.
You can itemize properly against him. It's still decent versus the Troll. Troll used to be pretty good against TB.
Evil geniuses
I
turn
think
to
it's a little bit
ban.
easier to play this time around, and Monkey banned out by IG.
Surprise my Monkey.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
like-
by the way, this hero
Still in the pool.
usually
as well.
the pool.
first pick, first ban
Yeah.
in many games.
How do you feel about a Monkey on EG? Is that something Arteezy plays? I haven't
Dire
seen it too
team
many
pick.
times.
I
in,
think
No.
RTZ plays every character.
I'm sure he can. It's
Yeah.
one of those things where I imagine he's played in pubs and stuff, but
Of
it's
course,
never
yeah.
been a go-to hero of his. Or usually I think EG in the past have even run mid, if anything.
So go-to heroes would be Wraith King, Terrorblade, right? These types.
For Arteezy, yeah.
Yeah.
Ursa even,
Please
10
tell me this is
seconds
not an
remaining.
alchemist game.
it's banned for EG.
Oh,
It would have
5
been. They
seconds
love
remaining.
Enchantress Alchemist.
Turn
They-
Yeah, sorry, I missed that for a second.
And the
It might have
It'll be
been.
Bloodseeker.
It might have been a Bloodseeker game for EG, so it gets taken away by IG.
We talked about the Bloodseeker early on. After the first bans, we talked about the Bloodseeker being a potential ban or a pickup for IG. And
Phantom
Choose
Assassin.
your hero.
Okay. I'll give it a go. I like this. It is that kind of laning carry.
I've seen this story before. I've seen Bloodseeker into the PA. It didn't work out.
That was
What do we think?
What do we think?
All right, not this time. I'm thinking, Pangolier has a counter. I think EG also spent probably like 20% of their time between the games to think about the draft, 80% of the time, how to counter that. Because it's Pangolier has a counter. I think EG also probably like 20% of their time between the games to think about the draft, 80% of the time, how to counter that question mark. Because it's a mental warfare out there.
Looking good. You thought to taste them.
I'm very excited to see it. I'm very happy that we're getting to see an RTZ PA. I think this is going to be one of those carry heroes that either just is explosive, pops off, and carries the whole game on his back, or he's going to look very underwhelming. So a lot of focus on whether RTZ is going to have an amazing game, or if maybe that question mark is going to tilt him off his sort of game. Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting ourselves ready for this fourth game now. 2-1 at the moment. EG still with the advantage here in this best of 5. And Lacoste. Now, I've got to ask, if you're getting question marked, are you playing better the next game, or does it get to you?
There needs to be some kind of response. You need to have a strat prepared for this, because you cannot let this not be punished. Like, you need to punish the question mark in the old chat. You need to start tipping. Like, if Emo gets killed, I expect all 5 tips, just straight going onto him.
Let's see what sort of game Emo can have. We saw last time Emo had a really good start, a tough mid-game, where a few over-aggressive moves did hurt him. And then obviously was able to pick it back up in the late game, at level 25 boys. Eyes on him. And overall, what sort of jumps out to you as being necessarily strong, weak from both of these drafts?
IG, they have like a good laning stage. Troll, pretty much he always finds a farm, goes back to jungle, farms that Battle Fury. Emo on Ember Spirit has been really impressive. Like, whenever you have Ember Spirit, you need to have something that deals the tower damage. JT on the bottom lane, on a Bloodseeker. We've seen what Bloodseeker can do. Either to position 4 Pangolier, or to position 1 Phantom Assassin. Like, it just kind of cripples your RTZ play the exact same matchup. I believe it was the first game. And, like, you can't blink. Like, you blink, you take the damage, it's gonna be hard. Also, JT should have a relatively good time on the bottom lane. Playing into Phantom Assassin, there isn't just not enough damage to threaten a kill. I would say on a Bloodseeker, he has 6 armor, starting with the Magic Stick. One thing they need to do is block the big camp. Just Kaka needs to body block the big camp, and so Fly can't get the big creep.
Ollie nearly gets taken out there. Just put the fire. That salve here is crit. Get aggressive onto him. But right, Fly's got to be careful. Kaka, especially when they hit level 2, they're going to have good setup to hold either Fly or RTZ in the Blood Right.
Yeah, that's what you want to have. Whenever Bloodseeker is picked, you want to have some kind of slow, some kind of stun to pair it up with the Blood Right, keep them inside.
Yeah, things are going in the mid lane, pretty even so far in the early levels. Now Arbed, very comfortable now into the Storm with the amount of games that we go for it in the draft.
He's just heating up. These are just practices, and this is the game that matters.
Where are you going?
Bloodseeker.
The stick charges. RTZ turns his attention over towards Kaka. The Blood Right's down. RTZ's got to back off, but the Hex is going to catch RTZ inside of the Blood Right. JT and Kaka, they're going to dive to finish off the kill. They'll get it. First blood for IG as they take down RTZ. Stuns back up from Kaka. He'll look to Fly. Getting both of them there as Fly. Down to the last couple of tangos. Does have a salve coming out. But smart moves there from IG as they bait RTZ in.
Bloodseeker is so tanky, like you could see him holding on to the Fairy Fire, comes back in, Magic Stick, gets some heal from the Thirst. It's a lot of damage, because there was a fight going on, they could not block the camp, so Fly will take over the big creep.
Oh, sweet!
Now they need to be careful. Having Hellbear Smasher with that clap, it's a lot of damage. It's a 150 damage.
He made crit. Coming in for that extra bit of damage onto Emo. Emo's got the Fairy Fire. Arbor, can he get one more hit in? He can't. Emo's going to be fine. Still has 2 tangos to keep himself in the lane.
Okay, here we come. Tips. Bit of a voice lines used. This is a standard crit move from position 4 whenever he has any kind of slow, any kind of stun. He hides and then TPs to the mid lane, leaves some solo XP to Ice Ice Ice.
Yeah, sure. Gives her the opportunity for solo XP. Is he actually going to live here? Ice. Not quite. Fly. Just enough damage there to take him out.
Are fortified.
Yeah, that Orb of Venom actually making the difference. You know, just holding him a bit closer to them so they can deal the damage.
No.
Seeing mid. Abed getting bullied back a little bit. Does have a salve. Again, multiple mangoes and clarities coming out to keep him in the lane. That dormant power room going to be incredibly important here between these two spirits. See what sort of moves are made to secure that for each side's mid. Bottom lane, despite that kill and the pressure being put onto Arteezy, his farm's still looking solid. 16-5 against the 13-4 of JT. Gonna look to try and chase down Kaka here.
They're making a move on Lion. Already used pretty much everything they had. Blood right.
Try and turn it. Set up for the Blood Bright, but he's going to go down. If he can get the kill, JT won't be able to finish off right.
This was an easy one. Kaka just kind of handles this kill to them. Runes, Emo bottled a DD. Abed needs to be a bit more careful with that double damage on the Ember Spirit. Like also rotation from Lion could possibly come onto the mid lane.
Care for a lesson.
Top Ice. Grab the freeway, also able to get. Nice courier there. Turns. Fly, try for maybe another move down bottom with the 7. I'm going to down onto JT with the Blood Right. Fly will still be caught in it, so they continue to commit on to JT.
Wait up.
A lot of slow, 100 move speed.
Control here with the stun of the centaur, but the stick charges are up and the TP's coming in as well. Arteezy's got to be careful. Emo making the moves over and he has that DD room free to go. Holding him in the Blood Right. Arteezy trying to run. Is he going to be able to jump out in time? He is. Over to the safety of Fly. IG, they'll continue to run him down. They will manage to take his courier, so that's the one gone for a bit. Mo, is he going to have another catch? Still closing in on Arteezy. Chasing him away from the lane. Arteezy needs help and
he wants to blink out once again. 2 blinks. He lost a lot of CS, but this showed to JT, but JT realizes, you know, I'm not going to chase. I do not have boots of speed. Instead, I'll come back to the lane and get some extra levels. Also, I want to see another point in the Blood Right. He went for 2 points in Thirst. It got nerfed. You know, this spell was so OP mid lane.
Going in onto Arbed. CP coming in. Arbed, he may just be able to turn a takedown. Ollie pots the Purify, but Emo's chasing down, burning him. It's not enough though. So Arbed will live, and now Emo underneath the tower. Fly's going to be able to turn and pressure Emo. Emo's got the bottle charges, salving up as well.
He's out of mana. Does not have enough for a spear. Oh, that was so close. Like if that connects, he's just straight up dead. So slow from Orb of Venom damage might just be enough. Top rune, haste. Emo, his bottle will get refilled.
Be able to grab that haste though. It's Arbed.
Haste!
Gonna have that. Play is definitely thought to me being made. But now,
Dire's
looks like he's
top
gonna
tower
use that
is under
move
attack.
to get around some jungle camps. Look to just head back to base. Get that reset for some sort of TP gang. Because level 6 has been hit. Arbed can look to make an impact on the side lanes if it's an opportunity.
Fly is very low on the top lane, needs 1 CS to be level 6. Let's see where he decides to... Top is being pinged out.
Here I am!
Move on a mid. He just uses Remnant, gets back to safety. Arteezy not getting too much out of the bottom lane.
He's had to spend quite a bit of time moving away after Emo came in and chased him away from this. So Arteezy having a bit of a slower start. Pressure from IG, and now IG getting some damage done to the tower. Arteezy still left on his own on this bottom, as see Fly has to TP over towards the mid, get the bottle refill for Arbed. Play crit, continue to play in the faces of Ollie and Fly.
And now they need to help Arteezy. He's level 5, 7 minutes in, doesn't have too much CS, like Dead Prophet has more CS than Arteezy right now. It's kind of worrying, so they need to gank his lane.
Let's see if Arbed can get the jump in. Is Kaka going to start things with the stun onto Arteezy, but IG, they are relatively aware of this. They'll try and lead in, but the Hex and the Blood Right laid down will stop them from being able to close the gap onto JT.
Here we go.
Make this much trouble for getting Kaka now. Arbed's going to look to die. He's able to dodge the stun, gets in on top of him. They'll be able to free up the space for Arteezy on this bottom lane a little bit more now.
Even though there was a good Hex into silence, they still get the kill on position 5. They wanted to kill Bloodseeker there, because he is, you know, he's more farmed than Arteezy at this point. Like, he has 14 denies, 32 CS.
See see the jump from Arben and Fly. Remnant back to the mid, but Crit's around and he's picked up the Arcane Rune. Emo up to the high ground and a TP coming in from
Radiant's
Kaka.
middle
Stop
tower
EG from
is under
diving with the
attack.
3 of them.
Seems like the story of this major for the mid laners is refill the bottle. Like, whoever can die, whoever can go to base, just please refill my bottle so I can keep playing aggressively.
And in Secret's case, it's oops, I shouldn't have picked up that ball. A lot of bottle shenanigans around the mid lane have occurred this tournament.
Yeah, no one lost their bottle in this game. That's what's important. That Prophet is level 6.
Dyer's
They can start
turret
putting some
has
pressure
been
on the top
killed.
tower because Troll does not want to be in the lane anymore. Someone else needs to be there. I'm not sure if they can defend. Like, one thing they can do is possibly rotate another hero to the bottom and just outnumber them in pressure. And that's exactly what the Fly does.
Dyer's
Like, he
top
wance to get a
tower
trade
is
from
under
it.
attack.
Our top lane space is there for Ice to bit with the Ghost.
Radiant's
Tier 1
bottom
will be
tower
taken
is
down
under
by
attack.
EG. No defense from IG as they look to just try and find space to farm go for Fly.
So it will
Dyer's
be
top
a trade.
tower is under
Bottom
attack.
tower dropping very low.
Dyer's top
They know
tower
no one is
has
there.
fallen.
Defending, JT going for a road of ATAS, which I really like,
Radiant's
against the Phantom
bottom
Assassin,
tower
against
has
the
fallen.
Storm Spirit, and of course, good setup for Blood Red.
Getting a little bit baited here as Karkok able to step up and turn things with the Hex on the stun. They lock down Arbed. Arbed, a very aggressive move there as he starts to punch into Emo, but Emo's got backup.
Emo also needs to be
Dyer's
careful
top
about
tower
using
is
those
under
tips
attack.
straight away. You need to save some for them to end late game.
Tip management, a very, very important level of resource management in Dota 2. Games like this where quite a bit's on the line, major grand finals. Got to make sure you're ready to hit your enemy when it hurts.
I'm looking at the chat right now. A lot of question marks. Seems like they're not. Chat does not know what we're talking about. We need to explain things.
It's a very confusing game, Dota 2, so I think it's the natural response from the viewers.
They're like, what is this? What's happening? Like, everything needs to be explained. No one knows anything. 2021, what a year to be in.
Big crit. He's going to roll. He's going to TP for the blood. Ooh, he has to stop it. He has to stop it to stop the
Yeah, you
bleeding.
just die.
Radiant's
Like, if you
middle
try to
tower
TP
is
out
under
at these
attack.
early levels when you're not tanky enough, you just straight up die.
Stupendous!
Emo making some good space to push in on the mid here with JT.
Dyer's structures
So
are
that Rod of
fortified.
Atos first. Ollie,
Radiant structures
Level 5.
are fortified.
try and find this Phoenix 6
Radiant's
if they
middle
can.
tower is under attack.
Bottom Fly getting some good spaces. Health coming out. Perseverance done. On the way to the Battle Fury and still
Dyer's
sitting
top
in the
tower
top spot.
is under attack.
The network. RTZ also making steps towards his. Picked up the broadsword.
Yeah, you want to get, as a Phantom Assassin, if you did not pick up Ring of Health in the laning stage, you really don't need it for the jungle pretty much. Especially if you find something like a Royal Jelly, then you have enough regeneration. So just get more damage, you're going to get more farm because of the damage. Makes a lot of sense. Now you can see here, no, Emo does not want to use his tip there, so Kaka steps in like a real bro.
Their tips spread nice and even. There's no telling how long this game could go. And with both teams having a Battle Fury carry, this could step up to be one of the longer ones. Emo. Coming in very aggressively here. Arbet's going to be able to set things up. Silence from my side, not quite there in time. Emo's able to just escape.
If they connect with that silence, roll, and another roll bounce, I think they have enough damage to bring him down. They also have enchant, so they can dispel his flame guard, which is a pretty big deal.
Dyer are scanning.
Tucker and JT, they're out on the hunt. This smoke, seeing if they can maybe find Arteezy. Crit again, just trying to get in position to put a stop to these sort of moves, but it's a good long wrapper from IG.
And look what Kaka is doing. He's saving the tome. Does not want to use it to show on the board. You know, maybe they use the tome. He's still level 5, so he does not want to show that he can, you know, have that finger in a team fight.
Right? They're going to be able to get the setup on a Fly, caught in the blood bright Fly. Healing up. And IG they'll chase him down, take out the enchanters. And with that, they'll have the space to push down this tier 1.
And now, because he got that XP,
Radiant's
Taka
middle tower is
hands
under
over
attack.
book to Phoenix, who kind of needs a bit
Radiant's
more
middle
XP.
tower
They're
has
stacking the
fallen.
books. This is what I've noticed throughout this series. Like, Phoenix will not use this book. He'll try to get level 6 and give it to someone else if it's needed.
Yeah, it's sort of just being used as,
It's
as
like
an emergency.
Yeah, exactly. IG's library. But you need to return the book. Otherwise, police gonna get you.
Yeah, fine's going to be. Fury progress, fly, sword away. It's easy. Got enough to pick up his claymore. Very close still between
Radiant's
the two of them.
bottom tower is
A little bit of a
under
lead for Fly. Smoke up from EG. They get aggressive with the Rolling Thunder and the lead in from Arbed. Good ways to start the fights. As JT is pushing out on this bottom lane alone. So if they can punish this, is JT stuck around a little too long, as here we have it. Lead in from Arbed. Sets up a crystal perfect to get the Rolling Thunder. There'll be no chance for a turnaround from JT. Smoke pays
Radiant's
off.
bottom tower is
They're going to
under
delay
attack.
that. Front of Atos, it's going to be a pretty good deal. Great setup for the Blood Right once again. Ice. Bit of a more like teamfight oriented build. These are like 2 points in silence, 2 points in Crib Sword. But he's still keeping at the top 3 networks, which is pretty impressive.
This extended silence is going to be ever so more effective against Emo as well. When you see the Javelin, you know that it's not going to have a straight up Yule's Rush. You're going to have that extra window where there won't be any counter silence.
Over here!
Down bottom, Fly. He's going to find an Arbed that's got no mana. It's Arbed, but no chance of an escape. Fly's just able to pop the ult and take him down.
No tips whatsoever, so they're just keeping it. You know, they feel maybe Abed's gonna die multiple times, and this is gonna get the Troll Warlord to his Battle Fury, a bit of a delayed Battle Fury, but you know, it's an Orb of Venom, Magic Wand, Phase Boots Battle Fury 15 minutes in, it's still fine. Phantom Assassin just needs another 800 gold to finish off hers.
You know, messing around from Emo and his build. After the Maelstrom, going straight into the BKB. Won't have to deal with the threat of the Orchid of Arbed, the silence of Ice.
BKB is just a much safer choice, where like you don't care about pretty much any of the abilities other than the Exorcism.
Meanwhile, Arbed, he's got to be careful. The Rod of Atos done on JT. IG have some pretty phenomenal setup.
And once you get a BKB on Ember Spirit,
Radiant
your
are
Flame Guard
scanning.
cannot be purged off by Enchantress. Smoke from IG.
It's been scanned out though. EG, a little moves being made upon them.
Yes!
Careful how they stand around this position with no tier 1 tower backing them up. Ice, still stepping over into this. They're going to be able to find the setup. Fingers getting dropped down into the Blood Right. They look to burn through him. He's pretty tanky, but not tanky enough to withstand the damage from all these armors. Crit being ruptured, also has no escape. It's IG, despite the fact that EG scan it out, they knew something was coming. They weren't able to react or get away in time as they still lose too.
Like, they tried to pull themselves a bit more towards the north. They thought that Prophet can potentially, you know, tank all that damage. She's super tanky. Like, look at all these small items on Ice's Ice. Power Treads and Strength, Wand, Casual Urn, Casual Medallion. Like, he does not have enough items for everything. Just wants to use the Raindrop, Cloak in, going in for a BKB.
Emo, big damage here. Arbed, he's got to run. He's going to chase him with a Remnant, see if Emo's got enough mana. He hasn't got another Remnant to play with, so Arbed will manage to get out. But a lot of damage being done there. I think Emo pretty much got 2 back-to-back Maelstrom procs off on him.
A bit of a different game for Abed. Like, they managed to shut him down in Game 3. Also in Game 4, he's not having that good of a time. It's gonna be like 17, 18-minute Orchid.
It definitely seems as the games go on in this series, with the amount of times they've had to play against Arbed Storm, each and every time IG
play
getting
better.
a little better at dealing with it.
And it's a huge difference when your carry is like, when you compare to Battle Fury carries. Like, once get Battle Fury, let's say 2 minutes before, like, his items just skyrocket.
Fly, 1.5k ahead of RTZ right now. And arguably, it's a little easier for Fly to fight us this time as a troll compared to what RTZ is going to need on the PA before he can really turn up and be confident that IG aren't going to handle him completely.
Another smoke from IG. No scan this time around for EG.
Dire are
Orchid
scanning.
is done. Dire. Now they connect with the scan.
Sice has got to be careful here.
So EG should know something is up. You see this kind of a scan, no one showing on the lane. You pretty much know they're smoked.
Actually, they could look to Roche with Troll. If they catch a kill off, this is Kaka. He's got the opening onto Arteezy. Arteezy needs help, but he needs it now. They're going to have the magical damage holding to the front right. Arteezy goes to the side. Arteezy getting low. He's backing away. Arteezy will remain alive for now, but over to the side. Life flies on top of Ice. The supernova going off. Ice will fall.
Dire's top tower
Ice
is
giving
under
away
attack.
his life for Arteezy. Uses a nice silence. Silences the Bloodseeker so he can't use Rupture on him. And as you said, like they're going inside the pit. They have enough damage coming up from the troll, but they need to be a bit more careful. That Prophet will be out. No exorcism whatsoever. Let's see if Ahmed Storm wants to jump in. Silence online. Already has a play.
Ahmed is coming in very close. They're going to turn. They're going to change. The route setting up onto Ahmed. Ahmed heads up. The finger comes out. Ahmed's gone. The dagger from Arteezy will bring down Kaka. There's a 1-for-1. But IG still with the strength to push back EG away from the pit.
Roll Thunder is available.
Can they go for any sort of steal? Crit is going to try and start
This
something
is a
off.
good Rolling Thunder.
He's going to get a perfect angle over the three of them. Arteezy jumping in as well. They'll bring the troll down. They'll take down Blind and fall the Rolling Thunder. Bounces over to Emo. Emo pops the crossfish, jumps out.
Arteezy gets it.
Arteezy's able to pick up the Aegis. JT's got to run, but he can't. As Blind taken down. EG with a perfect fight around the pit as Crit gets the exact time to jump.
Man, he just got to that Rolling Thunder off cooldown, goes in, like, it does not get better than this. He goes in, gets the multiple, bounces off the walls, Arteezy goes in, gets the last hit. Who got the Roche kill?
It was EG as well.
Yeah, it was EG.
EG got it all. They get the kill, they get the Aegis, and the timing there from Crit could have been more perfect. The IG were trying to finish it off, trying to commit, but the Rolling Thunder just creating a huge problem for them in this area as they have nothing item-wise to deal with that.
Yeah, there are no BKBs yet, so I believe Bloodseeker needs to use that Rupture on him in the team fights. We've seen what he can do. Enchantress getting caught should be an easy one.
I actually have to use Rupture to guarantee it there. Now with the Aegis on Arteezy, he's going to be at the point where 500 gold, Desolator's going to be done on top of the Battle Fury, and usually in this sort of a game with that amount of disable, you're probably going to look to try and farm out the BKB, but now because he's got the Aegis, EG could look to get aggressive already with just the Deso and the Battle Fury.
Yeah, you can skip. You can afford to skip the BKB here. If he does not have Aegis bottom lane, Storm is going to zip out. He's not fast enough to use the Rod of Atos.
Regeneration.
Next fight could be very scary for IG. Aegis Deso coming out on Arteezy. Regeneration actually will already be popped. See that being saved for the fight. Timing out. Anyway, EG, they're looking to go. They're smoking up, they're heading over.
Dire's
The
top
outpost, of
tower
course,
is under
still in their
attack.
control, so Arteezy can TP over to get involved if he's needed, and he might not be. As they'll get a very quick and easy kill onto Ollie. Over into the trees, they're looking for JT, they've found him. Jarved enough banner to close the gap, Prince in with a follow-up. EG, they'll catch and kill the two of them.
They're going to give this kill to Storm Spirit. Rupture used. Once he respawns, he will have another Rupture. So it's all good. Just tries to make something happen. Gives them a charge on a magic one. That's the bad side of it. So Deso done on Phantom Assassin. Now they can start playing aggressively. They still have 2.5 minutes on that Aegis. Phantom Assassin just... Oh, and the double damage, because why not?
Oh boy.
Level 15 on top of that as well, so Blink, cast range, Phantom Strike.
Here come the crits.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They better... You gotta
Dire's
watch
bottom
out. A
tower
stray
is under
dagger here
attack.
from Arteezy could
Dire's
just take your head
structures
off.
are fortified.
IG better hype it. IG's coming up. Lifeline Emo stepping forward. Remaining hidden in the shadows. We're having to see over towards the mid lane.
Dire's middle
JT.
tower is under attack.
He's spoken. Like, if he gets the crit, he's probably going to try to jump, fly,
Dire's middle tower has
gets the
fallen.
last hit on the tower. Just too much damage coming up from Arteezy. Definitely did not expect that.
With that play around the pit, Arteezy very much closing the gap between himself and Fly's Troll.
Dire are scanning.
Scan. They know where EG is. EG likes to hold the high ground, especially when they have another hero that can like control the vision, like a Lycan or a Beastmaster. It's easy. Still trying to see what he can do with the dagger. You know, check how much damage when he used the crit. Emo a bit too tanky to just get bursted down immediately, but the supports are very vulnerable.
Still hunting for a target. Fly underneath the ward top. They know that the rest of IG did start to back off towards the base, so these two, separate from the rest of the team.
Good reaction time from Kaka. Jumps away from a blink dagger, dagger from Phantom Assassin. Look at the armor on Bloodseeker. He has 34 armor when he's sitting next to tier 2 tower, has a dragon scale, has an armor talent, phase boots, and this hero just has a lot of starting armor to work with. They're waiting for 2 BKBs. One on Emo, which is done. One on Troll, which will be done in the next 30 seconds. Aegis will run out to 20.
Correct. He's going to look to roll in there. They get the jump shot around with the Phoenix to make sure there's no supernova. Only goes quick over towards the Bloodseeker. RTZ close the gap. They're trying to get the Bloodseeker out of this as Emo commits with the BKB. But the crit's coming out from RTZ. Emo's got to be careful.
Crit's still alive.
Crit's going to live. A big hit from Armin comes flying across the map. Over towards JT. He's going to look towards Emo. The BKB wears off Emo's finger. Stuck finger. It bursts down Armin. Armin to fall. The change. Controlling RTZ. Can't catch up with it as well. The ghost round from Ice.
Aegis is gone.
Trapping him underneath the tower. Ice trying to keep himself alive the Cyphers, but the damage is too much. As Ice will fall. Flies out with the TP crit. And RTZ, they'll also be able to get away. As IG do buy back there. JT buying back to get back in the fight will allow them to push back the rest of EG.
Fly, keeping Crit alive with the Glimmer Cape and the 4 points. In Nature's Attendance, they don't get the kill. He stops the Rolling Thunder immediately. They also needed to use the buyback there on the Bloodseeker. Abed needs to be a bit more careful, you know, how he's zipping in, controlling his mana, because the rest of the team was just not there. They were focusing the other stuff. So, Arteezy, he was thinking about, you know, maybe I can get away with a Basher. BKB is a much safer. You know, BKB is a BKB.
Is under attack.
A little something
Got to
extra.
build defensive.
For the
ISO Size, he's already managed to do. BKB is going to be done on ISO Size for the next fight. Will help him a whole lot to what has been some pretty nice turnarounds from Kaka. For seeing these stunts and exits causing massive problems for EG's cause. And they look to try and chase on for target after target. It's bottom lane IG
Radiant's bottom
wants the
tower
tier
is
2
under attack.
tower as EG themselves not interested in turning up for this fight.
They can take the outpost
Radiant's
right now
bottom tower
after taking
has
a
fallen.
tower. Troll getting S and Y, just need to finish it off. Some status resistance is going to be great against those silences, against Bangalore's Rolling Thunder.
Dire's top tower is under
I love the
attack.
way IG's itemizing. Like, even
Radiant's
Bloodseeker
bottom
is going
tower
for
is under
that
attack.
BKB. Still far away from it, but the 2 cores got it.
Margin. Good time to jump. Arteezy still 100
Dire's
gold
top
away from the
tower is under
BKB. Finding the
attack.
PA now. Pretty huge for them as a lineup.
Nature attend
IG
us.
sweep back through their jungle. Firefly's already got his hands fly. Fly going down. EG will be happy with Huntress tanking that movement.
Emo's pretty big this game. Like, he's staying 3k gold ahead of the Storm Spirit. BKB done. DD in a bottle. Like, they want to take this kill. Also has a grow bow, so that's going to reduce their magic resistance with the Sleight of Fist.
See, ISO that immediately spooked. Atos connects. BKB
Radiant's
gets
middle
out of it.
tower is under attack.
I mean, IG has the space to keep pushing on. Another tier 2 tower being taken away from EG.
Radiant structures
Not
are
feeling
fortified.
confident enough to try and charge headfirst into a fight quite yet.
A Storm Spirit without a BKB does not feel comfortable. Jumping the Lion. Lion has a way of protecting himself with the Ghost Scepter. A lot of things on mid lane.
Can't stop this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Tower's gone. He's not able to make a jump. Still very scared of IG's cause. Fly. Good level advantage and a bit too tanky really for Arteezy to commit on.
This is a big
Radiant
power
are
spike for
scanning.
Phantom Assassin. Hitting that level 18. The crit is 450, so that's quite a lot of damage as a 10-second BKB.
Crit. He's going to get in there. Towards the river, trying to set things up onto JC.
Roll up.
Has been ruptured, and he is continuing to bleed out. Will get the disarm off onto Fly, but Crit's down. Double damage on Emo as well as IG. They're ready to try and chase them more. Ice did pop the ghost. Ice. He's trying to get back in there. BKB up. Fly, trying to stay on target. They're able to climb out over the side. They're finding a hex on the Arteezy. They've locked him down. They're managed to get the jump. Arteezy's able to put the BKB up. The Supernova's going to be successful. Arteezy's going to run. He can't get out of range in time. The Supernova from Ollie catches them all.
JT at the GG in the old chat. Like, without Bangalore, they do not have enough team fight. They cannot match the Supernova, which is level 2. That double damage on Ember Spirit, dealing a ton of damage, and now Fly, he feels very comfortable going for the high ground.
Middle tower has fallen.
And they're at least going to get this middle set of racks. No Ice, no Arteezy. Cannot defend here down the middle lane.
Radiant's middle
Top lane will be
barracks
very
has
safe
fallen.
still with tier 1s and tier 2s still
Radiant's middle barracks
up.
are
IG
under
able to take
attack.
the big objective and get out without EG being able to punish them at all.
It's very hard for Pangolier to play into Bloodseeker. Like, this Bloodseeker, Beastmaster, Grimstroke, these are hard counters, especially Bloodseeker. Like, you can try to buy some time. He uses a roll-up. Also, you need to have a Yule Scepter to have that 2.5 extra seconds. Try to buy some time, extra duration. Other than that, like, you as a position 4 can't really, itemize. You don't get that much farm to buy a Lotus Orb or the Lincoln Sphere. And I did not see anyone trying to go for the Lotus. That Prophet trying to tank up a bit.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
But for the Solar Crest, they need this Storm BKB. They need him to be able to jump the Lion, possibly follow up with the Pangolier Rolling Thunder, and just delete it before he can get any spells off.
IG.
For the twins.
Chance of going for these bounty runes. Arcane Rune in the river. One that... Arbert's going to be able to come and grab this. Before they make the move over IG.
Here I am.
Time pick up for Arteezy. Going to have the Paladin. A bit of lifesteal. Stained if you can land the crits in the next fight.
Yeah, this item is just so good. You have damage, you have the lifesteal, exactly what Phantom Assassin needs. Fly on the other side. He's found Elven Tunic. More attack speed, evasion, move speed. Like, Phantom Assassin can't deal with the Troll right now, especially because he has, like, a Basher, so Storm also needs to be very careful. Eventually, Troll will need to buy MKB, because you're playing into Phantom Assassin. It's just something that you do not, want to buy straight away, but playing into that high evasion is kind of a must-have to go for it. He's still thinking, he's changing his mind. Do I need to get the Abyssal Blade? I lock down the Storm Spirit. I can lock down Pango or a Dead Prophet. Or do I need to deal with the Phantom Assassin?
He's going to start things straight away with a jump onto Ice. From the follow, Chris going to come up the counter.
Can't get the BKB off.
They'll bring down the line, but they can't kill the Supernova. They've got to run. Arteezy, he's trying to turn, but the Supernova still going to go up. Hold him in position. Arteezy can't fight this as he'll fall. 3 dead on EG. Over towards the side, they'll look to chase down Arbet, but he's got enough mana to get all the way back to the high ground. Arbet will live. But another fight where Ollie's just able to get these Supernovas off, and EG, they can't deal with them. They don't have anybody to get on top and take the egg
they
down.
don't have that hero that just goes on and kills the egg. They do not have enough attack speed. They go inside the pit. They feel very confident in this game right now. But they have the counters. They have the counters for Pangolier. They have the counters for the Phantom Assassin. The way they itemize, you have a Troll with the Skull Basher against the Storm Spirit going into Abyssal Blade. He just needs to get the recipe. This should be 2 towers. EG does not defend this.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
To that point where it's going to be up to EG's high ground defense. Arbet still scrambling for that BKB. He's had so much trouble just finishing off before each and every fight that EG have ended up in against IG.
This is a huge lead. Even though it says 9, 10, it feels like a lot more, considering the situation they're in right now. And I love this. I've seen this in the Chinese DPC Season 1. Ember Spirits going for Refresher Orb, refreshing their Fire Remnants, refreshing the BKB. They also bought a gem, only he loves to buy an earlier gem. Like, they want to get rid of the vision, choke
Dire's
them,
bottom tower
just
is under
reduce
attack.
the amount of farm that EG can get.
And it's absolutely one of those games, Arteezy. Next time, it's got to be the Rapier. Nothing else will cut it at this point. He has to dream big. Will he get the time to get it? Almost feels like they have to at least trade evenly with IG in one more team fight. One more lost fight could lead to IG being able to close this game up.
Arteezy knows what's up. Like, the way we come back into this game,
Radiant's top
if I
tower
land some
is
big
under
crits,
attack.
fuse up, Divine Rapier, they need a good fight. Like, they still have more than 3 minutes left on that Aegis. Full Abyssal Blade done. Fly can't get a really good jump.
I'm the hero.
Fly. Getting held in the blood right hit. Been glimmered. IG Emo still trying to funny catch on him, Arbed.
Begin.
And then, more than the illusion, Fly will be able to take over. IG will back off for now.
It's always tricky to play into Lion. Like, they're not going to feel comfortable. We've seen what Shaman's position 4 Lions can do. You try to go for a split push. They still have a tier 1 tower on the bottom, so they can easily connect. Someone goes for that one extra wave, you will get punished.
And it really does feel, once that BKB stuff rub it, which it is now, in these fights, he has to get this Phoenix. Every single time we're seeing he's trying to fight back and pop BKBs, a Supernova just puts a stop to the attempt completely. Someone's got to stop Ollie.
They just don't have that hero. Like, Phantom Assassin is not going to go and try to kill the egg. Like, she needs to deal with other heroes. And I love this. JP straight into Aghanim Scepter after finishing the Black King bar. Once they have 1 charge for Pangolier, 1 charge for Phantom Assassin.
Radiant are scanning.
Easy, getting closer to that Divine Rapier. Around 4,000 gold to finish it off.
How many waves is that, would you say?
How many waves? Well, why are you putting me in this spot, though? When I need to do some, like, real math. The other day I'm watching Titanic, and I was like, man, what was the name of that ship? Titanic.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Top
attack.
lane. Push starting to come in from IG. Eva's got a DD rune. At least the remainder of it to keep pushing on with. And Fly still with the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Fly getting low, but he won't mind if he loses that first life. Very cautious about it. We're halfway to the Rapier. And that really is all eyes at the moment on Divine Rapier progression from Arteezy. Is he going to be able to get it before IG come in, look for the finishing blow?
We're getting closer. What we need to do is survive for another 50 seconds. This is the window of opportunity for the IG to go in, use that Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is fallen.
High. He jumps on Emo. He's going to commit the BKB for this one. He is healing up thanks to Nature's Attendance. And in fact, that's a BKB committed for nothing. Emo won't get the kill. Rax falling low. And Fly is going to be able to get back in and get the job done. Another set of Baylor Rax is taken away from EG.
Like, Troll is just massive right now. He's completely bonkers. After he gets that MKB, like Phantom Assassin, if he sees Divine Rapier on Phantom Assassin, like, he just goes on her. No doubt about it. No, we're still in the game.
Close, and even when that Rapier's done, you start to see the items for IG's sheer heroes come out. Yondis, Kaka, so no longer a target Arteezy will be able to BKB and commit on. IG, cool to sort of sit back and chill. Probably just wait for the MKB on the Troll, the next chance at a Roshan.
Like, they're not in a rush,
No.
but, you know, playing against the Phantom Assassin is always a bit tricky. That Divine Rapier, you have a True Strike against the Whirling Axis. Like, you need to be careful. I see Abed queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, still far away from it, but, like, one good jump, one crit could make a difference.
The back crit he's showing. Comes out again. It won't with Fly appearing on the lane. Back to base. bouncing around down here. Refresher up done. Mo. He's going to get the rapier, Lacoste. He's going to get it. Pretty much got it done. Another wave, a sold item. Rapier is going to be in the game. Is it going to be enough, though? Of course, by no means does this suddenly turn the game completely on its head.
Yeah, so did we answer your question? How many waves was that?
Were you counting?
Yeah, I was not counting. But it took him like 4 or 5 minutes to get it. Chat knew. Chat probably knew.
3 types of people. Those who can count and those that can't.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I thought of something else. Can't say it, but yeah. Let's. Divine Rapier is done.
For the after hours.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
All about the timing right now. All about. So which remind me, because I used to work in a clock factory.
You did?
Yeah, I got fired though.
Why so?
Didn't put enough hours in. Didn't get much better either when I moved over to the calendar factory.
Oh, you have to stop.
I got fired again, Lacoste. You know why?
I know.
I took a day off. Right, here we go. Jump from IG straight away down towards the bottom. They're in onto Eyesight Sight. Got the BKB ready, but the finger comes out. Eyesight Sight's into the trees, but Emo's on top of it. Eyesight Sight just gone crit. Jump onto the high ground, but the swashbuckle over the rupture's down. Crit will fall. They've both got buybacks available in. They need to use them as IG's diving in. RTZ getting focused. He's out with the blow. Will manage to skip back, and now with the zip of Arbet. But Arbet's been back. The squad's right in. Coming over Arbet. Has to use the rest of his mana to get out. Kaka jumping in another bash. Arbet's gone. No buyback available on Arbet.
He needs 200 gold. ISSI bought back as well. So did Crit. Like IG, they could try to reset. They don't need to go for it. Roche may respawn if it's a fast respawn timer. The problem is, EG, they do not have any vision whatsoever on the map. This earlier gem picked up by Oli. He gave it to Ember Spirit, who was pretty much controlling everything. Spell Prism done on him. Like Ember Spirit is
Radiant's
just
bottom
out of
tower
control.
is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
When you play like this, you kind of get away with dropping the question marks in the previous game. 4-0-11, and now outside of the base, they've called Crit. Emo and Kaka make their jump, and that's a dieback from Crit. And they're already moving over. RTZ, he needs help, and he needs it now. He's hiding in the trees. He's going for the TP out. They've got the chains. They're going to be able to put a stop to this. BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds. RTZ is gone. GG is called as IG will take game 4. Lacoste, we're going to a game 5.
That's what everyone wants to see. Whenever there's a grand final, there's also high chances of getting that game 5, and it's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, what a series we've had so far. 2 dominating games from EG to start it off. Game 3.
And it's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
I mean, what a series we've had so far. 2 dominating games from EG to start it off. Game 3, a fantastic turnaround as EG struggle. IG hit them where it hurts. They drop question marks, and IG, they come in game 4 and continue to back up their ability to drop the old chat as they get another victory here.
Yeah, this one was very one-sided. You know, the IG, they were just out of control. He got that bit earlier timing on the battlefield. He continued to farm up, even with the Divine Rapier. They were like so tanky, playing into a couple of counters. So, like this Bloodseeker pick was really, really amazing.
Yeah, we've seen it a few times now when these early Pangos come out. If the teams are able to grab their hands on something like the Bloodseeker, it becomes so hard. And Crit, we saw, still able to make some great plays that move around the Roshan pitch huge and giving EG a chance in this match. But at the end of the day, it's just too much to deal with.
Yeah, it was just a bit too much playing into Bloodseeker, Phantom Assassin. Also struggled a bit in the lane, and Emo, like he redeemed himself. He had a really good performance.
Didn't die at the end of that one, Emo, but there we go, ladies and gentlemen. As you said, we're getting what I think a lot of us hope for, a deciding game. 2-2 at the moment between EG and IG, and game 5 will decide it all here.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They might have just spoken the dragon and Emo there. No deaths from his Ember Spirit. He crushed it. Loads of tips on Abed and EG. They are looking at a potential reverse sweep and we're gonna be at match point. It's 2-2. I'm here with Gods and Lizard.
Is this the curse? Is this the curse? The famous, fabled one, Parker? Is it happening?
The EG curse. Is it happening? I mean, okay, let's break that game down. We're just one
wow.
All right, where do you want to begin? Because it started very even, actually. It looked pretty okay for both sides.
It did. I don't think either team had dominated the lane stage. I think you could see EG, from me in the lanes, over-prioritize trying to tilt Emo a bit. Crit TP mid very early, trying to surprise him with a swashbuckle kill. Missed it, immediately gets tipped, of course. And then he came again, and they kept trying to kill Emo. It felt like they'd over-focused on that mid lane. Particularly the team, like when he TP'd, it was like 2 or 3 minutes in the game, I was just like, whoa, that's like out of nowhere. Actually.
Oh, and this time, he goes too far, he goes too deep, and pays for it with his life, because this whole team is like, the whole team of IG is back.
I heard someone in the green room saying, why are they throwing this? Why are they going too deep? And the replay that was before this one, the highlight is pretty much where they still had the game in control when
they stole
it takes ages, exactly. Afterwards, it felt like it's one show after another, one bad fight after another. They couldn't do it. Rupture, bang. He gets ruptured. He still tries to make stuff happen in that fight, but you can't.
I think it's a little. I think that was an overextension, but I think all the other fights, like I don't think EG was strong. I think IG just had a far superior team fight, superior hero counters, like the Bloodseeker really crit game. And if anything, I would say IG kind of messed up against King of Control and Feather King at the perfect time to steal Roche, secure an Aegis. It gave EG basically had momentum for all of like 2 minutes. The rest of the game, IG they were in control.
The itemization from every and each one of them on the side of IG was really good. Emo as well going for that early agonist to be able to just dive even harder. You could see a couple of those dives were perfect. Diving fly, trying to kill off the Enchantress, even popping the BKB there, but doesn't work. However, he does secure Troll every single fight. Eggs, this Phoenix, we're always on top.
I feel like we don't really, with this meta, we don't really get to talk too much about position 5 because the fourth and the mids are so flashy, but definitely Ollie on his Phoenix. We have to talk about that because we see that Phoenix picked up first in a lot of the games for IG, and sometimes, doesn't really work out for Invictus Gaming, but we now see why they pick it up first, why they're prioritizing it. Ollie with his positioning on point. That entire game.
Usually there's a hero that teams pick up against that Phoenix. That's why we see it fail multiple times. You go with the Mirana, you go with the Jug, you go with anything that can break it at every point in the game. However, this time around, they just didn't have that recipe for success. Really.
Yeah, it felt like they didn't draft against the Phoenix. Not that you have to maybe overcommit to that. They also let through a Bloodseeker for that final pick. And the Troll. I feel like they gave IG just a bit too much, and it wasn't like they'll get something amazing. They got a last pick of the game, which was okay. PA against the Troll seems okay, but PA, the Bloodseeker was great, so it wasn't like a dream last pick by any means. And they gave IG tons of picks that actually played it.
But the drafts were fairly even. I feel like there was definitely a mental game in this
100%. You don't dive that much. You can even see IG there way more disciplined in this game. They're not making the same silly mistakes that they were making in the first one.
That question mark and the tipping, it's fueling that.
The man who is not being disciplined right now is Apex. He's the one I feel like more than anyone in EG is getting a little bit, shaky on the main stage. They were up 2-0. They kind of turned around the game 3, which wasn't all on him, but that game 4, he made some pretty bad plays, basically.
I asked you about, is he able to play the same hero 5 times in a row? Not because I'm doubting that he can play the same hero 5 times in a row without being too tired. It's about when you have such good performances in the first couple of games. I've seen this pattern so many times in different players. You tend to fall off afterwards. You become a little bit too sloppy. You're not tired. You're just used to be dominating. So you become a little bit less precise in your movements, a little bit too free, and a little bit too diving. Talk about the
We've seen in Dota, not even that long ago, at the Mad Moon event, where we ended up winning the whole thing, reverse moving Team Secret. couldn't close it out. I also want to point out IG. This will be their 8th game in a row. They played best of 3 earlier today.
They played a ton of Dota, but you know what? Teams from the group stage and the wildcards are like, okay, you now taste this.
They've been practicing for this. The group stage was the true boot camp. Oh, we're going to go to a 5th game of the series. Now, the players will get a little bit of a longer break before this last game to actually this time get some food in them. So keep that in mind while getting your own snacks ready. And I also want to point out that we're able to be here to do this because of one of the sponsors, and one of them is DBS. And with the English card, DBS, you get 5% cash back. We'll be right back. We have a break, and then it is grand final deciding game 5 time. We'll see you soon.
Right now, I'm going to ask you 5 questions. And if you can get my 5 questions correct, I will gift you a 1 Esports Dota 2 goodie bag. Got Meepo t-shirt.
Meepo, I like Meepo ta.
Out of all these names, who do you think is the real in-game name of a Dota 2 player? A. Chicken Wing. B. Tuna Melt. And C. Ice Ice Ice.
I think it's the second one.
Tuna Melt.
Tuna Melt. Ice Ice Ice. Because Ice 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 Singapore represent. Ice Ice Ice. That's like...
I'm here with Gods and Lizard. And Gods, this I want you to make the case for North America, for EG to take this home.
For Evil Geniuses for North America, it's about proving to their fans, and I think more than anyone themselves, they can win a championship. For EG, it's been so long. The last tournaments they've won were kind of small, minor tournaments. They won an actual DPC called Valve Minor. Yeah. They won a Dota Summit, but they haven't won a tournament that's meant as much as a major since really TI, it feels like.
Absolutely. And on the other side, a team that with this roster was doing so well last year, Lizard, coming very high, only barely missed TI9 because of the qualifiers there. This major here, they have said they want to take it home for the region.
Definitely. Finished first in the regional league, came here in the group stage, same like, not in the group stage, in the upper bracket, same like EG. Got a little bit punished there, 2-0 by EG, and then got tipped a lot. And you know what? After those tips, it became more exactly. No more region, no more NA, CN, whatever. Emo, I think he's taking things into his own hands, and he's proving a point. That question mark, that's pure rage right there.
I love it, because last year when we were talking about IG, we talked a lot about IG because they were doing really well. They were doing really well because they played it. But last year we would talk about Emo all the time because he was the star player, on fire every single time. This major, that part of IG has been a little lacking until that third day. Gods, I don't know what changed. There was a switch.
There was just a complete switch in momentum the entire series. It felt like, EG was just going to steamroll over and give us an unfortunately one-sided 3-0 finals. But yeah, it was just one overextension. The Storm Spirit game in Game 3, where Abed goes in, pulls himself with a Lotus Orb, and suddenly IG's like, oh, we're still in this game. We're going to hold on. Yep. We're going to turn it around. And Emo just started playing better. IG as a team started playing better and showing tons of signs of life.
And as far as the Dota development goes, do you feel we've seen a little bit of the, normally when two teams face each other, you get like the meta between the teams, especially in a best of 5.
Yeah, 100%. In this game, you can see that the third and the fourth game had a little bit of a different bands, a little bit of a different pick. It went so far that in the fourth game, Troll went through, it instantly got picked up. Pangolier was picked up by EG, but without Bloodseeker being banned. I really think that IG right now, maybe not right now, but in the previous 2 games was 100% in their heads.
And I think importantly from EG, we've seen almost stubbornness in Game 3 and Game 4, because as far as the meta development, I don't think EG's changed anything from game to game. Yeah, they're picking some different things, maybe slight tweaks, but realistically, I think Game 3, their takeaway was like, oh, you know, we were ahead, we should have won that game. Let's just keep picking kind of the same way. IG, we've seen massive growth, massive adaptation throughout this best of 5, and now going to Game 5, EG, they have to adapt. They have to do something different. They can't just keep doing trying to shovel the same thing in front of IG and expecting it to work.
And when IG was forced to adapt, they still had some wiggle room to play with. They could still lose a game or two, and they did as well. Now that that EG needs to adapt, they have no room for mistakes. We've seen Abed Storm 4 games in a row, and I love Abed Storm, don't get me wrong. But maybe IG has figured it out, his playstyle, how to bait him out, how to work around it. Maybe it's time for something different. And we have seen Abed play different things, but do we really think he's going to get his hands on the puck? We see IO puck banned by the team that is not first pick every single game so far.
I believe we shall see the same situation once again. I think that Storm Spirit usually is picked up by Evil Geniuses also because you aren't giving it away to IG. Puck needs to be banned. If it's banned, you take the Storm. If you do not, the other team will. That Prophet obviously not nearly as highly rated as we've seen her in the last series here. It's one pick. Besides that, not even touched, not banned.
Yeah, it was banned at least in one of the early games.
But
it felt like a obstacle. Yeah, it's like, okay, Abed, what hero do you not want to play against me? It's like, it's banned as death probably. You know, it didn't seem like it was like a last man kind of thing. So, very curious to see what comes out in this final game as far as, will we see another Abed Storm, or do EG feel like they need to head a different direction? And I imagine IG, it feels like they've found a formula that works a lot better against EG with their bans especially.
Absolutely. We have in the drafter seats, we have Bulba versus Super, of course, with this matchup as well, and I hope that both of the guys had some great pep talks during the break, because the mental battle is, other than the drafting battle, I mean, that's just... It's so important.
I feel like in this Game 5, the draft is obviously super important, but it's a mental warfare. It's which one of these players breaks first. Emo, he was already broken. He came into the series seemingly broken, and I think that he has found himself. He has collected the pieces and made himself into a new mid laner with Yember and with the Void Spirit, with the question mark.
Evil Geniuses.
This is the Phoenix now once again from IG. That's the question. It is.
Ollie, we gave him MVP in that previous game for his performance, and rightfully so. His positioning was on point, but we also talked about how EG, previous game, did not have a direct answer. When they played Phoenix the first game of the series, EG answered instantly.
With the Mirana. We'll see if they go back to that strategy or if they pick something different once again. Because they picked Pango in the first phase of the last game. It's a great pick, but you need an answer to the Phoenix. This isn't it. This isn't the answer to the Phoenix, but it's giving a crit and a different hero that can't nearly be countered as much as Pango.
And it's very much the laning stage heroes. Often EG have picked this and then gone and saying really greedy. We've seen a few of their games, Tusk Alchemist as an Opener. That could be what they're setting up for. When you pick a hero like Tusk, EG like to have that greedy carry.
But that was the game that they lost.
It was, but it's very much their comfort zone in many ways, I feel like. But not sure if they want to do it here. I feel like if they want the Alchemist, it's probably going to get banned next phase. We've seen so many bans onto the carry role specifically. Every single game, it feels like, the two carries, Arteezy has to go for some very bizarre off-meta pick. We've seen it as well for IG.
Yeah, not as bizarre as Void.
Void, Sven.
Faceless Void, by the way, guys, not Void Spirit.
Void, not Void Spirit. Ooh, Ice is getting in the zone here.
I mean, Flyfall playing Void, Sven, PA coming out for Arteezy. It's been very much an off-meta series for the carry players.
Definitely, because they pick the carries a little bit later. Will they pick Storm again? EG. Will Abed play 5 games of Storm Spirit in the grand finals of Singapore 1 Major?
And if they wouldn't go for Storm, and that's what they're thinking about right now, which hero would they pick up? Would they go for an Abed hero still? We've seen him play a lot of Void Spirit as well, and he's not really deviated from those heroes. He's played Storm, Void Spirit, Puck.
Yeah,
Period. That's it. We've not seen him on anything else. We know he can play other heroes, though.
We have kind of an answer. It's not going to be Storm Spirit, it will be the Death Prophet. But what lane, what position, we do not know.
If the Storm is still in the pool later on and it's looking like a good Storm game, it's open for Abed. But if they decide they just need to run the Death Prophet meta, a hero who does not have bad matchups in the mid lane, they sure can.
And you talked about Ortizi, how he's always targeted. This time around, they need to target perhaps Abed as well, because his hero is left in the second stage. Have to think about that. Meanwhile, nothing new here in the ban. Juggernaut again versus the Phoenix. This is pretty much every single time they pick Phoenix, they ban out the Jug instantly.
This time, EG will not make the mistake of leaving that troll in the pool. That was definitely the comfort zone of IG, also, of course, showing up in the previous game.
The Troll, the Monkey King, these kind of heroes that we have seen banned out in every series, Terrorblade as well.
Remaining.
For IG,
5
mentioned
seconds
now,
remaining.
they have to consider both Abed and Ortizi. Do they want to ban the Alchemist, the Storm? Maybe there's a few more heroes they have to consider when it comes to...
Some decent control for Invictus Gaming would be coming from that offlane, and most likely is what they're going to go for on JT, right? Like your Mars is still in the pool, perhaps something that EG will look forward to banning. But all these tanky heroes on the offlane fall under tag team. Tusk is a specialist at eliminating them.
The other scary thing I always feel like with EG in this Tusk is they're always happy to run tri-lane. They've done these aggressive tri-lanes. If they find themselves with a good 1v1 matchup, particularly for ISIS, they'll play aggressive, use that tag team in a tri-lane, secure Ortizi's farm, and put pressure on IG's carry.
Talking about ISIS together, talking about JT, both of these guys, they love their Timbersaw, and it's still in the pool. I think it might be a little bit better pick for EG right now. I don't like it that much versus the Prophet, but Invictus Gaming have been the ones that have drafted it more often. They really like it. It doesn't bring a lot of control for the Phoenix, but it does bring chaos to the fight. Phantom Lancer, this is, we've seen the PL band, I believe, in the first game of the series too.
Yeah, one of the games, sure. And our carry pool is getting a little smaller every time. It's going to be very curious what Fly is playing. It looks like in gaming is keeping their bans the same. They banned the exact 3 heroes in the previous game.
With the Tidehunter ban, Lycan is a possibility for either one of these two teams. Evil Geniuses could draft some crazy SCA-esque style of Lycan Death Prophet plus 1 hero that just goes ham all in very early aggression.
End the game by 20 minutes.
They could try. They did manage 2 times now. Once it didn't really work out.
Definitely using quite a bit of their bonus times on bans. Previously, it was very easy for them to think about what they were going to ban because they always just tried to secure Abed a good lane by banning out a lot of the Storm counters. This time around, they have other things.
Storm is still in the pool, Void Spirit as well. Mars, however, they won against, but do you think they'll let it go through?
I think they're okay playing against it. I feel like playing against Mars Phoenix, it seems like EG's bread and butter. They've done it multiple times and not too worried about it. They don't have the Beastmaster, but I could see it going either way.
Geniuses turn to
they're gonna just carries all day long getting banned out. And we talk about Abed Storm, but Emo also plays a very good Storm. I think that's something we could also see in his hands, but just because of how high impact the hero can be.
However, it can be picked right here, right now. EG could show their hand a little bit more by picking the Storm. And they will, 5 games in a row.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, Storm isn't the worst hero to play 5 games in a row.
No.
Was it the hero that lost the previous 2 games?
Game 3, definitely not. Game 4, I mean, it wasn't a hero, but Game 4 was not like a...
10 seconds remaining.
Abed was struggling a bit then. He was like 5th or 6th on net worth, trying to rotate plays.
Yeah, so it wasn't a hero. You know, you can always improve on the play. The Void Spirit counter, we've seen that, of course.
We see the same
in the hands
pretty
of
much.
Emo as well, already twice this year.
The same matchup, right? Storm Spirit versus Void Spirit. We saw it go Storm Spirit's way. Same goes for the Void Spirit. So many times throughout this tournament. Gives you that backline catch from IG, and just overall one of the best heroes when it comes to Emo's hero pool.
I think it's important to note, though, that when this matchup worked out very well for E was because of the rotations of Grit. So we have to keep our eyes on when that rotation from the Tusk will happen.
It's mostly because of his hero pool. We talked about this as well, right, Parker? On one side you have Lion, on the other side you have these heroes that like to go in, and we have a new hero.
Ooh. This is a Grand Finals hero as well, if I've ever seen one. Game 5 decider, Enigma comes out. Could be Fly as a 5 position, but it could also be Ice in the off lane.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's anything from the offlane that breaks through BKB. That is that
5 seconds
cancels
remaining.
Black Hole.
Most of the ones you think of usually come from the support position.
Yeah, from Fives. The Silencer, the Viper that we've seen on Fly as well.
This is also, of course, a Necro-Unomicon builder, which is very important.
For EG, they just love Necro 3 heroes that can just deward the entire map. They're playing on the Radiant side. That's the side where they're going to have much better Roche control. That's something they play really well around. I think that's a good point. I think they're going to lean towards running it as an offlaner.
And that would mean that Fly is playing the Death Prophet. I'm not opposed to that at all. Either way, we are looking for an Arteezy hero for our final pick for Evil Geniuses. And on the side of IG, let's see, they'll secure themselves still the Mars for JT.
Okay, I was thinking in a different direction. I thought, obviously, we mentioned Mars earlier because of the Phoenix combinations and whatnot. It's definitely great. I thought they might go with Pango. That's not banned out because then you have that Basher versus Enigma Black Hole Drought every. Later on in the game, you can always cancel it. You can go for an Abyssal too. All things considered, there are always ways of breaking that Black Hole. Now, it's not like in the old days when if you don't have a hero that does it with a spell, you can't do it. You can itemize it.
And we're going to see 4 more carries banned, so it's going to be very interesting again to see which carries are even left in the pool.
With the Alchemist out, Wraith King becomes good option as well. We've seen no Wraith King in this series so far, I believe. So,
would be great for IG, actually.
Yeah, still in there. Terrorblade still in there. Lifestealer still in there. Ursa's still in there.
Weaver's still in there as well. I wouldn't mind that.
And Bloodseeker. We saw Arteezy going for Razor as well. A lot of cores still left. More than 4 at least.
Yes. To ban.
There, Bloodseeker is out.
Okay,
you can cross him away. I like Wraith King, and usually that Prophet is sort of a counter, but you aren't playing versus a core that Prophet, most likely. And because of that, I think that Wraith King could be solid. EG could still flex it, put Enigma 5, that Prophet offlane with Tide 4. Gyro is something we didn't even mention or talk about.
Yeah, because Gyro carry has not been doing this tournament.
Only Neon, I believe, have done well with Gyro without a Wisp, and Gyro with the Wisp as well didn't do well. Bloodseeker, Terrorblade most likely now, you don't want
10 seconds
You do
remaining.
have heroes against him. Lion, Phoenix, Mars is also pretty good
5
against
seconds
most
remaining.
of these range cores. See what they opt to go for. Banning out Arteezy here.
At this point, surely you're banning out the One of the two is going to ban out the Terrorblade.
Or unless they're more afraid of maybe like the Arteezy Razor, just because, Game 5 decider is often where you see teams going for those comfort picks. Here's your one with.
Option.
Yeah. Well, I guess they lost the one game with.
Yeah, they lost one game with Razor. It was a safe pick, but they didn't really play it safely.
Okay. They ban out the Naga. Well, that's another comfort hero for Arteezy, so removing that. And Gaming has first pick after this ban phase, so they get first choice of their carry.
And the Wraith King. I really think this Wraith King would have been phenomenal pick for IG and a really, really good ban from EG. Because your big ulti is your big black hole. He doesn't care. He just respawns and the team fight from around him would be great. Is there anything similar though?
10 seconds remaining.
Just don't pick Faceless Void. That's all I'm asking for.
Please, no Faceless Void.
Actually,
they had more follow-up this time.
Yeah, and it is a black hole breaking carry. However,
I think they're more likely to go for like a PA looks okay for me for the lane. If you're playing against the Enigma denying, you can kill the idle one's pretty good dagger, but
maybe
they'll go for the team.
Weaver maybe as well. Okay, this is the IG play. This is a hero they like and they're comfortable on.
Okay, we have seen Spectre a couple of times.
It did.
Yeah, and it did work.
Three times it has been picked so far.
It has been picked in very peculiar matchups, like versus a PA and whatnot. It's not the most popular carry, but every carry has been banned out.
Isn't the PA okay versus Spectre because you get the
5
break?
seconds remaining.
With the Fan of Knights later on?
Shard, yeah.
That's very later on. Hello? They go for the
Choose
lifestealer.
your hero.
Okay, the good old school Storm Spirit lifestealer.
There are some people that are going to have flashbacks of cliffs with this hero as well. Okay, game 5, deciding game. Spectre versus Lifestealer. We went a little bit back in time. I think a lot of people are going to be very happy to see Ice 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 on that.
It's Ice Ice Enigma. I did not see it in quite some time, but they don't have any BKB piercing abilities, so there's always going to be threat of that. You need to be able to get the Basher / Abyssal Blade. A lot of team fight. They brought out the Spectre. I don't know. Owen Spectre, similar to Faceless Void or not?
Well, I certainly didn't expect for it. We haven't seen it too much this tournament. I'm excited to see it, but I do like the.
Void or not?
Well, I certainly didn't expect for it. We haven't seen it too much this tournament. I'm excited to see it, but I do like the approach from EG in return. I think the Lifestealer, if they can hit some fast timings, make some moves with Arbed, getting his game back on the Stormers, did have a tough one last time. Yeah. They could run over IG fast enough for the Spectre to be a non-problem. Oh, we certainly will. Certainly many things to get excited about in this deciding game 5. I mean, the clusters, you said it, one of them for sure, the Ice Enigma coming in. What else are you looking forward to seeing here in this deciding game 5 of the Major?
IG, they're not overcomplicating because they're going with the heroes that they've been playing throughout the league. You have this Lion, Kaka, you have Oli on the Phoenix, you have Emo once again on the Void Spirit, they're like JT Mars, they're just playing their comfort heroes in game 5, in the deciding game.
Yeah.
I just want to see how this goes. Once again, they plant a deep observer ward behind tier 1 tower on the bottom. EG, they don't have enough time probably to watch the replays, but this should be figured out. This should get rewarded.
Yeah, I think we've seen sort of deal with that sort of ward before pretty early. So see if they're keeping their cool and able to check it out here in this all-important game. Setups we do get. Looks like we're going to start things off with Ice sticking at the top. But look at this build. Do you like this as well? The triple Sages, man.
He would go for 4th if he had enough money, for sure. I don't mind that.
You're going to build it into useful stuff, right?
Yeah, you're probably going to get the Necro build 1. Maybe get an extra Bastion on top of that. Just not get the clarities. Crit already starting to put some pressure on Ollie. They gave him Tusk. This is his probably best hero after Earth Spirit. He's just been amazing on it throughout this whole major.
Yeah, and in terms of the save potential this game, it's pretty good, right? There's not going to be too much that will stop Crit from getting in and getting those snowball saves off this game.
They have control. They don't have any root mechanics, so he will be able to get the snowballs off. But against the Lion, the burst damage, you might not potentially be able to get there. He always pretty much goes for the same item build. It's always drums into Blink Dagger. I really like that. He thinks a bit differently. I've seen a lot of Falcon Blades. I've seen a lot of Orb of Corrosions on the Tusk where you pretty much one-shot the supports, but drums is also good. 8 charges, keeps popping it in every single fight. Give them that extra attack speed, extra movement speed. Spectre does not like to play in Tunic. Denying any kind of CS from Spectre, it just feels bad.
And talking about our carries and builds, what do you expect we're going to see being gone for here by Flyfly on the Spectre and Arteezy on the Lifestealer? What kind of builds do you feel will fit this game the best?
Probably just going to be a Manta style to be able to get rid of those silences. I get rid of the Malefice. It's just a farming item for Spectre. She's not going to get as much as she like usually can because, again, playing into Enigma, she's never going to financially recover from this.
A lot of money taken away from Flyfly. A few of those coming out from his wallet. Nice. Size is going to be able to go execute against him. Looking at down at the bottom lane, Arteezy 9 for 3. 9 for 1, trading farm pretty evenly. Cutter getting rather low. Fly sort of baits him in. A little bit of a trade. Mid lane, we are starting to see a good lead here for Abed on the first few waves. 5 against the 11 and 1. Abed coming out on top of the first few minutes of laning here.
Yeah, doing good. Extremely good. Abed's like, this is what? Third, fourth game that he's playing.
This
Storm Spirit. I practice quite a lot. Let's see if we're going to see any rotations possibly on the side lanes. This has been the story of this major again. Like people just playing really aggressively on the side lanes, dying, refilling the bottle for their mid laners. Kaka is out of region. Just had his health handed by the curse.
Continuing to have this sort of void game, where again he was about 3 minutes in 7 CS.
What faceless void game?
You forgot about that one.
I forgot about that one. I was like, I need to get this out of my mind. Lifestealer with the 1-1-1 build, has like a Lifestealer is just a hero right now that you, especially if you don't get like armlet, you can play him with the mouse only.
Arteezy bringing out the gamepad for the mid lane. Abed gonna look for that setup again this time. Chris ready for the rotation mid as he comes in onto Emo. Emo with no mana to move out. There's no chance for it to simulate. And again, it seems like you've got to expect this if you play against PG.
This is it, and Emo takes back Abed straight away. Man, Emo, after using that question mark in the old chat, kind of becoming a Memo.
Certainly is. He's getting into it. I mean, that's what you want to see. See the emotional players here when everything's on the line.
Bottom lane, Arteezy doing wall, going into phase boots. Yeah, like you just want to get that extra movement speed, and you're gonna trade wall. I don't think he should be worried in this matchup. Fly doing a very good job just zoning him out.
I mean, how do they fix this top lane, IG? It really is that rough of a start here for Flyfly. 21 denies against him in the lane by Ice.
It's gonna be a
bottom lane. JT, with the center on a Fly. Fly's got some siphons, and with the very fires enough to keep Fly alive. As EG are able to turn, take him down. Chase onto Kaka. Kaka able to turn with stun, denying the bounty rune.
He just needs one hit. If he gets the one hit off with the slow, he also puts another point in Ghoul Frenzy plus Orb of Venom. That's just the ton of slow that he does not have anything. There's a boost of speed right now on the Lifestealer, so they need to be very careful. Mars, I'm surprised it did not see more of a Lifestealer. I think that's kind of a forgotten hero, but hero that also can be super strong. Like, he's not strong with one item, but once you get like 3 items, and it's a good matchup for him. Carry-to-carry matchup against the Spectre, Lifestealer is going to feel great playing into it.
And sort of just over the ages, over the years, it's just a well-fitted hero for Arteezy, right? The Arteezy Lifestealer, we've seen it from many different patches, many different builds, and ways that you've had to play the hero. It's just one of the classics from Upload.
Yeah, definitely. This is a big problem. Like Spectre, 17 CES, Ice, triple Sage Mask, going into Necrobook, just denying so many creeps.
See here, down in the river, they have the turnaround jump with the 2 steps towards Arbet. They've got the burst. Emo and Kaka are able to take him down as Arbet tries to fight for the roof.
Emo gets the last hit. That's what matters.
Nothing to your
Need a bit of a boost in confidence after not that hot of a start for him. So Spectre right now, Fly just trying to get something out of this. He's level 4.5, 6 minutes in, while Enigma is having the time of his life. He has 31 CS, 29 denies. Necrobook done, 6 minutes in.
Insane. Ice is, I don't think he's pretty much missed any deny that he's gone for.
Oh, he's more focused on the denies.
Completely crushing this top lane. no chance for Firefly to farm. It'll be a slow start on the Spectrum, just a hero that's not too easy to sort of play a recovery type of game on, especially if the opponents begin to make fast coordinated moves and just don't give you time to catch back up.
It's putting so much pressure. You can see Crit already behind enemy lines, has one observer ward to work with. They even bring that problem here. Silence.
And they got the shards. Crit in. Snowball ready to come in before there's any chance for a dive. Perfect lockdown from EG.
Crit in this major has been on point, especially when he's playing the Earthbit, when he's playing the Tusk, like his rotations, his snowball, not just the saves, but the timings when he's using it. Storm Spirit playing aggressive on Emo. There's the Lion on mid. Yes.
Abed was not prepared for extra backup to be up on the high ground. Walks in range of an easy setup from Kaka.
And we're going to see Phoenix after dying once again, refilling the bottle on the mid lane. For Emo, Rune is spawning in 15 seconds. Like, they need to play around Emo. Like, this is what they need to do. They need to cripple Abed, Storm Spirit, and they also need to find some kind of way for Spectre to come back into the game. I don't see any stacks besides two of those, which Phoenix is making right now. Still gonna take a lot of time for like Spectre to farm it. She does not have tools to do it, so it's a possibility that Enigma plus Storm Spirit invade the enemy jungle. There's always gonna be this threat of the black hole.
And bottom, looking on to JT. JT will be able to hold back Abed momentarily with the spear, but Abed's still got plenty of mana to play with. Zarteezy's granted the kill. Top lane IG making the rotation. Crit's going to be the target. As long as Ice gets out, though, they'll be happy. Maybe Crit gets out as well. IG not able to catch it. They're trying to go for Ice. Ice being surrounded by Firefly and Kaka. Massive TP's coming in from EG. They jump over the Astro Step. Revan can pull him back with Crit. He's in with the snowball save. Ice is going to be able to live a little longer as Ice is on the retreat. Emo will still be able to finish him off. But they've lost Kaka, and now Firefly, he's out of mana. He's trying to run. Eidolon still up as Ice can continue to fight from the dead. But Emo and Dolly by their side. EG won't be able to dive any further for Fireflies. Firefly will live. You can bring the Mars up here as well.
Just get everyone top. Like, you can see the way they're playing the game. Like, it's a bit different because it's so much at stake. Rina, good snowball save.
Be able to buy himself some time. There's still 4 heroes here of IG. Crit looking pretty dead here. Just the 4 of them will manage to take him down. Whilst all this focus is up here, I see towards the mid. Fly starting to pick up some levels. Same thing for Kaka as both supports work towards their 6. It's down bottom as well. Abed, farm, Fly also looking to find some peace and quiet to get some early farming.
They need to make them busy while Spectre's farming. Like right now, look at the TS. 31 on Spectre, 64 on Storm. You have 53 on Enigma. Ice is just, having too good of a time. And I like this time around that he's going for the Necro 3, because they want to get Necro 3 on the offlaner. Always going to feel good. If it's a Beastmaster, if it's Lycan, you want to get rid of those Observer Wards, get rid of those Sentries, which means that your support, your position 5 most of the time, can get a bit more farm. He can get the items instead of investing in Sentries.
Got it. Going to be off the mark there with the Revan. I able to step back. Quite close to gap for Kaka. Abed also finding himself power.
Illusion.
Them showing mid. Ice is going to feel more confident to finish up the tier 1 top. Push the icons. No, Crit. Trying to start something onto JT. Spear holds back Crit. He's also turning up to get involved. Not quite having the armlet done, but very close to.
Well, Tusk is allergic to creeps in this game. He has 0 CS. He actually is 0-0.
He's not looking too bad for even 2-1-1, despite a single creep being hit. Gonna have the ghost come out. Rena's drop. They're gonna watch the time. Down the middle, the finger comes down, the flag over, the 3-5, hangs down. Onto Artesian, EG. They choose to take a rough fight here as IG turn, take down the 2 of them.
They even pop the egg.
Ice is coming across. Holding back Fly with the Malefice, but Artesian, he's still being chased. The spear from JT catches him. As a very, very awkward position for EG to try and make a move in with just the 3 of them, and it gets punished hard.
A bit too aggressive. They need Enigma. EG, they need Enigma for the damage coming up from the level 4 demonic conversion. They need the book, and there's always going to be this threat of the black hole. But playing into Phoenix, like if you see a possibility that Enigmas use a black hole, you can always like precast Supernova, which like all he did. And a bit surprised that EG decided to take that fight. Like, Lifestealer does not have Armlet ready yet. Like, with the Armlet, it's a big boost of the damage for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, we see it again here, this decision to fight, very much coming off the back, as you would imagine, of Fly making the call as he charges in with the Exorcism. And IG very easily able to turn. They have the ults ready, the Arena, the Finger. IG, I think they're almost surprised, really, that EG did decide to attack them like that, as they were more than ready to turn things by their tier 2.
Smoke from IG.
Arbit's not man over here. Emo, give the jump. Arbit's not going to have enough to get anywhere safe, but they'll get the catch on it. Sai's coming in. Nothing he can do now with Arbit gone.
There was some kind of a bug with the Lions' Tranquil Boots. It was not working. He tried to drop it 2 times, like the green color was a bit dark greenish. They did not purchase the DLC for $9.99. Like, he was like, what the hell is going on? No one hit me. I'm not getting any region.
He's got them working now, at least. Rather disappointed. Seeing on the item pickups, JT 1200, 1100 towards the blink. Arteezy's progress. Omelette 50 gold away. Fly will be going for the blade mail build-up. The itemization when we did used to expect to sort of be in favor. Obviously after blade mail got nerfed, it
scanning.
Sort of fall out of popularity.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still very much going to.
Yeah, there's still, you know, a lot of.
Artesian ball. Arbed sets up with Artesian Trident.
I think Blade Mail is a correct choice. Playing into this uncontrollable damage, Midnight Pulse, if you're inside of that, also against the Exorcism, gonna be good. Carry is dealing right-click damage pretty much, so you need some extra armor, extra 4 armor coming up from the Blade Mail. It's gonna feel good, but still, he needs to recover a bit more.
South for Fly is won this tier 1. IG looking for the trade down bottom. Dolly and Emo push on.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They'll get this. Timing on the mid tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Trying to take over this jungle. Trying to shut down the areas that Fly feels safe to farm in.
Radiant's bottom tower.
We still have not seen the black hole. Abed has enough money in 1 CS to finish off his Orchid. Level 10. But Evo's massive. He has a Yule Scepter, great setup, and he also, like, whenever he plays against the Storm Spirit, he gets the Yule Scepter pretty much as a first item. You can dispel the silence, you can set things up with the Remnant. Remnant is maxed out against Storm, which I really like. JT going into the Blink Dagger, needs 900 gold to finish it off. Seen different builds from position 5 Death Prophets, where, like, you put more points in Spirit Siphon, but you also want to put extra points in the Silence. Like, I think the Silence is such a strong spell. Jump.
Go straight away. And on supply. Crit's going to head over. Can he do anything to save Fly? He can't. Over the side. He's going to drop the flag on the end. Supernova's already out. The Supernova, it's going to pop. Fly's going to be able to turn over towards Ice. Arena's down. Trapping the 3 of them. Ice getting burned down. But he's recovered with the 2 maps and into the finger into Ahmed. And IG, they'll take down 4.
Like, even if that's the black hole connects, I still feel IG wins that fight. But it was a good reaction time from Ollie. Pops that Supernova, something that ISIS will always be afraid of. Once again, they get a finger kill, figured that sack. Good thing is they managed to kill the Void Spirit, just slow him down a bit.
See that again. Quick dive onto Fly, each desperately trying to take the fight around their own tier 1. And Ice not able to get the catch that he hoped for. And with the Supernova going off, as we saw early in the series, Ollie's Phoenix is causing so many issues for EG when they don't have a lineup that can deal with it straight away.
Abed is going to struggle. Until he gets a BKB, playing into Lion is always going to be tricky, but he finds him. He sees him, he goes for a solo kill. If he's isolated with the Orchid, like, that's going to be his target. He needs to take out the Lion.
G wants a hit back. Might have a black hole, but they're going to try and strike with the smoke. JT's prepared, though. Backing right off to Arbed to get the initiation. Showing they know that he's over the tree. Those Emo. With the blink, JT can be quick to dodge.
Even though Fly did not have the greatest laning stage, he managed to recover now with Blade Mail, has Blades of Alacrity, level 11.
For Emo, one for Ice, we'll have Arbed jumping into the counter play, goes on the Emo, comes to the side, the ball can bring down JT. Towards Emo they turn, the Maleficent holding him inside of the Midnight Pulse. Emo trying to get to the finish of the kill. On to Ice, burns down towards Emo's on the retreat, Arteezy sitting down with the Rage. Arbed closes the gap, and they've got enough control.
He's trying to buy time,
he's
to simulate,
but he can't get it off. Arbed in with the silence. EG take 3.
Once again, they kill Void Spirit. They're just slowing him down. Phoenix not able to use the ulti. They need to rely on that BKB. Once they get the BKB on Enigma, which ISIS swapping things around. I talked about the Necro 3. He decides to go get the BKB. They have no abilities other than like Supernova, if that's precast, but yeah, I like BKB a lot more actually.
A bit of time. Fly. The mantra course after Blade Melt. G, Arbed, BKB after the Orchid has seemed pretty much essential in each of the games we've played for Storm today. That's easy. What is Sanj then after the armor? That's the classic carry build-up that we're seeing in this meta, that the Sanj being a vital part of most heroes' build. But the armor and the Sanj, RTZ will be very tanky at the point of the
He is. Like, they need so many things to burst him down. They need probably a Finger and Arena. Kaka has a Blank Dagger. Kaka is relatively farmed, has a position 4, 2 points in Hex, 4 points in Spike. They have enough control. But that Sanj, that's just too good of an item. We see a casual Sanj multiple times. Strength, status resistance, HP read, just a super good item on the Lifestealer.
These moments as well, you can see IG, they have Fly at the top of the farm. Keep the game passive. Fly is going to enjoy that superior scaling. The smoke comes out, will get dispelled. Immediately IG starting to reset. Right up in the silence of the trees, just in case IG will to jump. Coming out with the horns here, looking to scout things out. Kaka can't quite close the gap onto RTZ. He's immediately backs off with the rage. Jump off and JT though. The rage has come to an end. Armed's in with the silence. We stop the spear combo. Right, trying to keep it up with the spirit siphon. Ice watching from the side. Does have Black Hole available if he's able to get in. Emo jumps in onto Fly with the Aspen Feathers. Brings back Armed Finger as well, but Armed will live. Charge. Look off Emo. Crit looking to reinitiate straight back in onto the voice spirit. Armed jumps in as well. They've got the grab with the vortex. Emo getting low. Can he jump out? Randers away. He's trying to escape, but Crit brings him down. And now over to the river Ollie. He's got to get out there. RTZ Fly and Crit on the chase.
That's a long duration silence. He's out of dive. RTZ should be able to clean him up. One kill. One kill extra, actually. Man, Emo, he can't catch a break. He's going in. He has 4 deaths to his name.
Looking for me?
Hang on. They're trying to stick around for a very greedy bit of fun, but they've got vision out over here. So Arbed straight back in and picks up another.
That was just a freebie for Arbed.
Dire's bottom tower
They're going inside the pit. Eidolons, level 1 Necro. Lifestealer with Armlet, they have enough damage. They even popped the extra. Such a crucial silence coming out from Fly. That's why I said I want this to be maxed out. It's a 6-second duration silence that pretty much covers the whole screen. He landed it on 3 people. Let's see if Kaka
gonna go for it.
Yeah, let's see.
Is he gonna go for it? It's already gone. It's already gone. Gets a nice 3-man stun, but he's out of there. Wasn't able to quite get the timing as EG get Roshan and the Aegis on Arbed.
That's so big. Like having Aegis on the Storm Spirit, which allows him to farm up a BKB. He can play a bit more aggressive as well. Lion needs to be careful. He gets jumped, he's just straight up dead. They tried to initiate with Spectre Haunt, providing the vision so Lion can get a good jump in Hex, but Abed, he pops the Invis, which he had in the bottle. Spectre, now top of net worth. Needs another 500 gold for Manta Style. He's super tanky.
Regeneration.
Still definitely going to be a hero that EG will struggle to get on and kill. Especially sort of throughout the duration of RTZ's rage. Bottom, Emo. Zip coming in from Arbed. He's on the hunt. Found Emo off to the side. Can Arbed catch him again? Remnant holds back Arbed. Emo. He's got no CP for 5 seconds. It's still on cooldown, so EG, they'll close the gap. They'll bring him down. Emo caught again.
No tips this time. Like, EG is just all focused on the gameplay. They're not allowed to all chat. BKB done on Enigma. They still have that black hole. Exorcism will be up in 40. You would want to have that Exorcism be level 2. Those go from 8 to 16. And I like this itemization for Fly. Like, he's getting a fluffy hat. He's getting some good gold from those assists. Going straight into BKB. Like, he understands they have nothing against the BKBs. Why not just get it?
Still not ready to turn up for these outer tower defenses, IG. Focused on using these moments where they know where EG is. Keep Fly safe.
Bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
So with the Manta dump, Fly can look to get more involved with the Haunts. and they're going to try and enable that. As IG smoke up with the 4 of them, and they'll look to try and get some action going. Was spotted out by EG, though. They'll be prepared for this.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
EG will respect it. They will go back. They're like, maybe we need a bit more damage. Lifestealer getting very close to his Desolator. That's going to be a big power spike for Lifestealer.
Radiant are scanning.
Essence Ring drop.
Dire's bottom
found
tower
one.
is under attack.
That's a big item for the Storm Spirit. What's he holding right now? Fairy's Trinket. We still have not seen the combo. Lifestealer plus the Storm Spirit jumping in, just deleting one hero. Ollie trying to find something, a defensive tool.
He's going to be able to get the jump straight away onto Ollie. Taking out the Phoenix, a big part of the 2-5 on the head of the side of him. They get it, but Arbe's in. Gets the drag back on towards the Mars. Can they burst down JT? Malefice controlling there. RTZ moves in. They're going to have the right to bring JT down. The arena's out. RTZ doesn't care. Pops the range, gets out of it. Arbe still with Banner to play with. As he dips in, he gets on top of Kaka. Kaka will be able to turn with the 2-man stun, but he's so low. Is he going to be able to take out his time? He is. Over towards the neutral cap. Is he away?
They have vision.
Love this part.
He does not have enough range. Storm Spirit, 480 attack range. If that was 600, I think he gets in there. This constant threat of a black hole, like they're not committing. They can't, like they burst that Prophet, which is a lot of damage in the team fight. They're afraid of that silence. Still, rest of the team can easily clean them up. Crit gets a good, nice jump. He jumps in first, deletes Phoenix straight away. I talked about how he needs something. He needs a defensive tool. He needs that Dual Scepter to remove the silence. Just buy some more time when they get the first jump.
Dire's structures are fortified.
More towers to be taken. RTZ now with the Deso. Bring up a lot for the siege, going straight for the AC afterwards.
EG would gladly like to take one extra fight while they have Aegis on the Storm Spirit. It's going to be gone in 40 seconds. They have enough tower damage. Could potentially collapse on the mid lane with Exorcism, with the Deso.
Let us fight.
He's still holding on to the lead. 4K ahead.
Top tower is under
Erun.
attack.
Is Arbe going to go for this Kaka? He's prepared for the turret up, and Arbe tries to get for the sun, but Kaka's quicker with the Hex. Look at the Hex. The follow-up stun DD's popped by him, but they don't fully commit onto Arbe once he still has the Aegis for 20 seconds. Back away. The rest of EG starting to sweep over. Crit with RTZ set up inside him. It's going to look for the blink.
Fight!
Silence online, gets out.
Fly.
I like the way EG's itemizing. They're just going for the BKBs. Like, they're going to have 4 BKBs. They don't care about Mars Arena. They do not care about Lion. They will be always able to, like, pop those BKBs, potentially focus the Supernova. Supernova is only level 1. It's a huge difference between level 1 and level 2.
So that sort of in the last few fights, EG have been able to take down Ollie so he doesn't get any of the XP. The trade kills that IG gets. He's in. He gets the jump straight away on JT. JT's out of the fight. No Mars, and Arbe's already hunting for more. See if he can get a catch onto Kaka. Kaka, we'll see him. Kaka's able to get the turn with the Hex. Turn around with the stun on the finger. They're going to look to try and burst through to Arbe.
Remnant gets it.
I push the future.
As the backup wasn't quite able to be there in time for the rest of EG. IG getting a good trade after losing their Mars. As Arbe just goes a little too far forward on his own, and now Fly might pay the price as well. Kaka comes back into the setup, into the Remnant. IG, they'll get a couple of them as Fly's beginning to get fed these kills.
Fly still did not die a single time this game. Level 18. Haunt is 140 seconds cooldown. Going into Basher to be able to initiate, possibly get the jump on Enigma, have a bit more extra lockdown for the Storm Spirit. Just a natural progression of the items on Fly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
And now with as strong as Fly is, they're ready to start going for objectives with him at the front, knowing that if there is a jump to be made from EG, they'll always have the chance to get in and turn things around before EG bring him down 100-0.
We've seen one black hole, right, so far?
One on the super. Try and get another one out. Blink
not
BKB.
On the super, no.
That will be the plan.
Radiant are scanning.
Caught a glimpse of Kaka.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Prepared for this, though. right behind their tier 2. They know that EG is on the hunt. Positioning from IG, they're all hiding. They're all inside the top trees. They don't have any anti-tinker wards. Could potentially place one just to see. Oh, he's done to beat the wards. Right by the wards, they've got clear vision to move in onto Kaka. The rest of the team is in the trees. Kaka, he should be the one as a lion, just try to stay hidden. BKB almost done on Fly. BKB almost done on Abed. Task just 5 more minutes to finishes. Mid. Mo and JT looking towards Arteezy, but he's such a hard jump to go on. And also, once you get those BKBs up, you don't care about the AoE silences coming up from the Void Spirit. Chances are you will have heroes in position to target the Supernova during the KB and take it down without the threat of being lowered by the Fire Spirits. It'll make it a little harder for Ollie to have the same impact that he was able to do so in that last game. Smoke up from IG. Arteezy, gonna get jumped on it. Kaka straight in with a head. Comes to the counter play. Doesn't matter though. From the side, JC with the spear. And again, it's another black hole that doesn't do much at all. And
it's a second black hole on the edge. They need to, Ollie's so fast in those reactions. He understands what Enigma wants to do. He wants to be caught inside of black hole. Just pops it straight away, premature supernovas against Enigma. Kaka got another jump.
He's able to close in. There's the follow. JT's in as well. He's up to the high ground.
Apparently that's not a cliff.
Is under attack.
I think it just gets the angle to slide him right up to the base. Fly avoiding what would have been certain death there.
This could have been a question mark in the old chat.
But it's just both times we're seeing IG's positioning, making it very hard for Ice to be able to find a good black hole opportunity. 2 times now where he's trying to get Ollie, trying to stop that ult, but the Supernova, it's always out before him.
Is under attack.
So quick on the reactions. Now Mars has a BKB, but we've seen that EG, they want to take out Mars if they can as soon as possible. They have BKB piercing abilities, you have Enigma's black hole, you have this Walrus Punch, which will probably be used at him. DD for Void Spirit, getting closer to that level 20 talent.
Gee, they'll be ready to go again here. ZGR trying to push up into them. Arteezy heading up to the high ground, will get the range off in time, turns towards Emo, but Emo's having the astral step. They continue to strike a bit on Kaka, gets him in the vortex, strikes back Kaka, Kaka's gone. It's now comes to an end for Arteezy, the arena's out. Bill will push up towards the side front, but Arteezy's fallen. The back down to Ahmed. Ahmed's going to get out with the remainder of his BKB as Crit tries to buy himself some time with the snowball. Fly's moved over towards Flyers. Fly JT chases down, finish him off with the God's Repute. As EG, they're
and he
falling
finds
apart.
a region rune. He just finds a perfect region rune after that. Roshan respawned it. They see it with the courier.
They're going to keep chasing Ice.
Basher is available. Manta style can dodge that. He needs Blink ready again. A bit of a time wasted there. They still have 30-second window until Arteezy and Crit are up. See if they decide to go inside the pit. You can see Fly not caring too much about the death drop. It instantly goes on her. It's just so much damage mitigated.
Just again, such an aggressive move from EG. They obviously feel they do need to pressure against this Spectre lineup. But having to commit so much onto Kaka, pretty much the full duration of the BKB from Ahmed and the rage from Arteezy. And as soon as that rage comes to an end on Arteezy, the arena down, there's no escape for him.
This is a free Roche, it's not getting contested. Not getting contested at all. So that's second Roche, Cheese and Aegis. Void Spirit will pick up the Cheese. Fly. With the Aegis has a long lane to work with on the bottom. Gonna get them closer to Abyssal Blade, and they're gonna have ability to cancel the BKB Black Hole with. Enigma already preparing for that. He's trying to get the Lincoln Sphere up.
Money changes hands.
Well, ever so close in the numbers, but when it's this close and there's a Spectre on one side, you've definitely got to fear it, especially when it's still a Spectre that is yet to die. Fly having the perfect game on a hero which, far away from one of the most popular carries that we've seen here at the tournament. Only a few games have we seen it shown. And here so far in the 5th game of the Grand Finals, Fly pretty much bringing out the best performance of it out of all.
Yeah, and remember, he was playing against Enigma. Enigma had 30 denies in the laning stage while he was sitting at like 14 CS. Level 20, extra HP. They just can't focus the Spectre. They just can't. They need to deal with the rest. Phoenix Egg. They also need a black hole. They need a black hole this time around to actually connect.
Ice has got to land it. They can't win these fights without that sort of impact required from their offlaner. Rise, the turnaround's just going to be too easy for Fly. Especially, as you said, with that Abyssal. Life has just become so much harder for the cause of EG. Darteezy really struggling to just get that AC done. Make sure that he has that finish for the next fight.
Has fallen.
Void Spirit also going for more of a right-click oriented build. He wants to be able to scale, just finish the Deso, has the Aghanim Scepter. He's extremely farmed on Void Spirit. Also, I would not mind seeing another Abyssal Blade, especially if Enigma manages to get a Lincoln Sphere, just to have an extra tool to deal with that BKB
Dire
control.
structures are fortified.
Ollie once again buying a gem. He just loves an early gem, you know. He gets the gold back by killing the Observer
Dire's
wards.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And he sends it back. Like, he checks things out, and there's a courier flying back to base. Like, he does not want to lose the gem.
Radiant's top tower
IG,
has
they're going
fallen.
to start pushing at the high ground here for sure, but the Age is still up for 2.5 minutes.
Radiant's
G's
top
as well.
tower is under attack.
They know how hard it's going to be for EG to try and put a stop to this scene. As IG poking back, just trying to get the reaction to come out from EG. Decide to play it safe. Ward down on the high ground and move over to the other lane. Still 2 more tier 2s to take away, so the easy objectives to be the more appealing here for IG right now.
The thing that people forget, because you don't see too much of a Spectre, is that she can be on the other side of the map and still join a team fight. Like, cancel those Blink Daggers. They have 2 Blink Daggers. Cancel one on Enigma. Probably get a jump on her. Like, cancel the Blink Dagger on the Tusk so he can't get himself in a position to save people with the Snowball. Abed. He's going again for that Aghanim Scepter. He loves to get it as a 3rd/4th item. So he can go in, set things up, use this kind of a budget black hole to set things up for a big black hole.
Is under attack.
Still waiting for that time to jump. Track at the end. Back into the base! Jumps through to a behind side, simply can't play. Touches that knocked a bit onto Kaka. As Kaka will get completely collapsed on that by EG. Genji's now into the arena. He's got the 2 of them.
They cornered Easy.
Easy's gone. Ice dead as well. Triple kill for Fly. As Kaka just starts off the aggression, throwing himself into the base. They commit the black hole onto Kaka, but
they were so afraid of
this
this Lion. While the rest of the team connects, 40 seconds left on that Aegis with the Deso. They have enough. The Void Spirit, he also has Orb of Destruction, so that's a lot of minus armor on those buildings. There's still 2 tier 1 tower, tier 2 towers standing, so they can go in and get more out of this. They should be very happy how this fight went for them.
A huge win there for them in the top lane. A full set of racks taken away from EG.
They set up the vision in the base. That's going to get the dewarded instantly. Easy. He invested all of his gold and put all the money that he had into this AC.
See it again here, that bait from Kaka. Starts things off just at the same time that they were about to deward that vision. Kaka immediately makes the most of that move. And again, Ice just struggling to find a chance to really use the black hole for his best ability there. Feels the pressure to go in onto Kaka to stop any follow-up. But as it is, IG waits it out perfectly and they get in after it comes to an end and clean up more.
Under attack.
Without a black hole, they just don't have enough damage. Like, EG will have to forfeit this tower. They can't really defend it. There's still cheese, which Void was carrying. Now he gave it to Spectre. He has enough money to actually buy a full Scotty.
Massive Bloodfly. Continuing this insane performance this game.
Abed has Aghanim Scepter, so next time they group up, like he can go in, set things up for a really good Black Hole. Still yet to see. But like EG, they need Black Hole. They need multiple man Black Hole to win it.
Sort of crazy high ground defense. Every passing moment just slipping further behind. EG is ready to jump out and look to make a move. 25 seconds until Black Hole. And he starts on it. He's going to get a jump in onto JT. JT's going to get committed on the super over down. They get the vortex pulling over the two of them. They take down JT. They look towards Kaka, but Kaka never gets some life in the extra. They touch towards the end, but they can't get it in time. The supernova pod. And that's in the round. Flies like gets on top of Arteezy. Arteezy to fall. Arteezy, they've got to get out of it. Hard, he's still got a bit of mana to play with, but he's fueled up into the river.
Into silence.
Fly goes down. Fly tries to rob the remainder of this BKB, but IG are chasing them back to the base. Fly is to commit up to the high ground, continue to move it on to Fly. Ice, holding him back with the Malefice.
Oh, he was so ready. Like JT, he was ready with that bait. He's like, I don't care if I die. We're controlling the outpost. They go on me. They use everything. Once again, only with a good setup, a good egg, kind of a zoning egg. They try to kill it. Spectre Horn comes in, Abyssal Blade on the Lifestealer to lock him down. IG, they're very close to doing it.
And they really are. A second set of rats without any chance of EG being able to push them back with 3 dead.
Dire's courier has
Still
been
a tier
killed.
2 up in the bottom lane.
Radiant's middle barracks
IG will have
has
to back
fallen.
off. When EG do have the full lineup up, they will have the Black Hole, but they really can't
I
afford
love
one
this.
more mess up.
I've seen JT trying to get something for him that's going to allow him to get his spells off.
To rectify the rough mid-game has only pushed them further behind. To see on the net worth to start things off, EG did have a good hold coming out of the lane.
They did a very good lead.
These team fights and counter plays from IG have just stopped EG in their tracks every single time.
EG also does not have vision. This gem really paying off. Another Eon disc picked up by Lion.
Maybe I'll have a nap.
Fly. It feels unkillable. Especially with the illusion escape as well. Fly's going to step up, but they really want to go on him. They don't. Crit continuing to hide in the trees.
Of course.
Can he try and get over towards the backline? Gets to jump over towards Ollie. Can he take him down? He can. Ollie taken down 100 to 0, but buyback immediately from the Phoenix is Arteezy. He's trying to run the Fly don't get the back to Isaac side. He's going to be able to drop the Black Hole onto the Spectre, but the net before. He's able to get the spear onto Arteezy, pinning him over to the arena as Arteezy goes down. Fly moves on to Isaac over the Fly. 3 dead on EG. Crit traveling down to the low ground, but Fly is still good to go. IG, they'll take them all down as Team White.
They will run down mid. Like, that was not even close to killing Spectre. She still had cheese, and she just hit level 25. 5% extra dispersion. This is it. They're going to go in and try to end the game.
They're going to look to close it. They're going to look to grab that title here as EG. They've got 3 buybacks, but both Barbed and Arteezy no way to return to the action.
Look for the chat. I want to see what they're doing.
As the fortification buys them a little bit of time. And as it comes to an end, IG continue to push on.
Oh, yes.
The buyback comes out from Crit. Buyback comes out from Ice. IG actually going to give it some respect here. They're not going to try and force the closure of this game whilst Arbed and Arteezy are still down. They'll let this one continue for a little longer.
Spectre hands over the cheese to Mars. Like, he just wants to have another way of getting his spells off. Eon Disc is on cooldown. This is third road. This is Refresher, Cheese, and Aegis. Spectre's gonna get that Aegis. They can't contest it without a Black Hole. They just don't have enough. Smart move from IG. You know, they went in, forced 2 buybacks. They're like, we have enough damage. There's not gonna be Stone Spirit. You can't steal our Cheese nor Aegis. And now, Void Spirit, yeah, this is what I talked about. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. Have another way of locking down that Enigma, BKB Black Hole, and locking down the Lifestealer.
Just each and every time we saw in that last fight, Ice, he was able to catch the Spectre in the Black Hole, but with the way that IG's been just perfectly split, you can never really have the chance of getting more than one hero, and at this stage, locking down Fly in the Black Hole is just not nearly enough.
And it's a
time
lot
to
of
kill
confusion. You know, Spectre going in with the Haunt Illusions, with the Manta style. Like, you need to be careful about the Bash, Illusion Escape as well on Spectre. Like, he just can't farm. Ice cannot farm. He does not have enough gold to buy Abyssal Blade. Sorry, not Abyssal Blade, but the Linkage that can potentially counter an Abyssal Blade.
IG take a final tier 2.
has fallen.
It's the last set of racks between them and getting the Megas up against EG here in Game 5.
Restore my connection to the void.
We've got it 10 seconds till Black Hole.
Emo, Refresher Shard, double Abyssal Blade, like Resonant Pulses, 4 Acid Chapter.
He's in straight away with the fingers, immediately bolting down. PDLT is going to get taken down. Jump on with the Abyssal Blade over the wall. Nice. Easy, they're out of the game. RG, they'll turn towards what GG is called as IG are your champions of the Singapore Major. And they come in and they achieve the reverse sweep against EG in the best of 5.
I can't believe they've actually done it. They've done it. They went 2-0 in the best of 5 and managed to make a comeback. Here comes the hugs. They've done it. They went 2-0 in the best of 5, managed to make a comeback. Here comes the Yeah, first 2 games, they were like, we don't have the answer. Then another 2 games, 3 games, we're going to let the Storm Spirit go through, and they had the answer. I like how they kept their composure. They were ready for this.
Here we have it as they take to the stage. Well deserved, they make the lower bracket run. Ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Gaming are your One Esports Singapore Major champions!
struggling a little bit and being not as consistent as what we're used to seeing from him. And then the tipping, it kind of just unleashed the beast. All of IG falling in line, it just lit their fire, and it was such an amazing series for them to watch. Yes, it started out rough, but I think especially the last 2 games, and especially this third one, the fifth one in total.
The fifth one, yeah.
That was when we saw the IG that we're used to seeing in the DPC League, that we're used to seeing being on top. And even if they had rough laning stages, because this game, EG had good lanes.
Spectre was 6 in the net worth. Spectre got destroyed in lane, and it didn't even look like that bothered IG. It's like they kind of just knew it would happen because of the pace of lane, and they just team fought so well.
Don't you remember the way Spectre was played? This was pretty much it. Lose the lane, win the game.
Yeah.
And it translated here into the Black Hole Sun. Multiple teamfights that literally looked like that.
Yeah.
We stated our worries throughout the draft in this Black Hole. Phoenix is easy to play into the Enigma. Enigma into Phoenix, not as much. And Ice struggled here and there, but IG, like Shiver, like you have said, they just played phenomenally well.
The pressure didn't get to them. I think we saw on the EG side, Abed getting picked off a few times. We saw Ice rushing his black holes, and here we have IG laughing their way through this game 5. You could just the confidence they've got going from game to game, and it just felt like EG were just mentally defeated in this game 5.
I think you hit the nail on the head. It was, especially that last game, it was the mental battle that IG really won, and them smiling and being so relaxed all the time definitely helped them capitalize on some of the mistakes that EG definitely made in the series and allowed for just a full-on comeback. So all of the NA fans, all of the EG fans, they're going to have to wait a little longer. We know that EG has what it takes to win a championship, but it seems like they still need to figure out some of their mental blocks in order to get there, and IG makes use of those mental blocks and take the victory here after. I think also it is really good to see the Chinese region take the title. We heard from Ollie that he was not going to fight specifically for IG. No, he wanted to take this championship home for the region. If we're looking at the top 8, 3 out of the top 8 teams coming from the Chinese region. They prove here, just for good measure, this is the strongest region in Dota at the moment.
100%. If you look at all the teams that came here through the wildcards, even PSG, LGD, Vici Gaming from the upper bracket, IG, they were just phenomenal to watch. Aster too, falling out a little bit sooner, but we've noticed that the crew, Black, Lacoste, Neve, that were casting their games and watching the DPC League, they played some phenomenal Dota in the league itself. They were crisp, clean, on point, and here IG definitely did struggle. It looked like EG had their number, they figured them out. First 2 drafts were completely they got completely out-drafted. However, something changed for EG. Those last 3 games, is it the question mark? That's the question.
I mean, that question mark was already when they lost one of the games, right? And that...
I'm just asking, Emo, when are the t-shirts coming out? Just Emo question mark on top, all over the chest.
Oh, I would love to see that. Definitely a great marketing idea for the IG organization right there. If we would choose an MVP for IG for the entire series, it is so hard to do because I feel like more than ever in this series, we saw all of them step up. We saw Ollie step up. We saw Emo step up. JT, Fly,
Kaka.
but I think I want to give it to Kaka this game.
Kaka, he was the reason. We could talk about EG maybe overplaying their hand and getting picked off a bit, but it's Kaka's line. He was the one who was always in the right position. Sometimes it was getting killed by a BKB Storm, but more often than not, he was the one punishing EG's overextensions with his perfect play, his positioning. This game, he was even initiating as your squishy line. He's jumping onto the enemy high ground to start these fights off. He played fantastic Dota.
And the last couple of series, he had a couple of rough performances. We even questioned his playstyle in the past, but definitely stepping it up.
Absolutely, and we keep coming back to this, but this victory for IG, in a large part, a mental victory, and one of the people that I think played a pretty big part in that is their coach, Super. And Super is with us right now together with Translator. Hello, Super.
Hi.
Hello. Congratulations. First of all, what an amazing victory. I would like you to talk to us about the mental aspect of a reverse sweep best of 5.
We just believe us. We can win. We can come back. Wow. We always believe that.
And what exactly happened in your thoughts from Game 3? What changed?
Game 3?
Yeah, from the moment you guys started winning.
We are not doing really well at the draft in the Game 1 and Game 2. And in Game 3, EG give us some chance, and we get the chance, and we come back. And then I know that we can come back at that moment.
What were some of the key changes to the draft going between those games that you think kind of fix your strategy?
You mean the
what
whole...
changes? Yeah, what would you say you changed with your draft?
Actually, at the Game 1 and Game 2, we just want to play the normal Dota, but EG teach us. They play like a team, and then we just learn them. We play the same style with EG, and then I think we are doing better than them, and we won Game 3, Game 4, and Game 5.
So you adapted pretty well.
Yeah.
Did you expect 5 games of Storm Spirit played against you?
No. We think maybe he will change the ability hero. I think he will play World Spirit, but I don't know what happened. He just picked Storm, and then we picked Void.
Yeah, it worked out great. Super. I'm very curious to hear from you. What does it mean for you to have taken this championship here with IG?
It not only means a lot for me, it also means a lot for our team, because you know it's a tough year for us in the last year, 2020. We threw a lot of things, and then even some roster change, but we come back. I think it's so hard. We insist, and then I'm so happy today. We did it.
Only imagine. You did it. You absolutely crushed it. The top region in Dota 2, of course, also with the Chinese region, you're claiming the throne not just for IG, but for the whole region as a whole. Do you have any final words, Super, that you want to say at this moment?
I want to say thanks to all the fans voted us. It's our motivation for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Super.
Thank you.
And once again, congratulations. Absolutely well-deserved victory here as the champions of the Singapore Major.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. I mean, this was a fantastic run for IG. We can pull the bracket up in case you missed it. But for the last 9 days, we've had a lot of Dota played here in Singapore, and it has been fantastic. And if you've only watched the grand finals and you're like, oh, I actually did miss most of those 9 days, there is one series that I would also recommend you watch. I think I have my favorite game of the tournament that is excluding the grand finals is the last game of Secret Ovinia. Make sure to check that out.
100%. Could have guessed that.
Yeah.
And when I talked about side stories of the tournament, guys, just watching the grand finals in EG, it's like playing, I don't know, some game like Skyrim and only doing the main quest. You need to watch the run of Thunder Predators. Same goes for OB Neon, because they have proven themselves to no longer be the underdogs in the upcoming tournaments. Those performances were on point.
Yeah, I think a reminder for all the teams who take for granted maybe their position, the Tier 1 Dota, the EGs, the Secrets of the world, that you cannot underestimate any team, any region. The parity in Dota is just incredible. The fact you had 6 teams one from each region in the top 8 is amazing. This game,
unheard of,
on a global scale, is just so balanced right now between regions. The patch itself we put out produced some amazing Dota. Valve, IceFrog, produced an amazing tournament. And it's like it just getting to the end of this feels so emotional because it's been over a year since we've had LAN Dota, and honestly, just huge thanks to everyone who made this possible.
Yeah, it's pretty fantastic to also have wow, completely lost my train of thought, but for IG, they obviously take the championship here. I'm gonna give this to Wizard because with God's
I want to say pretty much the same. I'm very happy that we're able to make plans again, that it all went through very as smoothly as it could have, and that we've been able to crown another major champion.
How much impact do you think that is 6 weeks leading up, right? Every team played in the DPC League for 6 weeks, China with 2-week breaks, but still 6 weeks of play. How much impact do you think that has on the quality of games going into this major? Because we had not seen international Dota. I mean, obviously we haven't seen it for a year. That adds to the effect here too. But these 6 weeks, we'll go into another 6 weeks, and I think the finale, the major on top of the cherry on top of the cake.
It's the pinnacle, right? It's huge because I feel like every single bubble that's playing Dota in the different region develops its own meta, and then you see the meta clash at the major, at this international tournament, and that's the most interesting part because you can't really say for sure which one of these regions has figured out everything the most.
For sure, and the teams also learned they can't just coast through the leagues or anything because every series mattered so much. So the teams get better at playing under pressure. They have to bring their A game every single day during the DPC leagues, and then that really translated to producing some amazing games here at the major itself.
Yeah, speaking of producing, I want to give a big shout out to PGL, of course, for producing this major, and One Esports for putting this all together. It has been such an amazing road. As I said, 9 days of Dota 2. Wouldn't have had it any other way to go have a grand finals, go to game 5. I'm sure there's a lot of people at home very happy about that as well. Sorry for all the EG fans out there. But this was just a fantastic ending, and all this was of course made possible by our wonderful sponsors. We have Tumi, we have JBL, we have Logitech, DBS, we have Shopee, Tinder, and Secret Lab, of course, as well. We wouldn't be here though without the Singaporean tourism board that allowed us into the country. It's pretty important. It allowed all the players into the country. Pretty darn important as well. And of course, our broadcasting partners, cannot forget those, Huya.com and EGG Network, made it possible to spread the love all over the globe. And I want to hear some closing thoughts from you. It has been 9 days, a roller coaster of Dota 2 thoughts.
It has been. It's just great to see the players on stage again competing, to be around you guys, the tournament operators, everyone who makes these events possible. Dota's, we're coming up to TI-10, and it's just as amazing, beautiful a game as ever, and just so happy to be a part of it. I feel lucky, and just so grateful that we all get to be here in a safe way.
Yeah. Parker put it very nicely, Boba as well, a couple of days earlier, exactly, and I can't share the sentiment or put it in a better way. I'm just happy that I'm here, that we're all here, that we're able to compete once again and watch international tours.
I fully agree. Very happy to be here as well, and we are also super happy that you were there with us along the way. Thank you so much for tuning in to the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. Make sure you keep track of oneesports.gg to keep yourself informed of any upcoming events. But that was it for the Singapore Major, for the first major of 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been fantastic. Good night.
Yeah.